Adult K Shwet, something is right for the heroes. 001 I am playing Western boxing, not Eastern boxing. Yes. 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 The golden wave seemed like a vast ocean at this time. It gives people a feeling of prosperity in the past. Cao Muksan said that the ocean horse is more in place in this regard. I will use my own way to show that every move is agreed, and there will be no situation like Guo Wei. The first move is agreed? Every move is agreed. And of course he would not trust the other party completely. I have learned from teacher Chen Chuangzi long ago and carried the camera with me. Suddenly, Cao Mu's eyes turned dark. Wo are I? Not that. I am a super tough guy who is 1.85 meters tall and has an arm circumference of more than 40. It's only been an hour, and I haven't reached my limit at all. Why? What's wrong with you? A cool and lazy voice with a little bit of laziness. Don't feel well. Which teacher is this? Cao Mu's heart trembled when he heard the familiar voice of Xiaoji. No. I was just playing Western boxing, not Eastern boxing. Although I once had the idea of killing the 8-fruit alliance in my heart, I had not had time to realize it. Open your eyes. In front of me was a plate of blueberries, avocados, a few pieces of bananas, and a glass of milk-made protein powder drink. This is time travel. Obviously that's the case. My house in the Magic City was far less well decorated than this house. How could eating Western food turn into eating fitness meals? As someone who has read all online novels, he immediately knew that he had traveled through time. Are you okay? The person who talks is not Damimi, but a girl wearing a nightgown. The concave and convex figure looks full and mature under the silk pajamas. Half lying on the recliner, supporting the delicate chin with one hand. The white wrists were revealed. The delicate and beautiful face looked over, with a little concern in his expression. The cherry mouth is covered with seductive lip gloss, like a peach. The golden silk glasses are placed on the high nose bridge, and the facial features are not flawed. Any man will be attracted by this beautiful face, and anyone will be attracted by this beautiful and mature figure. The towering breasts are full and tight, and the suspender pajamas obviously cannot restrain this lively whiteness and tenderness. And when I reached my waist, it was so bizarre that I could hold it in my palm. The overlapping legs make the peach-like buttocks look prominent, which will definitely make people's blood rush. When the skirt reaches its calves, you can see the 10 clear toes. There is no color on it, it is pure, natural and perfect. It is definitely enough to turn a normal hobby into a foot control enthusiast like a glutton. Concubine. Concubine Irie. Cao Mu looked at this familiar and unfamiliar face and many memories appeared in his mind. This is the world of Kexu? This is the world of Kexu. I never expected that this would be true. Although sometimes when he goes to business KTV, he will also let some beautiful ladies cos anime wives. But I have never experienced it so close. That soft and cold voice, that is the best figure, that noble face. Hiss. First, I had a little big head. Then I had a little big head. No need to say much about the head, any normal man sex, that's it. And the second thing that made him feel that the first thing was. This seems to be not a serious world of Kexu. I once read a restricted fan novel. The male protagonist in it has the same name and surname as him, and even the basic character settings are the same. All 3 180. 1 unit millimeter, 1 unit centimeter, 1 unit square meter. And when he saw it almost halfway, he realized. The author of Go Ri is a fucking series. It's not impossible. You can see it by substituting it into the yellow hair. But when he arrived later, the male protagonist would be beaten, and he couldn't stand it immediately. If the author hadn't seemed to be stepping on a sewing machine behind him, he would have sent a blade to the dog pen and asked the guy to change the protagonist's name. But putting aside the facts, the writing style of that book is all first class. Each character described is very distinctive. Whether it is original or fan-like, it can be called a first-person experience. He has discovered the taboos of various professions to the fullest. For example, the noble and cold concubine Yingli is an untouchable lawyer taboo. When you go home alone late at night. For example, the innocent and cute Ran Mori is wearing a sailor suit and in the girls' toilet. For example, Ai Habara, which can be big or small, has a dual experience of limitation. Tisk. So, when Cao Mu read the novel before, he didn't realize it would be a big deal. The previous ones are all taken from the protagonist's perspective to flirt with other women. But when I saw that I was going to be, I was locked up directly. Now, is this the cycle of reincarnation in the way of heaven? Do you still have to let yourself experience it? Mad duck shit is tired. Cao Mu Jun. Fei Yingri looked over in confusion and sat upright. The plump ball seemed to be oppressed by gravity. Very rhythmic. Damn it! The more taboo it is, the wind is burning, the greater the risk of being used by private cars. I am paralyzed. Only I can't be someone else's part. This is a super poisonous point, he absolutely cannot accept it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for traveling to the adult world of Kexu. You are currently the victim of the adult Kexu world, but the host's firm counterattack attitude was detected. Activate the True Love Invincible system for you. You can get rewards by signing in every day. Resist the mysterious reward after successfully replacing the counter share. You have obtained a gift package for beginners. Is it enabled? 002 I can do this all day. Hey! Finally, there is systematic help. Cao Mu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he was alone, it would be a bit dangerous. After all, the arm circumference of his over 40 can only hit 2 or 3 people. No matter how good your physical strength is, you cannot fight against all kinds of unknown risks. In restricted novels, yellow-haired methods are hard to guard against. Add medicine. Framed. Coercion. Countless. Of course, only superpowers can be used to fight these yellow-haired threats. And you can get rewards by signing in every day. I hope the rewards are better. It is best to have some restricted level weapons, ultimate moves, etc. Let's do one. The swallows are so good at these. Open. Ding. Turn on successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super Gene Potion *2. Ding. Get an anti-radar 110 cubic meters of portable space? Cao Mu heard the prompt sound in his mind, and while his heart was a little hot, he looked at the beautiful mature woman. Irie, I'm fine. Maybe I've eaten a little less carb for fitness recently. So I'm not very focused. Fei Yingri looked over her blue pupils. Is that true? She showed a little suspicious expression. In the end, I didn't say much. The two jade feet overlapped again, and continued to look through the books in their hands. The Queen of Concubine, it really puts pressure on people. However, Cao Mu is not afraid. On the contrary, he has a special hobby for these taboo professions. Among the few girlfriends I have dated before, there are no shortage of judges, lawyers, teachers, etc. Certainly. These are serious professions, not cosplays. Now the relationship between him and Arikita is, a husband and wife. Right. The plot is set. Cao Mu worked in the Metropolitan Police Department. When he was saving hostages, he shot the other party, but because he was a top student who graduated from Dongda University, he was demoted and was not directly expelled. The reason for the shooting at that time was actually to save people and make the robbers give up the hostages. That hostage is Fei Yingri. At that time, Kogoro Mori was spending time and drinking in other places, knowing that his wife had not come even after being hospitalized. So, the two of them broke up directly behind. Successfully divorced. Aniri, the concubine, may be guilty and grateful, or it may be because she simply wants to get angry at the unreliable Maori little female wolf. In the end, I was with Cao Mu. After the two lived together, they should have done something. After all, one is a fashionable girl who can wear sexy skirts privately, and the other is a super muscular man. It should be dry firewood and fire. But it's a pity. The queen who divorced and married no longer trusted men and devoted herself to her career. In order to suppress my desires, I even took some medicine for a long time. What makes you say now is sexually cold? According to the original plot, Cao Mu was also because of this incident. Although he had been flying outside for a long time, he was hit at home and was less and less confident. In the end, I even withered. Damn, if you don't use kun, then the outcome will naturally be obvious. A large wave of yellow-haired men waited to come to the door to help his wife deliver water and repair the water pipes, etc. Next is the series written by author Go. Mad. I have to find a way to deal with this lawyer. It's difficult to handle. Cao Mu made up his mind. As an alpha male, even if he was risking being sent in to step on a sewing machine, he would never accept something that was useless. It is even more impossible to be yellow-haired. The yellow-haired man must be killed by himself. Even Yezu couldn't keep it. I said. Gene potion. Take it out. A thought moves. A small blue-green bottle appeared in his hand. Super Gene Potion, the first layer of effect, repairs all negative damage and relieves any adverse state. The second layer of effect is to optimize and upgrade human gene cells, change the gene sequence, and greatly improve human functions. Strengthen the comprehensive attributes of physical fitness, intelligence, spirit, strength, etc. Nice one. Simply put, this super gene potion is worthy of being a super word. The first layer of effect can directly remove negative buffs and repair damage. Absolute healing and life-saving artifact. In the future, it can also transform human functions and strengthen genes. Not to mention making yourself a certain level of American, but it should be similar, right? It's just I can do this all day. Take one first. The remaining one is used to save your life at critical moments. Pour into your mouth, and a cold feeling came. Then there are all limbs and bones, which feels warm and warm. It's like soaking in a bathhouse, experiencing 4 or 5 young ladies killing chickens at the same time. The cells seem to become extremely active at this moment. I feel like I'm going to burn. It's really burning. Boom. The feeling of a burst of flames burning. Cao Mu felt that his body was full of strength and his body's shackles were about to be opened. Blood flows throughout the body rhythmically. The ancient dragon bloodline has awakened. Damn it. You can kill people, right? He was irritated by himself. I remember that I had several petite girlfriends back then because they cried every night, so I regretted and helplessly proposed to break up. I am just willing to be an occasional chess friend. Now? Don't explain in detail. He has completely become a rough man. In the past, I was called the sniper god, but now I am afraid I will be called the sniper god. It's even more exaggerated than the book. What are the thick forearms in babies and so on are weak. Combined with the physical fitness that is now comparable to Captain America. It is conceivable that when Cao Mu said, I can do this all day, what kind of horror would be like on the other side? 003 The Charm of Top Wives. This is really the capital to throw away the 8-Fruit Alliance. Cao Mu's mouth was tilted 45 degrees. It's no exaggeration to say. This is really possible to be a murder weapon. But it's not completely without a price. For example, the impulse now is very strong. His eyes looked at the mature and charming body not far away. When the brother said nothing, the younger brother was already ready to move. You shouldn't be in a hurry first. I don't want to step on the sewing machine for the time being. Then I checked the information of another prop again. Anti-radar, the host will be monitored by close characters. Once a high-risk situation occurs, it will be reported in advance. With the radar warning, Cao Mu also relieved a lot of pressure. At least you don't have to stare at me all the time. Otherwise, I will be exhausted to death. And those yellow-haired methods are hard to guard against. Too hidden. Ask him why he knows so clearly. That, of course, it is because he is knowledgeable and talented, and definitely not because he has also been a yellow-haired man. But, my brother is really hungry now. Eat anything. Cao Mu felt a little worried. It's not okay if you have too good physical fitness. Once you are stimulated a little, you will easily get angry. Do you mean you are going out now? Have a fast food? Goodbye. First. As the little Karami of the Metropolitan Police Department, she has been demoted to the inspection minister and her salary is so fucking low. There is not much deposit. There are girls in the next county who go to get a side door after get off work at the same time and are exposed. Just at your current level. It's Western food at the beginning. It must be expensive. Secondly, there is a delicate flower at home, but it won't be picked. Isn't this a problem? Is it the slender, white, and long legs that are not fragrant? Is it that plump luxury not soft? In Fei Yingli's place, the flowers at home are more fragrant than wild flowers. But then again, he can't really act directly, right? Fei Yingli is a woman who is very strong. Even in major books, some special medicines are basically required. You can't say, come and fulfill your obligations as a wife. I'm afraid I can only get a roll of my eyes. Especially this woman is still taking drugs to reduce sexual desire, which has completely become a sexual indifference. Drug. Cao Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. Does that genetic potion work for this woman? The agent that can remove all negative buffs, the theory is that this effect is effective. After all, he used it just now. My blood is getting hot now. Let's talk about it later. I brewed 2 cups of coffee and put half a bottle of genetic medicine in one of the cups, which was considered a lot of money. Then he brought it to Araki. Give it, Yingli. Cao Mu said naturally, holding a cup in his hand and sipped a bite of tea. His beautiful face looked over, and his eyes seemed to be glowing with water. The bridge of the nose is high and the lips are bright. This silk suspender pajamas seemed to be unable to withstand the burden on the chest and completely broke. Thanks. Fei Yingri didn't doubt that there was him, and after taking it, he also tasted it. She has the habit of drinking coffee. Even if you don't work at high intensity, you will make a cup from time to time. So, the speed of drinking coffee is not slow, and soon after, I have already drunk half of the coffee. Somewhat weird. Fei Yingri felt her body was a little hot. Did you catch a cold? I touched my forehead and felt a little hot. No. Not like. On the contrary, my physical condition is unprecedentedly good. I originally wanted to take a half-day vacation because I was too tired recently, but as a result, now I am extremely energetic. It's like I'm sleeping for a long winter before recovering. The body is different. She should have been happy because the firm is still a little busy recently. Now that she has recovered, can she continue to work? But the moment he stood up, Irie was stunned. The man in front of him was naked with his upper body. The solid chest muscles are like armor. The abdominal muscles with clear lines are like carvings. The wolf dog waist. That unicorn arm. The person who saw it, a warm current. Am I crazy? Fei Yingri turned around and her heart thumped. Why did the medicine I took before, suddenly fail? 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. It's not that the car cannot be pulled, but that the car needs to be prepared to do a business with enough power. So she would come up with this bad idea and take special medicines to herself. Even Fei Yingli also proposed that if Cao Mu wanted to divorce because she could not perform her wife's duties, she could also give compensation. But the other party did not agree. And spend all your energy on fitness exercise. Illusionately or unintentionally will also seduce myself like this. Fei Yingri will never be moved at all, but today I don't know why. That restless heart. Ah! Suddenly, I felt like there was someone else behind me. She was like a hostage taken by a gangster with a gun. The nervousness is almost weak in his legs. If you want to blame it, the criminal's weapons are so terrible. You, what are you doing? Fei Eri twisted the water snake's waist and wanted to break free. The white and red skin has already oozed fine beads of sweat. Sweat out. It made people couldn't help but sniff it. Iri, I can see that you seem to have an idea today. Iri could not help but hum, and then her body tensed. I'm not. I don't. She hurriedly denied it. But the body seems to protest what he said. The two of them laughed. Xiaofei Lu Miao's family. Lean onto the big bed. Damn it! What a good melon! Yeli, your figure is also very good. Fei Yingli learned from Cao Mu and occasionally exercised yoga and Pilates. For fitness, body shape management, and to have enough energy. The body, which was already exaggerated and illegal, had an even more visual effect at this time. The tall and huge fruits seemed to be out of gravity. The slender waist as big as a palm, without any fat, and the vest line is bright. The buttocks are full and perky. Abundant and plump. The thighs are smooth and white, round and straight. This is really beautiful. No wonder every fan author is unwilling to let go of this top wife. 004 Is the yellow hair coming, or is it a female yellow hair? Yingli, I'll take you to practice yoga together. Ah? Then why are you taking off my nightgown? If you practice yoga, of course you have to change your yoga pants. I won't practice anymore. Cao Mu-jun, let's take a break. Or you can practice it yourself. Fei Eri looked half dead. How could she know that the intensity of exercise with professional fitness professionals would be so high? It's just a yoga, it actually cost half of my life? The energy I had recovered before seemed to be sucked out. I felt my calf being held. She couldn't help rolling her eyes. Cao Mu smiled. Yuri, you are not so weak, are you? Is kidney deficiency? Kidney deficiency? Is my kidney deficiency? Come again. Fei Yingri gritted her teeth, cheered up, hiss. I couldn't help feeling a little pain again. I don't have kidney deficiency. She is the undefeated queen. I won't lose in court. In terms of exercise, I won't lose. I have never heard of a broken field. Cao Mu threw a set of clothes over and said, change the yoga clothes. Ding dong ding dong. A ringtone rang outside the door. Oh my god, oh my god. Fei Yingri, who was about to faint, immediately woke up. Although Cao Mu's exercise intensity was very strong, she was still a person who had taken genetic medicine. It's not that easy to lie down. Who is it? The delicate jade feet immediately stepped on the ground. His legs fell down. My knee, which was already a little blue, was touched again. Hiss. The guilty concubine Eri could only endure it, she had to run back to the room. Because I had heard the sound of the keys rotating outside the door. If you don't want to be discovered, you must run back to your room now. But the next moment, someone pressed his shoulders down. Cao Mu-jun, what are you doing? She was frightened. Apart from them, there is only Xiaolan who can have the keys to the house. If Lan Zhong comes in and sees this scene, it will be very explosive. The main reason is that your image will collapse. Moreover, the child seemed to be unable to accept the fact that he lived with others. It was barely acceptable to know that the two of them were sleeping in separate rooms now. Occasionally, I will come to supervise under the excuse of missing my mother. If this is... Oh my God! I dare not think about it. Cao Mu's lips slightly raised. Yuri. She doesn't want you to wear your daughter's clothes, right? Fei Yingli's mind was blurred again after a bang. Just now. I was fainted by the insect. I was confused and changed into a few sets of clothes, but I had no idea. Is this actually Xiaolan's clothes? She was stupid. With a creaking sound, and finally, when the door opened, my body penetrated under the table. Why? Uncle Cao Mu, you are at home. Xiaolan opened the door and showed a somewhat surprised expression. Are you not at home? Generally speaking. Fei Ying pays attention to getting off work late, and Cao Mu's time to get off work is not fixed. If the former wants to rest in the law firm, she will cook for her father at the Maori detective firm. If she comes home to rest, she will come over to join us. As for the little thoughts, of course, it is to help my dad watch my mom. Xiaolan always believed that the couple was just angry and there would always be a day to get back together. At that time, I can stand up and tell the machismo dad, mom, and Uncle Cao Mu are nothing, they have always respected each other. Cao Mu tilted his head and raised a curve to the corner of his mouth. How do I tell you? Tell you, your mother is under the table? He stretched out his hand. I have had pets before, but I have such a high-end one. I have never had it before. Especially the identity of this queen of the law world, is even more fascinating. Cao Mu almost rolled his eyes. Because Iri Fei is also very nervous now. Well. Eri just finished exercising and is resting now, don't bother her. Xiaolan said not knowing why Uncle Cao Mu was obviously in the living room, but he didn't come to open the door for him just now. Of course, she has a good impression of the latter. I usually take good care of the mother and daughter at home. Then I'll make today's supper later. She smiled. Please trouble you. No trouble. Cao Mu then looked at another popular heroine in K Shui world. Good guy, where is Xiaolan? This is clearly Dalin. The Dalai, which is inherited from the mother and daughter, is relatively speaking, Xiaolan may have an exaggerated talent. At a young age, he has already reached a scale that is no less than Fei Yingri. This blue sailor suit looks like a sexy suit when worn. It's still time to grow up. If you develop for a few more years, my God, can you imagine this? It's completely unimaginable. She bent down gently, and the heavy scale made people afraid that she would fall if she was not careful. It makes people want to help. Below the perky waistline, there are a pair of smooth, fair, and slender legs without any flaws. At once I used a magnifying glass to watch it up close, and I would not find any pores. It looks even more youthful and graceful. That kind of uninformed simplicity is another charm compared to the mature and beautiful concubine Eri. Most of the high school girls in Neon are of summer trees. There are so few people like Lan Zhang who have not been climbed into a tree by Mercedes-Benz. Not to mention the exaggerated talent now. This is definitely the type of food that God chases to feed. Genetic inheritance is really great. It makes people want to be chased by her and feed them. As Xiaolan's husband and children, she will definitely not be hungry. No wonder, so many authors want to write some restrictive plots about mother and daughter rice bowling. If Cao Mu came, he wouldn't be able to help it. Ding! Radar warning. Your adopted daughter Xiaolan has been targeted by her senior sister. The probability of being is extremely high. Target distance, 4 meters. Damn! Is the yellow-haired man here now? 005 who likes Xiaolan, is the senior sister who has a crush on Kudo? So fast? The yellow-haired is here. And she is still a female yellow-haired woman? Not. Are all the authors nowadays so perverted? Oh, that's an author who writes restricted content, that's fine. Cao Mu has seen more exaggerated things, and even the ones from the Little Southern Liang dynasty, darker and more curious. As the popular protagonist of Ke Shui World, the probability of Xiaolan being targeted is too high. In the development of some plots, classmates and teachers will have admission education. The members of the karate club will have scramble skills. The shop owners on the roadside and the kind uncle who go out will give this cute and charming student girl a lollipop. Even from the police station, they would suddenly take out their handcuffs inexplicably. Miss Xiaolan, you don't want to? He he he. As a fan of various books, Cao Mu naturally also saw various versions, and used them to guide the best mother and daughter of concubine Yingri and Xiaolan. For queens like Fei Yingli, it is definitely not possible to apply for admission directly and forcefully. That will only be sent in and stepped on the sewing machine. Not to mention the shame and coercion. Sorry, would such a persona care about this? Certainly. There are also some authors who write like this, but it will destroy a certain sense of substitution. If the writing style is good and the plot is attractive, you can naturally continue to watch it. Just because he is afraid of being brainless is just a fool. The heroine loses her original personality directly, so she can only read it simply as Xiao Mo Wen. Don't ask Cao why she asked for so much. I can only say that he is a person with aspirations. A person who is in a low-level interest but is separated from a low-level interest. But, it can be very low-level occasionally. As long as you feel good, it's over. No matter how many of him are. Therefore, in a sense, it is still a bit difficult for the yellow-haired people to deal with Fei Yingli. But in this regard, Xiaolan, Tisk, this character is very good strategy? It is because they have been taken advantage of in the original plot. Cao Mu still remembers, there is a lustful old man, a kid, let alone Conan's furied boy. His eyes looked at the busy figure in the kitchen. Every time Lan Zhang bent down, she seemed to have to fight against gravity. If it weren't for the school uniform's shirt that was really too small, I'm afraid it would be shaking and charming. Not to mention those white and straight legs. A natural aura. Any man will only have one idea after seeing it, he must carry it on his shoulders. Perhaps a few people will have a second idea, it would be great if you could taste it. There is another kind of person who is most outrageous, sister, pick me. It's not that Huang Mao is not a human, it's just that Xiaolan is too charming. Doesn't he have the intention of being a weird father in his heart? No. Not yet. A certain river crab beast is here. After the sealing period is over, see if I can release it. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Uncle Cao Mu, it seems that someone is ringing the doorbell. Xiaolan poked out a pure and cute face. Well, okay, I'll go open the door. Cao Mu stood up. Please trouble you. Lan Jiang's voice is really gentle and cute, it's not a big deal that so many people want to crush her. But Xiaolan is mine now. Even if you can only be a little cotton jacket for the time being, you yellow-haired men can't make her turn into a bus. Cao Mu's fighting spirit began to boil. Unfortunately, I didn't watch those amazing plots later, and I don't know what happened to this yellow-haired man. He is still a fucking girl with yellow hair. He was angry and had to teach these female gangsters a lesson. Ziba. Dare to come to the door? Find the wrong place and chew the kaya deer. Don't say that you have taken genetic medicine now, I don't know how much it has strengthened. Even the staff of the police department before would do their best to send all these guys in to step on the sewing machine. No. Even physical or chemical castration is not impossible. The door opened with a creaking sound. You are just trampling on the horse, so beautiful. Cao Mu was stunned. He thought that the person in front of him might be holding a cigarette in his hand, with a large tattoo on his face or hand. Then he shaved his head. The nickname is Serene. Then he came up and said, "Lao Deng, the car has stopped and went downstairs. Please take care of it, otherwise you will stop and interrupt." But fucking. This is actually a super beauty who is as beautiful as a flower. Yes. It's really beautiful. Although it is definitely not as good as the first tier team like Concubine Irie and Xiaolan, it can definitely be regarded as youthful and beautiful. And very intellectual. You, here. The woman outside the door was wearing a light grey jacket and a white shirt inside, and her hair was spread to her ears. She was dressed like a very standard dress of an older sister next door. She looks very young. Blue skirt on the lower body. Wearing black pantyhose, she is decorated with a pair of long legs and wearing small fragrant brown leather boots. Well, I am a beauty's over 80 in all aspects. If you want to say what is the most impressive thing, maybe it's because Lazy Eye is very big. Did we know each other before? She was a little confused at this time, not knowing that the male owner of this family should be. Why are she so malicious to herself? Sorry. It's a red bean smimarsaye. I can't even deal with Cao Mu. He didn't expect that. Such a beautiful big thunder girl actually wanted to ravage Xiaolan? Crazy, right? Author, are you crazy? Sorry, I misunderstood. Cao Mu did not relax his vigilance because the other party was a woman. If this guy didn't explain clearly, he would still have to send it in. He would never allow even a little bee to come in his back garden. No matter how mother is. Hello. I am a first-year student at Toto University, and my name is Uchida Asami. Xiaolan and I know each other. I have found several mystery novels she asked me to help me find, so come here to her. Ah? Uchida Asami. Cao Mu was shocked again, and he couldn't remember it just by looking at his appearance. But he still had some impression of this name. Isn't this? Doesn't the Fenjio senior sister who likes Kudo Shinichi in the original work? 006. I originally wanted to scold her, but she was too big. Uchida Asami. Isn't this woman secretly in love with Shinichi Kudo? It cannot be said to be a secret love. It's the kind of confession that was rejected. It seems that it happened during their middle school period, because of a straight man like Shinichi Kudo. He said, "The lemon pie you made is not delicious." Then the silly woman felt, wow, this junior is good at riding on horses and has its own characteristics. I want to chase him. I practiced the lemon pie hard and finally won the recognition of others. But in fact, this kind of silly woman is just the one who is behind it. After spending time, energy, and money, I will eventually be picked by others. The cost of sunk is so high, don't you mistakenly think that you have fallen in love with someone else. This is a blessing that Kudo only has a corpse in his eyes. If he has some bad intentions, then this woman can only be eaten. But, many women like this one. Licking the dog until the end of the day, nothing was left. And those who don't care about these women, have everything. So let's say that when a person is born, his nature is inherently cheap. But why is she interested in Xiaolan? Cao Mu couldn't figure it out. Although it was a problem with the setting of fan novels, there must be a reason. And I don't know what this woman is going to do here. He was hesitating whether to threaten this guy directly. Get out. I dare to get close to Xiaolan and go directly to sink you into the concrete bucket. Tada! Footsteps came over. Is it senior sister Asami Uchida? The gentle voice was filled with a hint of surprise. Uchida Asami's eyes suddenly lit up, and the towering curve of her chest was very elastic, which showed how excited she was. The plump and fleshy body looks more mature and moving at this time. I am worthy of being a person who has already gone to college. I feel that it is different than a high school student. It is said that college life is good. I haven't experienced it for a long time. However, Cao Mu kept blocking the view between the two. Sure enough. At this time, Xiaolan walked over, and at some point the shirt on her chest had unbuttoned a button, revealing a large tempting upper half. That curve seems to be impatient to come out. White and round. Smooth can be seen. Especially the appearance of not revealing it, it makes people feel even more moved. The most life-threatening thing is walking around at this time. The trembling appearance makes people, the headstrong. This benefit is too powerful. Cao Muxin said that fortunately he was blocking between the two of them, otherwise wouldn't that female yellow-haired woman feast her eyes? He immediately said with a little annoyed. Xiaolan. Go and change your clothes. You're so rude. If Lan Zhong hadn't looked so pure, he would have thought this was a beaker that would deliberately seduce people. Ah? Is it unreasonable? Xiaolan was a little confused, but saw Cao Mu lifting his chin to her, and she looked down. I saw a white light. His face turned red quietly. I'm sorry, sorry. It was too hot just now, I didn't pay attention. I'll go and change it now. Senior Sister Mame. Please wait a moment. Uncle Cao Mu, please help me receive my senior sister. Now, what else can Cao Mu say? You can't drive this woman out in front of Xiaolan, right? Let's take a look at the situation first, after all, it's your own territory. Do you want to follow the other side to get it? It doesn't exist. If this woman dares to take a look, he will take action without hesitation. Hiss. It seems that there is a more excellent wife at home. Is it a bit dangerous to let this female pervert come in? It's not okay to feast your eyes? IRI is under the table? That's all right. Come in. Cao Mu made open the door with a cold expression. Thanks. Uchida Asami still looks soft and weak. If you don't know, you think this is a character like a good wife and mother? She bent down and then slipped her shoes. The next action made people live in Bungbu. I saw the delicate palm lifting the skirt slightly, and you could see the slender and straight legs curves. Then it was placed at the base of the thigh and you could see a touch of whiteness. Cao Mu actually misjudged the picture. This is not pantyhose, but leg split socks. It may be a thickness of more than 80D, so he misjudged it. This woman's legs were broken by the stockings and felt a little fleshy. They looked plump and seductive. She lowered her head, her face turned a little blushing, and she took off her stockings from the base of her legs to the ankle. Because it is a one-legged position, the center of gravity is a bit unstable. There is a tendency to fall. Cao Mu subconsciously connected, softly. Warm fragrance and soft jade are in my arms. What a coincidence. Bullet. Full of elasticity. He actually didn't want to have any charming things with this woman, and he was even very alert. I originally wanted to scold me. But, she is so big. It can even be said that he is no less than concubine Irie. Maybe this is the quality that fan authors should have. We must set every woman in a big wave. After all, peace in this world depends on Upe. Thank you, thank you. Uchida Asami wanted to withdraw her body like an electric shock, but found that she could not break free from the other party's constraints. At this time, I could only blush and dared not look up and thank you in a low voice. Can you, let me go? Cao Mu immediately put the woman on the cabinet beside him and said coldly. Whether you come in and change your shoes or barefoot, what does it mean to take off your stockings? No, you are still using coloring to seduce it. Do you think Xiaolan will become a lace border like you? No. There is no sunny boy like me here at all. Uchida Asami showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. She actually, had indeed saved a little bit, trying to attract Xiaolan. But not much. After all, she also knew that Xiaolan and Shinichi Kudo must still like each other. Doing this yourself is just showing your charm like a peacock spreading his tail. As long as you brainwash Lan Zhang subtly, girls are all fragrant, much better than smelly men. After that, you may be able to successfully change the other person's concept. But, the moment she was touched just now, she found that, the man wasn't smelly. Even, there is a smell of sunshine? Her heart was a little confused. 007 Does Xiaolan's legs look good? And Asami Uchida would not want to seduce Cao Mu. She didn't know why this man seemed to be so hostile to her. It seems, the two have never known each other before, right? The reason for doing this is to deliberately leave these two stockings behind in the future and then find an opportunity to come to Xiaolan's house. After all, not every time there is a good opportunity like helping find a book. The relationship between the two is not good enough to visit each other. This is necessary to do so to have sufficient reasons and not appear so abrupt. As for taking off the stockings in front of the man, and in a coquettish and seductive posture, there is nothing we can do about it. It can be seen that Mr. Cao has a great opinion on him. If she doesn't take advantage of her female advantages or doesn't move quickly, she's afraid that the other party will have ideas. This is not, it is obviously a scene that most men enjoy, but will it be questioned? Could this be the legendary alpha man? Never be easily tempted by women? Uchida Asami explained carefully, because, my stockings are a little dirty, I'm afraid I'll get my slippers dirty. So I want to take it off first. She raised her head and had a very soft face. Especially the expression of a little aggrieved has an inexplicable charm, which makes people want to take care of it carefully. But she did guess correctly, Cao Mu was the kind of top-level alpha man. The women he had communicated in depth could form a reinforced company. Immediately just snorted coldly. Is that true? Are you sure you're not using any tricks? I advise you. Then. Cao Mu's words were blocked. His nose was blocked. This woman is too presumptuous. She actually put her stockings in front of her. Black silk. Thick black silk. The high-end stockings in the 80D exudes a faint fragrance and are stained on them. This scene is indeed a bit of impact from perspective. As a professional driver, Cao Mu still has some fun in stockings. Even professional academic papers on which kind of women and which kind of stockings are suitable for. Like a petite and cute girl, she must have white silk, so that they will not make their legs look thick, but will have an extra tender feeling. A cool and beautiful queen like Fei Yingli is suitable for black silk. When you reach the base of your legs, you can add a suspender and inlaid with red edges. And the woman in front of her, seems to be one of the masters. Uchida Asami looked ashamed and firm. If you don't believe it, please check it out by Mr. Cao. She took the initiative. It seems like he is teasing the other party, but it is also for Xiaolan, the sacrifice he must make. You woman! Cao Mu was speechless. Take it away. It's so stinking. He opened the other party's palm. Uchida Asami was also wondering, is this man an eunuch? According to the news on the internet and the content on the notebook, at this time, men should not put it away with a perverted look on their faces. Yo xi. You're good to have big stockings. Or, is this really the top alpha man in a million? Inexplicably. I feel itchy. It's this feeling of not being valued. It's just this feeling of being treated like garbage. What should I do if I really think of my surname obsession? Breathe. Calm. Be sure to be calm. Before, I was pooed by that guy Kudo Shinichi. These men are good at mental control. He must be playing hard to get with himself. Ho ho. Man. Unfortunately, I won't like you. I like Xiaolan. Senior sister mommy, please come and sit down. Lan Jiang's voice was soft and beautiful, as if a clear spring was caressing her heart. It makes people feel like they are bathed in the sun. Good. Uchida Asami smiled sweetly. She did like Shinichi Kudo before, but when she confessed, she found that the other party was actually playing tricks on her. This made her, who had always been proud, extremely frustrated and began to doubt herself. Unexpectedly, I met this angel-like girl later. She was kind and beautiful, and saved herself when she was about to be hit by a car. Let me ask, who can save a stranger regardless of the danger of life? Even someone who was once his rival in love? Gentle and intellectual, and cooking skills are much better than yourself. So, gradually, she found that she actually fell in love with this girl. So, Uchida Asami took the initiative to create many opportunities to meet by chance, and the two gradually became good friends. Last time Xiolan mentioned that Shinichi Kudo had been looking for a mystery novel, so she suggested that she could help. After all, I joined the literary club in college. This time, I went to the door directly on the excuse of this matter. Xiolan, I'm really troubled you. Uchida Asami sat down and looked at Koran in front of her to make tea for herself. The latter smiled embarrassedly, I am so embarrassed. Please send the book in person. She handed over the tea in her hand. The corner of the former's mouth was slightly raised. Xiolan's hand is so beautiful, like a jade onion. So he stretched out his palm and slowly approached. This must be very smooth, Why is it a little hard? Touched something strange? Uchida Asami was shocked. She and Xiolan both looked up and looked at the man beside her. This is naturally Cao Mu took action to intercept the fool. His palms were blocking between the two girls, with cold and smooth fingers on both sides, which felt quite itchy. But his expression was still calm. Xiolan, add a few dishes, I'll help you greet the guests. Ah! Xiolan was slightly stunned. She felt that Uncle Cao today. It was so strange. Oh! Okay then. She never refuses the requests from the people around her. After walking, Cao Mu looked at Asami Uchida with a cold look at him. Does Xiolan's legs look good? 008 When you are a person, you should learn from Chen Chuangzi and carry a camera with you. Ahem. Uchida Asami, who was drinking water, was choked immediately. When his hands were shaking, the tea overflowed from the cup. Some slightly hot tea immediately splashed onto the chest. Hiss! She was panicked and immediately reached out to wipe her bloated chest. Follow the movement of the palm. The fruits on the branches were shaking. Smoke 2 more pieces of paper, wipe it. Cao, Mr. Cao, are you kidding just now? God knows how panicked she is now. Cao Mu sneered, don't pretend. I've seen your little thoughts long ago. It's a pity. I asked Xiolan to change her clothes just now, otherwise I would have feasted your eyes on this pervert. Hee. Now Lanzhong is her own private cotton jacket. Can't the weird father be the father? He must protect his back garden. Even if Xiolan wants to deform in the future, it must be her own shape. Uchida Ami's face looked embarrassed, and she turned her head, which was quite guilty. Mr. Cao, you must have misunderstood something. How could this man know what he thought? She never told anyone about this. There has never been any signs that will make people suspicious. After all, I just planned to attack Xiolan since I started recently. Lan. My clothes were accidentally wet. Can you lend your clothes to change them a little? Uchida Asami moved her round buttocks away from the sofa, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. She doesn't want to go against that man now, he's so scary. Ah! Is your clothes wet? How so? I accidentally drank tea myself. I was splashed by the tea. Xiolan asked with concern, are you injured? I'll get you a medicine box. Uchida Asami smiled gently, it's okay. The water is not that hot. This girl is so angel. But I'm like this, well, can I lend you your clothes to wear first? If you don't dislike it. Xiaolan waved her hand, no, no. Just don't dislike it. Then I'll take you there. Uchita's eyes moved, no. Tell me which room is yours, I'll just go and change it myself. You're busy. Oh well. Then. She came to Xiaolan's room and slammed the door. Lock back. With his back against the door, Uchita Asami breathed a sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. I didn't expect, there were unexpected surprises. I am so clever. With the excuse of changing clothes, you can come to Xiaolan's boudoir. Oh my god! It's so fragrant. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and showed an intoxicated look. Open the wardrobe in a flash. Oh my god! Is this a place to hide treasures? This little suspender. This little white silk. Sure enough, a beautiful girl, everything is fragrant. In the living room. Cao Mu held the key in his hand and was about to open the door. A sexy woman with a large spring light all over her body covered her key parts and whispered in a low voice. What are you doing? Do you want to peek? What a greedy guy. After succeeding, he began to show his lustful nature. Isn't the food at home delicious enough? It's still fragrant and goes out to eat it. It's okay to steal food, and still in front of me? Do you think I am dead? Fei Yingri's expression was not kind. If she hadn't had the pitiful fabric on her body now, she wouldn't have spared this man easily. While talking to the other party, she was careful not to be seen by Xiaolan in the kitchen. This woman is weird. Of course, Cao Mu was not trying to peep, I suspect she was trying to do something to Xiaolan. I'll catch her now. I don't know whether he can be caught, but this kind of perverted female thinking is very terrifying. When a wolf reaches the sheepfold, guess what it will do? Needless to say. I must be stealing original items. Why is Cao so clear? This is definitely not because he has the same hobbies. It's just thinking from the perspective of criminal psychology. You'd better be catching the current situation. Otherwise I will send you in for the crime of forced molestation. Fei Yingri is not a person who can hold sand in her eyes. But I didn't bother me too much, for fear of being discovered by my daughter, so I immediately went into my room to change my clothes. Click. A small crack was opened, and the people inside didn't notice it. Cao Mu glanced inside. Hey? No one? He was surprised. Oh. It turns out that I was covering myself in the quilt. Close the door quietly and open the video. In life, you should learn from Chen Chuangzi and carry a camera with you. He must find evidence of this guy's pervert. The sexy and mature body of Uchita Asami was like a full fruit, sucking greedily on the pink quilt. Then she finally stood up. Why didn't I find that there was one more person in the room? This is called Xiaobagas, a very powerful ninjutsu who follows the person the technique that will not be discovered. Mainly, Cao Mu's current physical fitness is too strong, and he can control his steps, breathing, and even his heartbeat. The cat will not make any sound when it falls to the ground, and he is now even more powerful than animals' ability to control muscles. Damn it! So perverted. You really want Xiaolan's socks? That's right. At this time, Asami Uchida carefully picked up a pair of white calf socks from the shelf. After folding it, put it in your own bag. She had thought about getting something better, such as lace brass, sexy stockings, etc. But I'm afraid of being discovered. Then after choosing a suitable piece of clothing, I was ready to start changing. He took off his suit jacket and unbuttoned his shirt. Standing from the back perspective, you can see this thrilling scene. Duan. Is there really such a cute play? It makes people want to swallow their saliva. Only one word can be used to describe: shock. Is this the meat, egg and onion chicken? 009. Who asked you to wipe it with saliva? The peaks in front of the mountain are magnificent and majestic, with dazzling magic. The back looks elegant and soft, with beautiful lines. It makes people worry a little. How did this get over it? Is such a big load actually hanging on such a soft shoulder? This is too painful. It makes people feel distressed. The waist is not full and the grip is held. This is what is called, the details will bring fruit. What a waste! Cao Mu sighed in his heart. How could it be a mirror polishing? Such a beautiful female supporting role was actually arranged by author Go to be neodymium copper? Isn't it my brother? What kind of surname is your obsession? Time is quiet, and no one is in a hurry. Duchita Asami was wearing Koran's clothes and sniffed the smell on it. It smells so good. I don't know if it's the body fragrance of orchid, or the smell of laundry detergent. Anyway, it smells much better than others. Do you want to leave your underwear? Give Xiaolan a little surprise. When she was full of joy and thought she had gained a lot, a thrilling scene happened. Turning around, a man was now using his cell phone to face him. The pupils gradually dilate, thrilling, shocking, unbelievable. Ah! When the sound was still vibrating in his throat, Duchita Asami's mouth was blocked. Cao Mu smiled coldly. I'm caught in the current situation, little pervert. He blocked the other party's mouth with one hand and prevented the matter from being completely exposed, while holding the back with your hands. The distance between the two is too close now. The distance between the heart is only more than 10 centimeters, and that 10 centimeters are the thickness of fat. Woo! Duchita Asami was about to cry in grievance. The embarrassment of being knocked out by someone. The shame of being deformed by a big zishuo. The horror of being threatened by a stick. Ah! She began to struggle violently. But how can this be resistant to the powerful power of a man? Cao Mu looked at the woman who looked like a little white rabbit in his arms. Don't act with me here. I took pictures of what you did just now. You don't want this video to be online, do you? Ah! A little pervert who steals the original flavor. He let go of his hand. Duchita Asami subconsciously screamed. But I heard the other party say it again. Xiaolan knows that you will be very sad if you do this, or even hate you, right? Cao Mu's lips outlined a curve. He is too familiar with this kind of speech. Although I have never said this to anyone before. However, some drama films and plot novels have learned a lot of experience. I have learned too many lines that make people lose their evil. Madam, you don't want your husband to lose his job, do you? Xiaoshu, you don't want Takukai to know about Mercedes-Benz climbing trees, right? I'm going to burn the manuscript. Do you want to use the big keyboard to write about you? To deal with normal people, this may be a bit abstract. But this is the world of adult keksu. The male and female protagonists are perverted, and none of them are healthy. Of course, Asami Duchita was afraid. She said aggrievedly, no. He even took the initiative to hold Cao Mu's hand and was about to cry. I was wrong. I never dare to do it again. If you don't believe it, you can touch my conscience. A pair of beautiful eyes were full of prayer. That humble attitude is like the heroine who obediently accepts the plot. At that time, the distance between the palm and the red lift was only 0.01 centimeters. But 1/4 of a minute later, Hungdee's hostess changed her appearance. All right. I already have your fingerprint on me. Asami Duchita, who blushed and forced herself to calm down, she seemed to be no longer afraid. So what if you find out? I already have your handle now. If you dare to tell this, I'll call the police, too. Say you forced molestation. Quite confident? Yes, for Xiaolan, she had to come up with this bad plan and sacrifice herself. Sorry, Lan. The first bite, I didn't let you eat it. She has a deep sense of morality. I feel like I have betrayed my beloved. But you can't let this matter be exposed like this. Cao Mu pulled his hand back and sneered. Vicious. This operation. I have to say that it is quite vicious. As for the magical situation of Neon, not to mention that the other party has his own fingerprints, even if he touched it in public, he would be beaten to death by the internet. Then I like to bring up a few years of sewing machine life. But, will he be afraid? Little girl. You are afraid you don't know that I am from the police department. At worst, I can go to bed with a concubine, Airy. The lawyer is so smart that he will definitely not believe that he is really coming in to threaten him. It would be impossible to send this woman in with her backhand. Certainly. That would be very troublesome. However, Cao Mu planned to use his plan at this time. Okay. You're ruthless. He pretended to have accepted it. Don't you just want Xialan's close-fitting clothes? I have so many of them. How is it? Are you interested? Cao Mu looked at the other person condescendingly. Duchita Asami was slightly moved, so you are also a dead pervert. She angrily said. Then, quickly put on the clothes. I don't believe you. No. Cao Mu smiled, that's a pity. He turned around and went over. There is a treasured lace. I can't bear to give it to you. Mr. Cao is really not a pervert, he just sacrifices himself for the overall situation. This time, he wants to send this woman in and step on the sewing machine. Breathe. With a gasping sound, Duchita Asami spoke, wait. Okay, give me. Xialan's. Let's equalize each other. And you can't harm Xialan's clothes again. Cao Mu turned around. Okay. But I have to clear your fingerprints too. Asami Duchita, who thought she had already had the other party's handle, did not refuse. But soon she became embarrassed and angry. Who asked you to wipe it with saliva? 010 But I really can't eat it alone. After clearing the traces, the two walked out of the door. I saw a beautiful young woman sitting upright on the sofa. The hair is tied into a meatball shape, the facial features are perfect without any flaws, the skin is fair and smooth, and it is full of collagen. Wearing a black dress, despite this, the fullness of the chest is still unignorable. It can only be said that, it makes people feel a sense of taboo to find out. But the other party's aura is too strong. Cold, gorgeous, and noble, like a queen. Concubine lawyer, hello. Duchita Asami shook her palm nervously and felt the oppression inexplicably. Of course she knew that Xialan's mother was the famous undefeated queen of the law world. Sure enough, the lawyer's aura was not overwhelming, that look had already begun to make her recall the crimes she had committed since she was a child. Hello. Fei Yingri pointed his head lightly, which was considered a response. Although she didn't think the two were stolen inside, she didn't think they would have a simple relationship. This girl's eyes are dodging. It seems to be guilty, shame, and nervous. He looked at Cao Mu next to him again, and his eyes signaled, what the hell are you doing? However, the latter threw away an electric eye and returned to his room. Just, speechless. From a rational point of view, she still doesn't believe that this man will cheat. After all, I have such a great figure. Such a good-looking appearance. The car that has not been driven in more than 10 years, the luxury of the interior and the slick and shaky driving experience, will definitely not be inferior to those little girls. She has the capital to be confident. Every day when they go out, the men's eyes are hot, as if they want to eat themselves. No matter how conservative the clothes you wear, this is true. And in the workplace, there are more dirty and despicable men. There is clear statement. There is a hint. Some are smart and tempted. Everyone is gentle in their mouths, but everyone in their hearts wants to treat themselves as a toy. But she blocked them back in various ways, and even became more and more courageous as she fought. Some ill-intentioned guys had long been sent in to step on the sewing machine. So, besides the confidence in innate conditions. Fei Yingri is also very confident in her abilities. Although I rarely use those dark means, I often see others using dark means on me. If Cao Muzhen had that kind of idea of cheating. No. Impossible. As a queen, you must have absolute confidence. But that guy is simply a cow. There are still things that are going to beta plow is broken. Fei Ying felt a slight pain in her belly when she came here. This is more terrifying than the stomach. What if he really can't eat enough? She was a little worried. Although, in Neon, those men went out to play, their wives turned a blind eye. But I don't want to be the kind of resentful woman who only knows that I can wipe my tears at home. As a queen, her pride and dignity do not allow her to grow grass on her head. At this time, Asami Uchida clamped her legs. She felt the temperature get lower and lower. Then, consume his energy. He can't go out to find a woman. Fei Yingri made up her mind. But I'm alone. I really can't eat it. Her thinking changed very quickly. I immediately thought of an idea. Don't there be small props? It happened that a friend who opened a horse farm gave me a horse training whip last time. That whip was originally a small gift. Later, concubine Irie discovered that when she was under great pressure, she waved her whip, which was really relieved. Miss Mommy, come here. Uchida Asami came to Cao Mu's door with some guilt. Then I saw the other party handing over a ball of black stuff. She hurriedly took it like a hot potato, and was so panicked. He whispered anxiously, "Are you crazy? Why give it to me like this? If someone discovers it, wouldn't it be very socially dying? And Xiaolan's fatness, why is so big? You can have a meal." Xiaolan's gentle voice came from the kitchen. Then the few people spent a dinner time with their own ulterior motives. "Senior sister, I wonder if my skills fit your taste?" Xiaolan asked. Uchida Asami responded quickly, "It's delicious." "Xiaolan, your craftsmanship is really great. Oh my god! I don't know who would be so happy to marry you as your wife." Her voice was filled with praise and happiness. It's so wonderful to be able to taste the dishes made by Xiaolan. And the concubine Irie's expression on the side had already become a little darker. Just now, Cao Mu secretly watched a video for himself. It was the various perverted behaviors of Uchida Asami in Xiaolan's room. Although there are obvious editing traces. But, it's certain that this woman is definitely a big pervert. Not to mention the praise at this time, the tone was not as if it was said by a friend at all. It was like a dead-licking dog showing kindness to the goddess. Fei Yingri does not discriminate against homosexual love, but she will never allow a person with a little deformed heart to approach her daughter deliberately. Suddenly coming to the door. Theft of clothes deliberately. Cao Mu looked at Fei Yingri, "Yes. This kid has a big problem. She even stole my underwear. It's so unscrupulous." Yes. What he gave Uchida Asami was his underwear. To make a plan. To protect Xiaolan. He really sacrificed too much. Tears. Fei Yingri frowned slightly. This person is a little too pathological in his heart. Originally, I thought it was a neodymium copper, but I didn't expect it to be a double-headed dragon. What's so great? If the daughter was first assaulted and her husband was poached, then isn't it a fire in my backyard? But, there seems to be a lot of doubts here. Are you sure these are true? Cao Mu patted his chest. You guarantee the honor of the Metropolitan Police Department? I just enforced the law by fishing. Who knew that this woman could not stand the test so much? Don't worry, I'll send her in for education for a few days later. Okay, okay. Although Irie felt strange, she felt that this was also a solution. You can't let such a person interact with his daughter. Xiaolan is not scheming yet. Maybe I will be stuck at any time. 011 it will break. The 7 Personalities of Mikako Sato. After dinner, Uchida Asami also wanted to invite Xiolan to go downstairs for a walk and chat. But Cao Mu stood up and said, "Miss Mame, I have something to give you. Come out." Fei Eri also stood up, "Xiolan, I have something to tell you." The 2 girls were at a loss. When the sound of the door closing sounded, their mentality began to explode gradually. Without saying a word, Uchida Asami was pulled into his car by Cao Mu and drove to a small blue and white house. "This is the police department." With a click, the cold silver bracelet was worn on Asami Uchida's hand. She was completely confused. "Cao, Mr. Cao. Try to awaken the conscience of this demon with a respectful call." It turned out to be a policeman. Confused, Uchida Asami felt like she had fallen into a big pit in advance. Are you playing tricks on me?" Cao Mu's mouth was tilted 45 degrees, "Prank. Stolen other people's belongings, 5 detained for more than 15 days. I am the light of the police department, will I make a prank with you?" He showed his police officer's certificate. Uchida Asami was struck by lightning, and the burden on her chest shaking one after another, making her magnificent waves. It can only be said that the World Cup is not as good looking as it is. Haven't we reached a deal? How can you go back on your word? It's over." This Byang deliberately wanted to cheat himself. She only knew that Xiolan had a lawyer and mother, but she didn't expect that she had a police stepfather. He also made so many small moves in front of others. "What deal? I'll sue you for slander. The universe needs the great Upai. But there can't be only the great Api. Cao Mu will not waver. I warned you at that time not to have any bad thoughts about Xiolan, you don't listen. Now I'll send you in for a few days. Reflect on it carefully. Don't make such clever again in the future," he said coldly. "And if nothing unexpected happens, your videos should have been cut to Xiolan. From now on, she will only stay away from you. The main reason is that my current identity is still a bit inappropriate. Otherwise he would use some more extreme methods. Relatively speaking, the danger of this woman's yellow-haired woman is also a little lower. Give her a little bit of pain first, if you do it again, you will have to face your own thunderous means." Video. Asami Uchida looked terrifying. "How come you still have videos? Hasn't it been deleted?" Cao Mu smiled. "Don't you know that the deleted photos and videos can be recovered?" "I really don't know." "Then I will sue you for molestation too." Uchida Asami was anxious. When she thought that her image in Xiolan's heart completely collapsed. "Oh my god! In the eyes of the angel, I have now become a demon, right? No. It's a perverted demon. But I only have feelings for Xiolan. Lawyer concubine is so interesting. I just took a few more glances. You try it." Cao Mu didn't care about his Tao. "Then I sent the woman in. Hey! I also worked overtime for myself. Just as I was about to walk out of the police station, I suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from a room. Yumi, how can you do such a thing here? What if something happens? Don't worry. We are 2 girls anyway, nothing will happen." Something is wrong. Why is it so tangerine inside the orange again? Mikako Sato. Cao Murin was stunned. His voice sounded soft and weak, and it could even be said that he shouted a little ambiguously and petite. It sounds a bit depressing. As we all know, although Mikako Sato is a daughter, she has always been a woman who can kill 2.5 kunkins with one fist. How could she make such a sissy sound? But, this is it. Moreover, she is still calling Yumi's name. The words sounded like they were becoming more and more ambiguous. He had to have a bold guess. Suddenly, Cao Mu felt a little heartbroken. Too wasteful. It's really a waste. Grinding tofu again? I can't bear it. Why does the author of this article like to play lilies so much? He must open the door and watch it on the spot. Click. A sudden sound rang out. Cao Mu saw two pretty faces that were a little surprised and looked over. A person wearing a traffic police professional suit, his legs were wrapped in shredded flesh, his face was dull and beautiful, wearing a police cap and long hair. One is short hair, full of heroic spirit, and delicate and perfect facial features. The bloated chest looked more plump under the shirt, just like a squid. Sato Makako shouted in horror, "Ah! Cao! Police officer Cao! What are you doing?" She instinctively covered her chest. Cao Mu touched his head awkwardly, "Sorry, I forgot to turn off the flash." "Who told you not to turn on the lights?" Yumi Miyamoto, wearing a professional suit, looked strange. "What are you doing for us?" After realizing it, Makako Sato also reacted, "Yes, why are you doing photographing us?" She changed the frightened expression and her eyebrows became a little sharp. "Go out." It seemed like someone else suddenly changed. The anger value gradually soared. Cao Mu shrugged and went out. "Why are you doing so loudly?" "Little mom, sooner or later, handcuffs from uncle to your hands. I will use bullets to shoot you 1,000 rounds. I'm talking about you. Yumi. Go out. Take all your things away." Makako Sato said to Yumi Miyamoto beside her, "Cao Mu, please stay for a while." Both of them were a little surprised. When they walked towards each other, Cao Mu asked, "Yumi, what's wrong with your best friend? Is your aunt here?" Yumi Miyamoto spits out her pink tongue. "You forgot. The recent Sato here is a bit like schizophrenia." She pointed to her head. Then I heard a somewhat heavy voice, "Yumi, what bad things are you talking about me?" "Oh." Cao Mu remembered it, as if Sato Makako in the setting has 7 personalities. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, desire. At least 2 personalities appeared just now. Before I came in, I was probably afraid. And now, either anger or evil. Come on Data, the lewd guys. Otherwise, Asami Uchida will go and steal your fat. 012 Am I a pervert too? Officer Sato asked presumptuously, "What were you doing here just now?" Cao Mu was a little curious. "Although I saw wine, drinks, and so on just now, I probably weren't feeding each other? Isn't this kind of neodymium copper game a bit too outrageous if you do it here? But it seems that it is indeed a bit exciting. After all, they are 2 female policemen. With the blessing of a professional identity, it would be unimaginable if the evil falls. And since you want to pursue excitement, it must be implemented to the end. It seems very reasonable in the Metropolitan Police Office." For a moment, he thought of different exciting battlefields. Hiss. "Calm down." Cao Mu was speechless. "Have you been possessed by Author Go? Want to know?" Sato Makako's lips slightly raised, and she sat back. "Place the round buttocks on the desk. The sound sounds a little playful. Call me. I'll tell you if you call me." A fair and delicate face. Slim and straight jade feet. The lines wrapped in stockings are extremely perfect. It's enough to make all foot control enthusiasts crazy. The flowers of the Metropolitan Police Department are not built. It's just like what I look like now, it's really a bit different from before. I thought the NDB copper was brave enough. Whose general is this seemingly perverted personality? Cao Mu's mouth twitched. This is Sato's evil woman's character? Is this her personality split? Could it be that you were deliberately seducing yourself? He took a deep breath. I have no idea about my appearance conditions. All the values are full. Not to mention 3 hard indicators of 180, just this face is the most popular one. Otherwise, the cold and beautiful queen like Eri would not have fallen in love with her like that, and it would be so easy to give up half of it. But Satomi and Ko are different from each other. This woman eats the kind of tyranny, such as Matsuda Mitsuhira, cool is not the only standard. Or it's the kind that's extremely sincere. Although Cao Mu can also be said to be a fashionable man, he will definitely not be a cool guy. He doesn't like to exaggerate. Pay more attention to pragmatism. Give the target an electric eye, if the other party smiles, he will respond with ambiguousness. Then there is nothing to say. 1 horizontal and 2 vertical ones are just a matter of doing, 1 and 2 force are just a matter of doing. The principle of being a human being has always been so simple. There is no need to hesitate in an efficient society. Now, it seems, the ambiguous progress bar of this character has not been brought to Sato. What's wrong with you? Based on the principle that it cannot violate women's will, Cao Mu still asked, reflecting his care and love for his colleagues. Didn't I say everything? Makako Sato's expression seemed charming and charming. If you want to know what happened just now, beg me. You just want to say good sister. Don't I tell you? The desk was indeed very high, but she also looked up at Cao Mu while sitting on it. There was a little less heroic spirit in the eyebrows and eyes, not as sharp as before. There is a little more charm and charm. He is charming but not coquettish. God knows how this female policewoman who is usually righteous can learn from her own teaching. A rosy lips looked like flames because she almost bit her mouth and was bleeding. Her graceful body looks so delicate and stylish under the suit jacket. Not a mature woman like Fei Yingli has a peach-like charm. It is a little more beautiful than some green Xiaolan. The handcuffs on the waist also seem to have a sense of taboo. If he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, he would have really couldn't believe it. Shocked. Sato actually became such a person. The man looked silent. The woman cried when she saw it. I really don't know how author Go thought of setting such a complex and changeable character. Cao Mu's mouth twitched. The fist is hard. Although he looks young, his age setting is how many years older than Sato Makako. Otherwise, Fei Yingri would not be able to do the kind of old cow eating young grass. But this woman, actually asked herself to call her sister. He really wants to transform into a East Asian hero and let this woman know what hierarchy means. Is this a desire personality? Cao Mu was covered in black lines. He didn't just go straight to the brain and then went over to the big kid. Sometimes it is a virtue to dare to think and do it. Sometimes, if you dare to think and do, you have to go to prison. What? Isn't this how it is taught in the drama? Adults. Times have changed long ago. The current version of T0 is neodymium fist, especially in hell copy like neon. I can be slutty. You can be bothered. The first acknowledgement? The second acknowledgement? Love him? Can't love him anymore. Why are there so many such dramas in Xieriz? Isn't it because I dare not do this in reality? Therefore, it is a last resort to filming these things in the drama. Otherwise, why is the Dragon King's son-in-law so popular? Isn't it just because it's simple and rough and slap in the face quickly? BA. In the end, Cao Mu couldn't help but slap Sato Makako. You should be more awake. Certainly. The fight was not heavy. It's not a headache to be confused. First of all, this is the opponent who scolds him first. For an alpha man like him, how could he accept the other parties insulting him? What? Is the other party version T0? Feel sorry. The East Asian heroes cheered. The one who hits version T0. And now this woman is having an idiot. After she wakes up, she will definitely not blame herself. Hiss. Sato Makako was indeed a little confused, but she was not angry. Officer Cao Mu, you are worthy of being the tiger in our search class. Obviously. She didn't mean to blame her. And this expression. It seems that I really appreciate the other person's masculinity. If this is normal, there are no one who dares to speak loudly to this Metropolitan Police Department flower. This scene. It's simply shocking. This is something the latter never expected. Ah. Okay. It's like this, right? This is how some people are. It seems that the more they are provoked, the more they become more excited. You have to beat him up. Cao Mu also has experience in this kind of person. That is, as they wish. He always remembers something that must not go against the will of women. Outside the door. Of course, Yumi Miyamoto didn't walk away, she leaned against the door and listened to the wall. Some were curious about what the two of them would say inside. A tall man next to him had a curly hair on his head, which was Shiraki Ren Saburo. How about Yumi? Have you heard anything? No. Yumi Miyamoto shook her head. It seems like there is something, there must be a conflict. Uncertain. Another Takagi Shiro, who was a little dark in his skin, scratched his head. Isn't it a bit bad for you to listen to other people's secrets like this? Shut up. The two scolded each other at the same time. Damn, the conflict inside is a bit fierce. Is Mikako Sato so irritable now? The movement is getting bigger and bigger. Shiraki Ren Sanro was a little anxious. How could it be? They have no grudges. Yumi Miyamoto, so what if there is no grudge? Don't you know something is wrong with Mikako Sato recently? She even scolded me. I even have to beat the prisoner. Does it take a reason to hit someone? Takagi asked silly, don't you need it? Do you need it? Yumi Miyamoto spread her hands. It must be Sato's fault that he had again, so he asked someone to vent his anger. It seems that Officer Cao Mu is a little miserable. Tisk, it's really, so pitiful. What a pity that handsome guy. If he wasn't a husband, I would definitely feel sorry for him. Is that so? Shirokai Renzabu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had long regarded Mikako Sato as his forbidden body. I felt uncomfortable when I thought that the two of them had been together for so long. Now that guy Cao Mu is being beaten, then it will be fine. I'm a little envious of that guy Cao Mu. What happened? 013 almost bought a share in the police station. Is the scene at this time as tragic as everyone imagined? Of course not. The one who was beaten was not Cao Mu. He is the top alpha man. Even in bed, you won't have that kind of hobby. As a top alpha man, there will never be any situation where the small head controls the big head's body to obey. But, he is still very gentlemanly. Knowing that it cannot go against women's wishes. At this time, Mikako Sato asked herself to hit her. This is a busy place. As a colleague, of course he has to help. And then again. This face, is Genrun. This butt is so superb. The female policewoman is not a peach buttocks exercised in the gym, but a practical type of exercised by daily training and tasks. Tight and plump, neither losing dimension, but still full. It won't lose its elasticity like a big buttock, and it will look loose. First class feel. This is an absolute master of import and export trade. If it is not the location of the inappropriate one. The time is not right. It will definitely make people feel the urge to invest in the police station. Right when Cao Mu gradually began to enjoy it, the female policewoman in his arms suddenly woke up like a dream. Ah! She screamed. What's wrong? The white bird outside the door immediately became anxious, mad. Cao Mu dared to hit a woman. He was furious and was about to rush in. He was stopped by Miyamoto Yumi. Do you want to double standards again? She knew her best friend's personality immediately. This must be because Sato has calmed down now. He knows how ridiculous she was before. Now he must be apologizing to Officer Cao Mu. And the movement in the room seemed to have become quieter. It seems to confirm her conjecture. Inside the office, Cao Mu smoked leisurely and freely. Sato Makako, who was beside him, fell into great sorrow and began to complain, "How could I do such a thing?" She held her head. "Oh my god! What did I do? Woo woo. I'm a bad woman, woo 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 woo. I'm sorry to you, Officer Cao Mu. Her righteous heart is ultimately greater than the attributes of those desires. Although I know that my work is ridiculous, and the other side doesn't seem to suffer any losses. But after all, it is yourself who did the wrong thing. It's okay." Cao Mu hugged the policewoman's plump and elastic body, and the other party's body temperature was amazingly high. He looked down at the huge evil, thinking that the author Go seemed to have arranged big breasts for every female character. "I don't blame you. You're like this, you should be helpless. It's okay, come to me if you have any needs in the future. I will help you." Yes. He used to trade stocks and coins, such as British gold and Japanese yen, and his strengths were quite strong in all kinds of hard and soft power. If Sato Makako has a need for import and export trade, she can definitely trust herself. Mr. Cao is good at helping others. I've never been like that before. Sato Makako felt aggrieved. "It's all Yumi. She said that coke and message are aphrodisiacs. Although it is a rumor, you can give it a try. It might be that way." "A fool. Of course that is fake. It's a rumor. However, it's time to lower the steps for girls. Cao Mu doesn't say it straightforwardly. Then you can tell me what you are going to do now, right?" He took a deep breath of cigarette. "I can't just let me in, what should I do?" He pinched his tender shoulders and looked down at Delay. "Right." Sato Makako's voice suddenly became louder, and she was so, very magical. Obviously. At this time, she switched to a happy personality. "I will go to work as an undercover agent tomorrow with a suspect suspected of an arms smuggler. If he can be caught, it will definitely be a great achievement. But recently, the Metropolitan Police Department has not had enough staff, such as Shiratsuki and Takagi, who are all on duty. So I want to ask you to help me. Part with me. Partner? Handle the case." To be honest, Cao Mu didn't want to. He is now exercising every day, and he is fine to ask Fei Yingli to trim the lawn and make up for the loopholes. Just now, Cao sent a message to a queen, "Yingli, I want to get a legal loophole tonight. It means I don't want to sleep in separate rooms anymore." The opposite side replied soon, "Come back quickly." Of course, there is no need to say much, you can understand it. This is a bit difficult. After all, I'm quite busy now. Some other cases need to be handled, and you may not be able to get out of here. Snap. Immediately, Makako Sato's eyebrows were raised at this time. "I'm so weak. You took away all my advantage just now. Do you actually don't recognize anyone now? What's the case? You've been very idle lately." Suddenly, I was pitiful again, as if I was acting cute, twisting my plump buttocks. "Officer Cao Mu. Help others. We have been watching this case for a long time. Even colleagues have sacrificed their lives because of this before. If you weren't there, all your efforts might have been wasted." "No. In your mental state, still dealing with a case?" Cao Mu was speechless. These 7 personality switches are so fucking fast. Who can withstand this? Ding. Radar reminds that your ambiguous object, Makako Sato, has been targeted by both of them, and the danger index is extremely high. Please be cautious. The target location has been generated for you? No. The matter of the female yellow-haired woman has not been properly handled yet, and 2 more suddenly came? The pressure suddenly increased. As for why Makako Sato triggers the anti-radar, he is not surprised. Except for not applying for admission, everything else is awkward. Can this not be considered a close woman? If this is intercepted by another man, wouldn't it be a huge poison? Then he will definitely not be able to bear it now. Okay. I agree. But you have to agree to my request. Cao Mu took the opportunity to make a request. Sato Makako blinked her cute big eyes. What are the requirements? I'm angry now. 014 Makako Sato vomited. Damn. What are you kidding? Sato Makako slapped the table and hugged her chest angrily. Although she was shorter than Cao Mu, she still looked at the other person with a disgusting look of looking at the garbage. Although this is simply a reward for some special groups. But the latter is obviously not that kind of person. Alpha man, no explanation. He turned around and left. Don't leave, Officer Cao, is he wrong? A soft voice came again. Have to switch personality again. If this situation can be stable, it is actually quite interesting. It is equivalent to 7 melons on a vine. Think about it. I'm a violent and savage girlfriend. I'm a slut who wants to beg for nothing. I'm a sad lover. Tisk. What a pity. If it is a time period to switch back and forth, it will be too explosive and no one can withstand such abuse. Cao Mu still wanted to go back and explore the legal loopholes first. Find a sense of taboo at the lawyer's wife. When he thought of putting down the bun and turning into 2 horsewhips, he began to breathe a little rapid. Good brother, where are you going? But I never thought that a gentle and warm body suddenly came up. This look, the watery big eyes reveal an extremely charming feeling. It seems like drowning a person inside. The pink and plump lips twitched slightly, and it felt like you would break the skin and bleed. Makako Sato's long legs are slightly rubbing, straight and slender, making them typical supermodel legs. The calves are very thin, but they have muscle lines, and the thighs are almost as thin as they are, but they are more resilient. Such beautiful legs are perfect except for a little bit of flesh. It is a typical practical weapon. If you carry it up, the visual impact will be quite explosive. However, given that there are still a few people outside eavesdropping, it is really not suitable to start the devils carrying guns here. No. I said it wrong. I was carrying the Japanese gun. No. Cao Mu was speechless. Can't your personality be more stable? Nowadays, Makako Sato is like a cat, well-behaved and obedient. But what about later? During the verbal dispute, I suddenly switched my personality. I became a violent woman. Then in shame and anger, what should I do if I suddenly feel a sudden loss of my lips and teeth are cold? He didn't want to make a decision inexplicably. You dare to give it to me now and you don't dare to ask for it. Compared to the stimulating play in the police station, he still feels that his health is more important. Even if there is a super gene potion that can repair damage. The trauma in my heart is not something I can easily make up for. Tada! Walking out with your long legs. Seeing the man leaving, Makako Sato was also a little anxious. It's not that easy to switch. I have normal personality during the day, but at night, my emotions will fluctuate inexplicably. If you keep immersed in a certain emotion, it will not be so easy to switch personalities. You believe me? As he said that, he raised his proud chest. Not stingy. It's so generous. Cao Mu couldn't help but take a breath. The same sentence. I originally wanted to scold him. But she was too big. Ah. He frowned slightly. You are like this, it's very difficult for me to do. Sato Makako rolled her eyes. Difficult to deal with? Then you still put your hand on my shoulder? And pressed my head down. Outside the door. Several people obviously felt something was wrong. It's been too long, right? I didn't expect it, it's so long. Yumi Miyamoto was a bit incredible. Officer Cao Mu is such a great man. It's actually possible to hold on for so long. Shiraoki Ren Saburo frowned. Yumi, can you not be so ambiguous? But then again, it's been quite long. It's indeed longer than us. Takagi Sug had left before, but now he is back. What's it for so long? Has Officer Sato and Officer Cao Mu been in there for a long time? What's going on in there, are they? His words are purely normal concern. I'm afraid that there will be some conflict between the two colleagues. Yumi Miyamoto, the old Saihime, smiled knowingly. It makes sense. You handsome men and beautiful women live in the same room, can you stay for so long? Something must have happened. Maybe Sato sees Officer Cao's shooting skills are good, and then proposes to discuss it, according to accident. Sato was shot out of the wound and was bleeding. She said that she started driving wildly. It's said that it has a nose and eyes. Shiraki was angry. Yumi, don't mess with Huang Yao. Can you put your mouth cleanly? It has been a day or two for Yumi Miyamoto to be unhappy with this dead dog. Cut. The person you think about with tears. Maybe you've already taken someone else's mouth. What are you anxious about being a joke about me? I'm so anxious that you are. Boiling sheep. You. The white bird was furious. But fucking, it really feels like it's hard to say. What the hell is doing inside? Can it last so long? It's just technical exchange. Both rounds of the competition have been completed, right? Broke in. He patted his head and was taken a deviant by Yumi's goblin. No. You have to knock on the door. Just when you put your hands on the door. With a creaking sound, the door opened. I saw a tall handsome man walking out. It was Cao Mu. Everyone, you guys have a long-lasting endurance, too. He smiled jokingly and then left. Everyone looked embarrassed. Hey. Some regrets, some doubts. What happened? Hey? Why are you all gathered here? Sato Makako was a little confused. Her tone is normal now. When desire receded like a tide, she had obviously returned to her normal master personality. Yumi Miyamoto took a glass of milk. Sato, I asked if you want some late-night snack. Hand it over. Sato Makako waved her hand and glanced at the white milk. No. Can't eat it. She felt a little uncomfortable in her throat. Shiraki handed over a piece of cream puff. Officer Sato, if you work overtime, you should eat some more. Sato Makako felt even more uncomfortable while covering her throat. Her face turned pale. No. Don't want. She really wanted to vomit. Then can I eat it? Takagi looked at Shiraki, who smiled and said, then I'll give it to you. So he took it, put it in his mouth, and the butter was stuck on his mouth. Eat with relish. It's so delicious. This tastes really good. Seeing this scene, Makako Sato finally couldn't help it, vomit. Miyamoto Yumi and others were shocked. What's wrong with you, Sato? 015 accelerate the rush, you say? It was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. Fei Yingri was holding a purple-black training whip in the room, her eyes lit up. I didn't want it to be like this. But if you have love and intention, everything will come naturally. The arrival of Asami Uchida is not only a pervert. It also made her feel a little crisis. After all, I am still somewhat different from Cao Mu. And at his strongest age, he can't even suppress the other party. This made her think of a way even more. That's why I decided to play prop battle. They are already in their 30s, so shame, and so on, they don't exist. Those who work as lawyers have faced many explosive things. I have seen too many things about distorted human ethics and moral degradation. All kinds of silver parties are just a little bit, and there are many clients like Xiaoshu. And the people in the upper class do the most obscene things, that is countless. Although she did not join the crowd and became a member of the depraved, she did not dare to say that she was an absolute pure stream, spotless. At least, my mentality has changed long ago. Those dark emotions are just because they are usually well disguised. Paralyzed by work. Blind by the ambition to become the greatest female lawyer in the history of the law. But suddenly, the accumulated dark side was unintentionally released today. The dark side of human nature can never be eliminated. When the light turns to darkness, the terrible abyss will swallow the reason of many people. Fei Yingri will not lose her mind. But she also needs a reasonable way to vent. And Cao Mu seems to have become his best partner. And the whip in your hand seems to be the best prop. Certainly. She wouldn't want to be whipped with a whip. And the target is of course the man who is terribly energetic. This is also for the other party's good, right? After all, my concubine Ari doesn't want grass to grow on her head. In order to avoid Cao Mu being reluctant, he will cooperate with him later. Fei Yingri also specially prepared a battle robe. This was bought by her deliberately looking for a female customer who specialized in selling professional supplies. The other party delivered the goods to her home quickly and thoughtfully took various confidential measures. A set of leather jacket and leather skirts are placed in front of you at this time. I also sacrificed myself. Although I almost feel ashamed now. I can't help but blush when I see this bold and unrestrained design. Isn't it just a little sexy? Although I'm a little older, I'm still young. Fei Ari was not too pretentious and immediately changed. After she changed, she took a photo and sent it to Cao Mu. Come back, get beaten. This is to make the other party mentally prepare. You will be less resistant later. And suddenly, the door knocked. So fast. Fei Yingli was surprised. Mom, can you come in? Her heart twitched. How could it be Xiaolan? Cao Mu, who didn't know that the good things were disturbed at this time, received news from Fei Yingli. Click on a 3D high-definition image and you will be in an instant. Very explosive visual effect. Her beautiful expression, high above, seemed to be a queen. The snow-white shoulders are downwards, and the delicate collarbone in the middle is delicate and three-dimensional, which can be easily raised for two fish. When I reached my chest, the white snow seemed to be pouring out. The exaggerated visual effects make people unable to move their eyes away. But I still moved it away. Just because this latex leather skirt is even more sexy and enchanting. The waist-tight design makes the waist that is not fully secured and looks even smaller than the slap. The two white, tender, and round balls that are upward in contrast to them, look even more mysterious and tempting. Half-exposed buttocks. Legs are white. A pair of black calf socks, sexy and seductive. Full of charm. Making you explode. So sexy. It's really too sexy. At this time, Cao Mu was not swearing, but commending. He never expected that, the cold and noble concubine Ari could still know how to dress. This set, a true buff edition set. Unbelievable. After the game starts, what height will the attack speed and critical strike be pulled to? And high heels. The black high heel of concubine Ari was slightly raised, just enough to reveal the red edge below. The red bottom is facing the sky, the edges are curled. One kick to the accelerator. Cao Mu accelerated his rush, and he vowed to let Fei Yingli's wife. After returning home, only the lights in the living room were still on. The door of Fei Yingli's room has been closed, and Xiaolan's bedroom door is also closed. Turn off the living room lights. He came to the door and twisted the handle. Yo! Still closed. Cao Mu smiled evilly, is he still playing hard to get with me? It seemed like someone sent me a message before. It is probably the woman Fei Yingli who wants to play something like I have to promise me a few conditions before I can let you in. Feel sorry. Alpha man, never compromise. Here. My rules are rules. There was a click. He directly twisted the door handle with great force, and after a slight sound, he began to hide his voice. Sneak in quietly. You play hard to get with me. Then I will play with you. Attack the enemy at night and destroy the enemy's spirit. It was already dark, and my hands were out of sight. Cao Mu didn't make any noise, he touched the bed and slowly lifted the quilt. His control over power is really perfect. A slight amplitude will hardly make people feel anything. After the quilt is lifted, you can feel a delicate body. I originally wanted to teach the other party a lesson so that this woman dared to play with her. But after all, you are the queen, so you can take your time. Yingli, your skin, why does it feel more tender? Do you have to thank me for the milk I gave you today? He said something that could add a little interest at the right time. Perception. It seems to be a little different. The skin is smoother and more delicate than in the afternoon. It seems that I suddenly became much younger. No. This is not only a young state, but also an extra, the taste of youth. Wonderful. The mature woman suddenly had the taste of a girl, which was so wonderful. At this time, the body in my arms became extremely tense and my breathing began to be rapid. Then, a high decibel sound came out. Ah! He was a little confused when he subconsciously opened his hand and wanted to push Cao Mu away. The chest pressed over. Of course. I soon felt something was wrong. This is definitely not Fei Yingri's voice. Is this Xiaolan? 016 Fei Yingri, what's wrong with some inexplicable expectations? Ah! The heart-wrenching screams made Cao Mu understand at once that this was not Fei Yingli. Iri Fei has that kind of queen character, she definitely won't have such a voice. If she really wants to make a sound, she will try her best not to reveal her flaws. Just as she did not easily show her weakness in court. She will deliberately grasp her own key, and then use an extremely contrasting expression to break through the other party's defense. But it's a pity. What happened to be an opponent like Cao Mu? Then it will be easy to get caught in the loophole. And the sound now? So frightened and immature. Lying in Fei Eri's room again. I think I know, it must be that girl Xiaolan. The light turned on suddenly. Cao Mu retreated to the closet. He looked at the confused concubine Yingli, and then at the shameless and angry young girl. If we only look at it from an artistic perspective, the current situation is of course beautiful. It can leave a strong mark in the history of photography. Because the few of them were a little confused, the light suddenly shone on the girl's delicate face and fair body. His facial features are pure and beautiful, and his high nose bridge looks very much like Fei Yingli. The thin lips are pink and cute. The temperament of a female student is unobstructed. The shoulders are very lined and narrow, both flexible and beautiful. And the next part makes people feel like they are full of members. Even this panicked expression is absolutely beautiful. But looking at the Vivian Airy, her expression became much colder, and it can even be said that some oppression was on it. She didn't say anything, but she obviously understood something. This situation. It must be that guy Cao Mu wants to attack him at night. But didn't I have sent him a message saying that Xiaolan is going to sleep with her tonight? Did he not receive it or what? Now he came in secretly and actually regarded Xiaolan as himself. This really makes Fei Ying angry. After all, that's his daughter. But seeing Cao Mu's expression was also confused and astonished, it seemed that he did not intend to do so. She had already reasoned out the truth. It must be this urgent ghost. Seeing that she was wearing a leather skirt and holding a horsewhip, she couldn't wait to come back and get beaten. Hee, little sword. Fei Yingri glanced at Cao Mu, what's wrong with you? Didn't I lock the door? Her expression was very calm and her eyes signaled that the other party should give Xiaolan an explanation at this time. Then he pulled over the quilt and covered the large area of spring light that his daughter leaked. Cao Mu touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. He knew that Eri should believe that he was not a ghost father who wanted to attack in the middle of the night. After all, if so, he should go to Xiaolan's room first. This is obviously a misunderstanding. I think there should be a little interest between husband and wife. Add a little more relationship between husband and wife. So I want to give you a surprise. I didn't expect that Xiaolan would be here. Sorry, Xiaolan, this time it's uncle who is reckless. I'll compensate you if you find an opportunity. It's quite embarrassing now, so I'll go out first. Turn around and leave. Fei Yingri has 1.5 words. Your explanation makes it seem like there are so many little things between us. It's obviously what started today. She comforted her daughter. Xiaolan, this is an accident. Your uncle Cao Mu didn't mean it, it was accidentally. He didn't expect you to come here to sleep with me today. Don't take this matter too seriously, he is not a bad person. Xiaolan nodded, Mom, I know. I don't really want to blame Uncle Cao Mu. Of course she also knew, and she would not make trouble unreasonable things. The probability of Cao Mu coming in deliberately sneaking into him is even lower than the probability of being hit in the ear when he was a king in a certain country when he was a speech. Looking at his mother. Mom, when did you do this with Uncle Cao Mu? Xiaolan cares more about this. There are two reasons why she came to Fei Yingli to live here. One is that the Maori little female wolf is completely distorted now. Not only will she go to the Kabuki Hall to find women, but she will even bring those women who are not good at home. This really made her feel chilled and disgusted. The second reason is that I want to come over to supervise Fei Yingli and Cao Mu. She knew that these two people should have no emotional foundation and had always slept in separate rooms. If I come over from time to time, or even sleep together like today, that way, I can prevent the two from taking a closer step. Xiaolan is definitely very selfish as she is. Dad can be romantic. But why can't Mom find a partner to live a good life together? But, she also wants to go back to the past. She has been looking forward to that wonderful home for 10 years. When I knocked on the door today, I just wanted to talk to Irie about Asami Uchida. The senior sister, who was suspected to be perverted, made her 3 views explode. But I didn't expect that the other party would let me wait outside the door for a long time, and it was a little unnatural when I opened the door. She probably had something. So I planned to sleep with my mom tonight. Then it happened that Cao Mu mistakenly treated himself as his mother, and then she was accidentally injured. Just treat it as a nightmare. What Xiaolan cares more about now is that the two of them have so many have you been long. There was no such sign before. Have they been having underground romances? Not so, right? How long? Fei Yingri was so smart, so how could she not know some of her daughter's thoughts? I said it was the beginning of today. I trust you, Uncle Cao Mu, do you believe it? She sighed in her heart. Although she was a little hurting her daughter's heart, she was destined to be unable to go back. He made me feel the soul tremble. Let me go back to my youth. Xiaolan, you should accept some things too. Xiaolan was stunned and felt her soul trembling. What does this feel? She also knows her mother, and she will definitely not be someone who can say stingy words. What does this mean? I don't understand. Okay, Xiaolan, let's have a break early. The conversation ended. When Irie got up in the middle of the night, she looked at the location of the door handle, and it was violently destroyed. She was a little confused. This guy, he's such a bull. Ding! A message was received. Where are you sleeping in bed? Awesome! What? This guy, want to come for a night attack again? I didn't plan to go back. But what's going on with some little expectations? 017 Xiaolan, Uncle Cao Mu is in good physical strength. left. After a long period of ideological struggle, Fei Yingri finally replied to the news. Some are a bit of a mystery. She quickly withdrew again. Using your toes, you also know what that urgent ghost is going to do. It must be here to conduct a night attack again. If it was just a little bit of fun between the two, to be honest, she still felt it was quite exciting. But Xiaolan, her daughter, is right next to her. If something happens and the other party knows, it will be more than just excitement. That would make my daughter's heart collapse and explode. After all, the character he established in front of Xiaolan has always been my cold and beautiful mother, my elite lawyer mother. If the Ka really comes here later, he will definitely not be able to resist it. A big drama was staged in the end. I accidentally woke Xiaolan up. Then we witnessed the shooting process of certain educational films with our own eyes. My personality collapsed and turned into my contrasting mother. My mother is a kind of slutty. Then I am quite a social death. He won't see it, right? Although the original intention is to be a little worried. But I don't know why, there is a little demon who is tempting himself in his mind. Fei Yingri's hands were shaking slightly. She felt, it seemed to be a little afraid that Cao Mu wouldn't see it. Another few dozen minutes passed. There seems to be no movement yet. He won't not see it, right? My mentality has completely changed. That very exciting feeling, it seems to have not happened yet. This made her feel a little disappointed. This also made the queen, who has always been noble and cold, feel a little alert in her heart, and her dark side seems to be being released more and more. Even Xiaolan is by her side, and she dares to have such an idea. That smelly bull. Deliberately teasing myself. As a result, I have no courage again. Snort. It feels quite a resentful woman. Then, Irie felt a little sleepy and began to fall into a state of half-dream and half-awake in a daze. Who doesn't have the courage? Cao Mu's sudden appearance made her not know whether it was in a dream or in reality. Why are you here? Fei Yingli was shocked. You are such a tall man, and you are still here to squeeze in a bed with us. Don't you feel ashamed? She said a little annoyed. Really? I don't even look at my body standards. 180. Xiaolan is not a child, she also needs a lot of space. If the bed wasn't located large enough, I really don't know what would happen. I'm pressing my hair. Fei Yingri couldn't help but be coquettish. At this time, she was like a little girl. It seems anger and joy. His eyebrows and eyes are picturesque. It's almost the same as Cao Mu's ex-girlfriends. Of course I came here to communicate with you. Irie, you don't want to stay alone in the empty room after seeing me, right? If you really can't sleep, then let's go to the kitchen to get some food. I've prepared a midnight snack for you. Fei Yingri rolled her eyes. Who wants to have a midnight snack with you? After you eat it, all your muscles are growing, I can't do it. I'm afraid of getting fat. I still feel a little uncomfortable now. This guy wants to stimulate himself. I advise you to eat less every day. Don't you guys who are doing fitness also need to control your diet? If you over-intake, your muscles will be in vain. And I warn you, never eat anything dirty outside. Or I will definitely not spare you. Cao Mu smiled. He would not agree with what Fei Yingri said. It is not an exaggeration to say that I have a perfect figure and perfect physical strength now. And on the other hand, no one understands women better than himself. What women say in their hearts is the opposite of what they say. At this time, if you really listen to her, forget it, that's it. That is the real big blow. If you don't drive the car at home, do you still have to hire a designated driver? Isn't that a top turtle? How many fools can there be in the world like Mao Lu Xiaogora? On the other side, concubine Irie was a little unhappy. Everything said. Why are you still like this? Is it not good to be restrained? Your figure will be out of shape by then. The muscles you have worked hard to train are gone. I thought so, but in fact, she didn't seem to object that much. One thing. Cao Mu is right. No matter how strong she is just a woman after all. It's a woman. I just need conquest. Those who look down on others are just not qualified. But Cao Mu is now. It shows a top-level alpha. Putting aside the secular worldly money, power, and status, it is very wild and powerful. Such a man actually makes her very irritating. And when the two left on the bed, my eyes opened. Xiaolan suddenly sat up. I felt a little breathless. Ho ho ho. Yes. She knew everything. My mind is already confused, half dreaming and half awake. It would be strange if you don't wake up. At first she thought she was confused. Was she drunk too much water? Then I couldn't control myself when I was dreaming. Later I found out that it was not me. There is another person. It seems that I'd better not come to sleep with my mother in the future. Everyone must have their own private life. Yuanzi had told herself that this would definitely happen when a woman reaches a certain age. But I don't believe it yet. I thought to myself, how could a person who is so cold in my mother? But reality slapped myself hard. Xiaolan leaned against the head of the bed helplessly and weakly, and reached out to hold her forehead. Mom, do you think I don't know anything? Actually, I know everything. I see. I won't be so selfish in the future. Today's successive stimulation actually made some knots in her heart open. I have always hoped that my parents would be reconciled, but reality shows that it seems impossible. The conflict between Kogoro Mori and Irie was too deep. And I seem to have a bit of double standards in terms of my feelings for my parents. Why can Kogoro Mori go out to find a woman? If he has his own life, he has to stop him? And Uncle Cao Mu is also pretty good, right? Just like Yuanzi said. Mom is the most powerful person you meet, the most powerful person at the age 018 stealth ability. Bugatti Veyron. Xiaolan thought a lot, but of course she couldn't accept it all directly for a while. Although reason tells myself that it is appropriate for my mother to be with Uncle Cao Mu. It's not the turn of other monsters to oppose it. But, it is not so easy to erase 10 years of expectations and wishes suddenly. While feeling selfish, I persuaded myself to accept reality. When I digest all this. She heard the sound. Someone is calling for help. Oh my god! Xiaolan suddenly got up from the bed, and it could be heard that the owner of the voice was in a critical condition. She didn't think much about it, put on her slippers and ran outside. Open the door. Sudden. I was stunned. No? Is it my own dream? Ah? Did you hear it wrong? She was about to turn around. The voice of help continued to come. The situation became urgent again. This is obviously not an illusion. Sure enough. I heard it right. He looked at the side with a strange expression. This is... Obviously, Fei Yingli was just sighing, not really asking someone to save her. It's like a different person. Xiaolan really realized it again. That old lawyer who has always been calm and wise. He is nothing like a little girl now. The queen of the law world has always been strong and will only strengthen her power on the prisoners and opponents and judge the other party's crimes. But now this scene. It seems that the lawyer was also sentenced to guilt. Who can understand the feeling of being refreshed again? This is no less than the crazy stimulation that the big shock brought to the little soul when I first took biology class. But once a person is numb, it seems that he can accept anything. Haha, it's so deadly. Xiaolan returned to the room. The call for help will still be heard from time to time come, but she knows that her mother is not in danger of life. Now, you have to worry about your own psychological state. It can be said that on this night, some people are happy and some are sad. She was also forced to grow up. In my own impression, my mother is the kind of person who is always calm and able to control her emotions. But now it seems to have a wild side. Woo, this bed. Xiaolan accidentally met the place where Fei Yingli had slept just now. Obviously a little embarrassed, she went to wash one hand. When I came back, I happened to hear a very happy voice. I want to give birth to you. So. Xiaolan's hands were trembling. God knows what she felt when she heard this sentence. It seems. Mom must be very happy. At the age of 30s, you have to give birth to other men. This must be true love. It seems that I really have to accept this fact. Don't interfere with the couple in the future. Lan, you can't be so selfish anymore. Xiaolan covered her quilt and prepared to go to bed, but not long after, she sat up again. Oh my God! Mom, can you let me sleep quietly for a while? This night, in this home, no one is destined to sleep. The next day, 8 o'clock. The always self-disciplined concubine, Irie, stayed in bed for the first time. When she stopped, Miss Ritsuyama called to care about the situation. She said weakly, I want to take another day off. Xiaolu, please arrange it. Delay all those itineraries. No. It's better just take a long rest. Well, I'm fine, that's it. I immediately looked at the man next to me who was actually practicing in the morning. Are you human? Cao Mu slapped the person beside the pillow. How do you talk? Fei Yingri snorted proudly. Abnormal. I warn you. Don't mess with me anymore. I want to rest. There is still work in the afternoon. She felt weak in her body. If she hadn't had her recovery ability seemed much stronger, she would definitely not be able to withstand these things. I secretly swear in my heart that if this guy comes again tonight, she must teach this bad guy a lesson with a horsewhip. Cao Mu smiled. He was really very powerful after taking the super genetic potion. It is really possible to do anything all day. Suddenly, a voice became more in my mind. Ding! Congratulations on your successful sign-in. Receive a reward of 1 snake spell and 1 Bugatti Veyron. A snake-shaped talisman appeared in his hand. The power of invisibility. He was quite surprised. Whether it is used in front or reverse, this thing is very beneficial. If you are a bad person, in a small way, you can follow the bed and help the neighbor next door sow seeds. In a medium-sized situation, you can go to the bank to get some pocket money. In terms of the big picture, it is almost one of the most powerful terrorists in the world. For example, it is really unpredictable to be assassinated. It is absolutely impossible to be as simple as being hit in the ear. It is definitely a family-friendly bucket package. However, Cao Mu didn't expect to be a bad person. He still likes to live a stable life. After all, what are there any benefits to offending the whole world? Hiding from all over the world, are you tired? Of course, it's just because Cao's ability is not enough for the time being. If he gives him countless lives, infinite firepower, etc., he might not be able to help but eat a real person. Turn rice flour market into Gotham City and the like. And the invisibility ability is used in the front direction. Sorry, Cao Mu didn't expect it. Maybe it's because he is a righteous person. If you beat Xiao Baga 2 times a day, you are already doing good things. Are you going to do other good things? Feel sorry. The merit value is enough. There is no need to do good things. Come in overtime. Cao Mu tried to say to the concubine Yingli on the side. The latter slapped his hand away with numbness and said angrily, if you touch me again, I will send you in. Yo-ho! On my bed, are you pretending to be a queen with me? Sudden. He had another idea. Snake talisman. Launch. Irie suddenly became frightened. She found in a daze that her hands and feet were tied up as if they could not move. What is this? Help! Snake! Cao Mu! Save me! The snake is inside! A heart-wrenching sound came out. Xiaolan, who was about to go to school, was irritated. Oh my god! These two, early in the morning. 019 The thief is dying and the yellow-haired woman. Xiaolan was surprised. Ding! Your adopted daughter, Ran Mori, is likely to be forced and threatened by Asami Uchida. Please be careful. The target location is being generated for you? Cao Mu's mind came out. The radar prompt sound appeared, but he didn't expect that the woman would come out so soon to make trouble. The thief is not dead. It seems that if you don't give you a little bit of pain, you really don't know how powerful it is. Hard. The fist is hard. It was not surprising that Asami Uchida was released at all, because this was not a big deal, so his family would come over to pay some fines to clear the situation. But he originally thought that this woman would calm down a little, such as reflecting carefully and not making such cleverness again. But I never expected that. I made a comeback so soon. It seems that I have to be careful recently. Even I solved this woman directly. A hint of fierceness appeared in Cao Mu's eyes. Killing someone, it's not impossible. After all, I now have the snake talisman and I am sure to do many things that transcend the legal boundaries. Nowadays, lawyers can only accept their own whip, let alone those rules that can only be used to bind ordinary people. Once you are invisible, even if judges and lawyers from all over the world gather together, there is not enough evidence. It was enough for him to say, "Don't scream at me." Of course, if you can't be a madman outside the law, try to be improper. It will leave some traces. There are still unconventional powers in the world of Kexu. For example, Lupin and his group. I don't know when they will make a guest appearance. He didn't watch the subsequent plot either. And Koizumi Akiko, the ability of such a magician is even more unknown. I don't know if author Go has strengthened this witch, such as letting the other party learn some taboo magic, super bundling techniques, etc. Judging from the previous state of Makako Sato, it is mostly true. The little witch will definitely know a few magic tricks that are not suitable for children. However, it hasn't reached that point yet. A pop sound. Cao Mu changed his clothes, then got out of bed and walked out of the door. Xiaolan is going to school, right? Lan Zhong is still wearing the school uniform of Daiden High School, with a blue suit jacket on her upper body and a white shirt on her inner body, which fully sets off her plumpness. The lower body has a pleated skirt, a little above the knees. The crystal white and tender thighs were revealed. It seems that you can pinch the water out of it with just pinch. The tempting breath of youth, just like a budding flower, people can't help but pick it. Ah! Yes. Xiaolan answered politely. Yawn. She couldn't help but yawn, her delicate face full of fatigue. Hey, why do you think your face is so bad? Cao Mu asked with concern, is it okay if I didn't have a rest last night? Xiaolan didn't know what to say. Don't you know why I have such a poor rest? If it weren't. I was so embarrassed. She didn't think about those games that only adults could play, and she forced a smile. It's okay. I just have some nightmares. Is that true? Cao Mu put on a handsome suit, combed his hair into the look of Teacher Tony, and opened the door. Let's go. I'll send you to school. Xiaolan's expression was a little surprised. Ah. Do you want to give it to me? She really wanted to say, Uncle, otherwise you should take a day off at home. I have been decorating all night. What if something goes wrong with driving with fatigue? After looking at Fei Yingri's shoes, she didn't seem to be like her mother going to work early. It seems. Mom is also very tired. All stayed in bed. Of course. Cao Mu stretched out his hand, hurry. You will be late later. What, you're still seeing me? But... Xiaolan hesitated, but saw the other party's expression of questioning, she still agreed. Oh well. Please trouble you, Uncle Cao Mu. The two walked downstairs. Xiaolan, you can change the name a little. What's the name? For example, call me Dad. Ah. Haha, your shy look looks like Irie. Xiaolan looked at her stepfather who was a little handsome, and her mind was a little complicated. The feeling of being cared for by others. It's so good. Maori Kogora doesn't treat himself like this. Not only won't be like this. I also have to mess up the house. Take all the rent at home to spend time and time. Recently, I brought the woman back and didn't care about my daughter at all. And this Uncle Cao Mu is different. Very good figure. Very self-disciplined. Some little humor. The energy is even better. I had been decorating all night and I still looked energetic and had no dark circles at all. He is in good condition like a bodybuilder. Is this your car? Xiaolan was stunned. In the sun, the Bugatti Veyron's body reflects dazzling light, and the streamlined design looks particularly elegant in the morning light. The car door slowly opened. She confirmed. This luxury car that looks expensive is Cao Mu's car. This is Bugatti Veyron. Shinichi Kudo sometimes reads some magazines and mentioned this sports car to himself. She only cared about the price at that time. It is said that the low-end ones need $1 million. In other words, at least, hundreds of millions of yen? Ah this! Xiaolan sat in the passenger seat and listened to the low and powerful roar of the W16 engine, and felt that it was like the heartbeat of a giant beast. The power of more than 1000 horsepower was completely awakened at this moment. Cao Mu did not explain. It's not that he doesn't want to install this comparison, it's that the system doesn't give him much money. There is a luxury car that is majestic. But fucking insurance doesn't cost money? Maintenance is not expensive? A year can be easily smashed by tens of thousands of knives. Just the salary of this little policeman, I can't afford it. Of course, since you have obtained the car, you must still install it. Wrong. Can it be called pretending when Mr. Cao's affairs? That's what makes people show their saints. Xiaolan didn't ask too much. She just felt like reading novels. Uncle Cao Mu seemed to be the Dragon King, suddenly turned over. 020 The young lady of the Suzuki family also likes Xiaolan? Xiaolan, although uncle is not your biological uncle or your biological father, I still have to say a few more words to you. When you are in school, pay more attention to strangers. Don't be picked up by others casually, and don't eat what they handed over easily, and drink the water they gave. Go home as soon as possible after school, don't worry your family. Cao Mu gave instructions on his temporary cotton jacket. He didn't have a daughter before, but now he can finally feel the thoughts of those who have daughters. Fearing that the cabbage in his house would be urged by the pig, a yellow-haired man suddenly came and stopped the ghost fire downstairs. He said, "Old Deng, take care of the car, otherwise you will break it." How heartbreaking that is. And what I am facing now is not just yellow-haired. The fucking damn head guy, want to ride my horse. You must be given all the ashes? Thank you, Uncle Cao Mu. Xiaolan felt a little warm when she heard these verbose words. Although my mother occasionally says this, she is busy with her career every day. My dear father is even more powerful. Now, there is one more person who cares about herself, which really makes her feel very warm. Yes. Remember to send me a message after school, and I will pick you up when the time comes. Ah? Will this be too troublesome to you? I'll just go home by myself. Trouble? Of course it's not troublesome. Do you know how many seconds it takes for this Bugatti Veyron to accelerate from 100 kilometers? 2.5 seconds. Come here. Isn't it just a matter of kicking the accelerator? Yes, it's quite expensive. At that time, I will have to apply for some driver's funding with Fei Yingli. It would be great if the system could give away some coins every day. But seriously speaking, Cao Mu was thinking about when the Dorobaiga amusement park incident happened soon and he would get the maple leaf gold coins by himself. Then, I'll bother you. Xiaolan got out of the car and said as she bent down on the other side. When she bowed, the tight shirt seemed to be unable to bear the pressure anymore. The poor shirt is also struggling between about to break and never break. This situation, to some extent, it is more attractive than those intuitive. It can even more stir the heart. He still hugged the pipa and covered his face. No wonder someone is good at this. And Mr. Cao was also sighing at this time. This is the tutor. I know that when I thank you, I should expose my naphthalene. Xiaolan. I really didn't expect you to find a handsome and golden sugar daddy. A somewhat playful voice came. Tada, a pair of hatreds on the floor. The first thing that caught my eye was a long leg, the lower half was wrapped in black over-knee socks, making the legs look straight and slender. And above the thigh, it was actually a silk thread. The skin-colored horse shiny socks add a bit of mystery and temptation. This adds a layer of charm to the originally limited thigh. The pleated skirt is very short, and it will not be exposed when it shakes with its plump buttocks. However, women obviously do not have the good habit of not wearing leggings. Under the short skirt is a pair of black leggings. The upper body is a grey vest and a white shirt and a short tie. The towering hills and mountains neither mean to break through the shirt nor look very bloated. Obviously it was specially customized. And this person with a baby face and big breasts is a person familiar to both of them. Suzuki Yuanko. Her short chestnut hair was dispersed and her appearance was not sealed by a hairpin. At this time, I turned my head casually and saw some purple and blue hair colors inside. How is it? Lan, my hair is good, right? Xiaolan was slightly shocked when she saw her good friend's appearance, and then said coquettishly. Yuanzi, what were you talking about just now? This is Uncle Cao Mu. You don't know each other. What sugar daddy? It sounds so unpleasant. The term sugar daddy is mainly in Europe and the United States, called sugar daddy. It mainly involves middle-aged and elderly men who tempt some women with good figures through money gifts and other things, providing mental massage and body massage. Both sides will get what they need. And on Neon, of course, it is quite common. There are many girls like Xiaoshu. Occasionally, they tell their boyfriend that they want to go back to the countryside to see the elderly, and then go to the Mercedes-Benz to rush. When I returned home with a full load, I coaxed my boyfriend and said, I bought a very sexy swimsuit. For example, some God-servant girls who wander on the streets late at night. These women are said to be able to become their gods as long as they provide food, and accommodation. Then, since they will serve you as a god, it's good to use your own soul. It's fine to use your own body. Anyway, it's the same thing. If you make them comfortable, they can make you comfortable too. Everyone still gets what they need. So, I have to admire Xiao Tian in this regard. I only do it because I can say that it is so noble and civilized. What other God-servant girl? Certainly. Is there any in Daiden High School? That's not sure. After all, haven't you performed it on TV? Some girls with difficulties in their families want to go to a noble school and become a hunting girl. It is best to catch a rich son-in-law. But I can't afford the high tuition fees. What should I do? Of course, I would like to find a Mercedes-Benz to support it first. Daiden High School can only be said to be considered a noble school, but it is not that noble either. There are many people who are either rich or noble, such as super rich women like Suzuki Yuanko. There are also very civilian students. Anyway, I have to say that there is any logic. I can only say that I will patch it when the plot needs it. Okay. I'm teasing you. Suzuki Yuenko pinched her best friend's face and leaned over her shoulders. The two of them could be said to be armed with each other. Cao Mu frowned when he saw it. No. This Miss Suzuki, are you too close to Xylan? Does you also like Xylan? 021 sit? What to do? Uncle, why are you looking at me? Do you want to fuck me? Suzuki Yuenko blinked provocatively. The rosy lips were slightly raised, and the three-dimensional facial features were delicate and fair. She pretended to raise her arms and stretch her arms inadvertently, but in fact she had many small movements. The shirt was slightly upward, revealing a smooth and flat waist of the water snake. There are some traces of exercise. The muscles appear smooth and firm. You can faintly see the vest line. Even, there is a navel nail. Such a dress can be said to be enough to make 98% of men with one head and two big shots, and directly attack speed is full. The youthful and beautiful body exudes a lively and sexy charm. Who can withstand this? Even if the jack comes. I can't stand it. Even if you just rotate your hair casually, your temperament will change at any time. If it has chestnut hair, it looks delicate and cute. If it is those colorful hair, it looks charming and enchanting. And what you are wearing now? Also bold and sexy. It seems that she is deliberately seducing, and it seems that she is just an innocent female student who mistakenly wore adult clothes. Different people must see this scene differently. If it is a blue worm on the brain, then you will definitely think that this is a burning cun. Isn't it to seduce others when dressing so sexy? Who believes it? Even if you say no, you must be pretending to be reserved and show off your aloofness. If you just look at it from an appreciation perspective, it may be slightly different. I have to say, the little girl's aesthetic is really good. Putting aside the lack of smoothness and freedom when showing off your charm, this outfit does touch many men's thoughts. What I want is this, a little dusty feeling on the pure girl. It will not be as good as some campus goddesses who can see from afar or play with it. It wouldn't be like a female college student in her 30s and 40s in KTV that only had a vulgar smell of makeup. Little girls' movies, dress like this. Will your teacher allow you to enter the classroom? Cao Mu looked like a cold uncle and said casually. His eyes looked at the other person's chest. The clavicle there is sunken, and you can raise two small fish. His eyes looked at other places without any hesitation. If you want to see, that's also a generous look. I wouldn't be like those vulgar men, saying, I don't like to read these things, but I secretly take out my cell phone. If you dare to wear it, why don't I look at it? If he really meets a girl, he will definitely take out his cell phone. Why do you dare to take a secret photo of me? Then let the other party see the strength of his East Asian strongman for 20 years. Suzuki Yuenko straightened her chest and snorted proudly, I'm not young. As if you want to cooperate with what she said, is that a word of Duan? It's really boring. Xylan. Why does your sugar dad look more serious than my old man? What a pity that he is so tall and handsome. Look at that chest muscle, so big. It's bigger than some women. But I'm not interested in muscular men, I still like those kind of creamy boys who are clean and clean. Speaking while saying. She placed her hand on Lan Jiang's waist. I can't tell you, this is a little interaction between my best friends, or do I really have any thoughts? Hiss. Cao Mu couldn't stand it anymore. He was very nervous now, and there was another female yellow-haired woman who had not solved it. If there is another one, how can you bear it? Moreover, this kind of female yellow-haired woman is the most difficult to guard against. No. Why are both so interested in Xylan? If the system hadn't prompted it yet, he would have gone over and stopped it. Certainly. In that case, I would probably be regarded as a strange possessive uncle. Oh, I seem to remember it. In the original work, Xiaolan seems to have been set up as a physique like a succubus. Hiss. Sudden. What did he think of? Some chills. As one of the popular protagonists in Kexia world, Xiaolan must be a lot of people. The best lovers are. The people who covet her can add up to the Gallic chickens from Tokyo. In those books, there are almost yellow-haired people, and they all have to go through the plot line of Lanzhong. Including but not limited to street vagabonds, perverted doctors in hospitals at night, classmates in school clubs, and so on. Even. It's late. Even Irie, concubine, tisk. Of course, Cao Mu also saw some discussions from book friends, but the current plot progress has not yet reached it. In order to make these plots so-called logical, the author of the groove sets Lanzhong a similar succubus physique. No wonder I always feel red when I see Xiaolan. I don't blame my father's love for deterioration. This is obviously a problem of setting. That's all right. Right. It's all about the author of the groove. I, Mr. Cao, have always been innocent. After all, he has sweared to God. Huang Tian is here, I, Cao, are irreconcilable with gambling and drugs. At this time, Xiaolan also looked at her best friend. Yuanzi, you're dressing so exaggeratedly, will you really go to the classroom like this later? Will it be so sexy? The garden usually wears exaggeratedly. But I didn't expect that I would be so rebellious today. Hi he, don't scratch my waist, haha, it's so itchy haha. She was so funny that her flowers were trembling. Yuanzi teased Lanzhong for a moment, and then looked at a Maybach parked not far away. Don't worry. I definitely won't let those stinky boys take advantage. This is just a temporary wear. I must change it first when I go in. Wait until I find an opportunity to skip class and go out to play, and then go to the car to change it back. Obviously. The setting of Yuan Zijiang in the book is to become more bold and rebellious. This is true for dressing, words, and deeds. Xiaolan was a little surprised. You still want to skip school? How is it? Do you want to be with me? Suzuki Yuanko bewitched and blew in her best friend's ear. No. Don't, my mom knows that she'll get angry. Yes, your uncle is still watching here. Then you go into the classroom first. I'll go to the car to change my clothes. And Xiaolan entered the campus first. At this time, Suzuki Yuanko walked towards Maybach in her high heels. Suddenly she turned around and smiled charmingly at Cao Mu. It has a bit of seductive and provocative smell. How about uncle? Do you want to come up and sit? Sitting. What to do? 022 waist test of Suzuki Yuanko. Cao Mu rolled his eyes. He had no stallion buff on him, so he wanted to spread his legs when he saw it. Although Suzuki Yuanko is a nerd, she is not a particularly casual person. Not to mention, I am her friend's mother's husband. No matter how brave this girl is, she will not seduce herself. But this book world. I don't know that this woman has arranged those hidden attributes by the trench author again. If you accidentally step on a mine. And I still have to deal with the matter of that woman's yellow-haired woman now. Previously, Duchita Asami's positioning was near her home. I think I just waited to squat Xiaolan and then forced to molest them. This method is too normal. Most of the little yellow-haired girls are defiled like this. Generally speaking, there are several steps. Use the drug first, and then finish it. Take the photo again and throw it on the other person's face, you don't want others to know. Finally, make some sweet words and you can turn the other person into your own shape. However, Cao Mu took Xiaolan one step ahead and sent him to the school. Duchita Asami also found out that something was wrong now and was rushing to Daiden High School. He is now thinking about whether to open an invisible buff and then just do this woman's yellow-haired woman directly, but, then again, Cao Mu has always been a person with rare food. Often, there is a grain of rice in the bowl, and he has to eat it clean. After all, this woman, yellow-haired woman, was also ravaged by herself before. The other steps between the two are almost the same except for the lack of import and export trade exchanges. Is it too hasty to kill it like this? Could it be that you will kill it after the game? That's also quite cruel. Then just break her straight. Cao Mu had a bold idea. This seems to be a brand new experience for him. It seems that I have become a little inexplicably excited. No, no, no. Don't be so perverted. But, isn't this world all perverted? While sitting in the car and thinking about a solution, he heard the sound of someone knocking on the window. After looking at it, I found that it was the girl Suzuki Yuenko. Lower the window. What? It's itchy. Cao Mu spoke so vulgarly. The latter was also stunned when he heard this. His face was extremely strange. It can be said that his quality is too low now. But when facing such a woman, you can't give her a good face. The previous temptations and jokes were for Xiolan's sake, so it was fine. Want to be a witch now? Hee hee. Do you really think that there are only 3 words alpha in front of the alpha man? What are the criteria for alpha? Leader. Strong. A sense of boundaries and control. Cao Mu had not been so qualified and kind enough before. But the other party repeatedly provoked herself, which was undoubtedly a little fairy who was trying to die. Now that invading one's own territory is undoubtedly an offense to the border. What are you so polite to such a person? Do you really think that you have 2 subroots and can be used as version T0? Not to mention, according to his logic, a woman's gender advantage is beauty. And a man's gender advantage is violence. If you give up using violence, wouldn't that be like fighting with others with a hindrance? He simply knelt on the ground and admitted defeat. What's more? Anyway, this is the world of the book. I still have superpowers, so I should do whatever I want. So, when he deals with such a woman now, he either makes the other party doubt his life, or lets the other party suffocate himself. Hiss. Suzuki Yuenko glared at her beautiful eyes, and at first she was surprised to go backwards, but seemed to have made some decisions. Instead, he leaned forward slightly and leaned against the car window. Uncle Cao, why are you so masculine? If you hadn't already had a wife, I would have wanted to date you. Let's see. This is the logic of some women. Her teasing is a trap at some point. It's a waste test. If you become timid and show a state of inconfidence, the other party will judge that you are a loser. It's a beta man. A turtle man who can only be a gift, a turtle man. Such a person is commonly known as the dead dog licking. And what kind of men will they look for? Of course, it is someone with a leader's temperament in appearance and inner self. People who can give them a sense of oppression and security. Only such a man has the value of mating with him. Some people may find it very exaggerated. But in fact it is not an exaggeration at all. In the 1980s and 1990s, in the early stages of the neon economic bubble, women had to bring 3 wallets when they went out. Coachman, meal ticket, ATM. I can only say that the current economic situation is not as good as before, the situation has improved. Certainly. What if Cao Mu didn't meet such a scumbag girl? Haha. Very few. Will a person like Araki like someone who likes an ordinary person? What are you trying to do? Photo by his lack of appearance, height, money, talent? Isn't it just the little demand in the gene? Maori Kogora is obviously a beta man, he was eliminated. And when he heroed up again with the help of Shinichi Kudo, there will be people selling their face everywhere. And a person like Suzuki Yuenko is even simpler and more crude. Like a black-skinned sports student, it means that she is more animalistic. Cao Mu will also conduct waist tests on women. Of course, you won't miss it when you meet a good woman. What you meet is a bad woman. Of course, you will not let it go. If you want to be sexy, come up. If you don't want to be slutty, just get out. Cao Mu took a casual look and then lit a cigarette for himself. Waist testing has begun. Suzuki Yuenko did not disappoint him at all. She got into the car and closed the door. The long legs were put in. The lines are exquisite and smooth, and the skin color horse oil socks are very impactful. It has a mysterious temptation and mature charm. It can be said that Chi Bai's short skirt could not cover her plump buttocks at all. Cao Mu discovered a feature of Suzuki Yuenzi. It seems, this woman's setting is plump than other women's buttocks. How many? I've been sealed by Shen He these 2 days. Can I survive until it's on the shelves? Do you guys give some data to comfort me? 023. Damn it. Such a dirty name. The tender buttocks couldn't be wrapped like leggings. If it weren't for the fact that there was a layer of stockings, they would have almost exposed themselves. And the moment when Suzuki Yuenko sat down, the burden was almost smashed in front of her. She sorted out her clothes and saw Cao Mu looking at her directly. After thinking about it, I finally pulled the tie on my chest slightly away. I don't care at all if I have any places to be exposed. This is the legendary. Xi Yang Yang saw it, Fei Yang Yang couldn't see it. To be honest. Shy, that must be shy. But this Uncle Cao is so special. Others will be concerned about gender, afraid of being gossiped, afraid of being scolded by the woman in person, and afraid of losing face. Or just worry about identity. As a big one, how can you look at the small one directly like this? Bah! Are they from the younger generation? But this Uncle Cao was not shy about it at all. Uncle Cao. Cough cough. Suzuki Yuenko had never smoked cigarettes and felt a little choked. You look at me like this. What should I do if Xiaolan and Aunt Irie find out? She asked tentatively. This time, it's not a waist test. She was just simple curiosity. I knew something about Cao Mu before. It seemed that it was because of saving concubine Eri, who hit the other party and was demoted. What else? Except for the impeccable appearance, there seems to be nothing that stands out. Isn't such a person very careful when he is with the Queen of the Law? Look at you. Cao Mu smiled disdainfully. You are in my car, do you think I'm looking at you? Of course, those in my car are mine. Didn't you have such mental preparation before coming up? I asked you to go and be sexy, you still have to come up. Did you say you owe it? Vulgar and direct. He is actually labeling. He implanted a Peugeot tag in his mind for a little girl like Suzuki Yuenko. Of course, the real situation is almost the same. Just like this. If you don't take action, you will be successful by other yellow-haired men. Tianya will suffer the consequences instead of taking it. If there is no such thing as a magnanimity, it is hard to forgive the laws of heaven. Moreover, although Suzuki Yuenko is not a particularly popular heroine in Kexu world, she is also quite awesome. The person is called the enlarged version of Xiao Ai. I don't know what effect these two will have when they compete in the same bed together. I'm afraid that both of them will be surprised that the other party can be so similar to him, right? However, it seems that doing so will add difficulty to your counter-task. Never mind. You can gain superpowers by signing in every day, so what is the point of suffering yourself? Who made me the older brother? For the sake of my younger brother. I'll be tired if I suffer a little. Yet. Suzuki Yuenko's face looked rosy, and there seemed to be a pool of spring water in her bright big eyes. I don't know when my shoulders started to slip. The white and tender shoulders are straight and smooth. The sunken clavicle is delicate and compact. It seems that people can't help but take a bite. The deep lines make people involuntarily slide into the abyss. I have to say, this is indeed a natural beauty. At least. This is how the groove author sets it. It's really a big deal. Uncle Cao, do you dare to go even more than that? Suzuki Yuenko is like a little demon, her voice has the purity and innocence of a girl. There is also a little charming and teasing. She regretted it after she said it. Although I am usually careless and drive whenever I say I am. But at this time he was so bold. It still makes me a little too surprised. Too burnt. I am really, it's very burning. He would actually say such words to a opposite sex who is so much older than him. Not to mention it. Uncle Cao is also Xiaolan's stepfather and the husband of the queen. If they knew about this. Hiss. I would be a little cold to think about it. But, there is another voice in my mind that encourages myself to do this. Every day when I wake up from a manor of several thousand square meters, the driver will drive from one end to the other when I go out. Endless banquets and endless etiquettes. The young master who can't meet. I also want to be silly with those celebrities. Boring. The days of rich people are so boring. That's why she cherishes friends like Xiaolan very much. Although the food Lan Zhang brings her food is not as good as the food made by the star-rated chef at home. Although the living room of Lan Jiang's home is not even as big as the toilet of her own. But she still feels that being with Xiaolan is the happiest time. Suzuki Yuenko is only person who feels supreme. She now feels that she is with Cao Mu. I am like a person. A woman. A man who is about to be conquered. So. After shyly lowering her head, she raised her head again. Some expectation, expecting the other party's impoliteness. And Cao Mu naturally would not disappoint her. Comment casually. This sock is not suitable for you. It's so dusty. You should wear something innocent and cute. If you want to go through the contrast, just wear black stockings. Roaring. Accidentally. Suzuki Yuenko's horse oil socks were torn. It was broken in an instant. She began to panic. Not. Why is the quality of these socks so poor? After all, she is still a pure little girl. No matter how rebellious I am still shy in my heart. Cao Mu sneered, you have already gotten in the car, why are you still pretending to be barren here? But at this time, it can no longer be as rough as before. Being an alpha man doesn't mean to be a vulgar person. Just like a gangster, he may be a fan of student girls and is considered very masculine. But in the eyes of a slightly educated person, he is still a gangster who is on the horse. He reminded. You seem to have bugs. Suzuki Yuenko was immediately nervous. Ah! I'm most afraid of insects. This smoke is so choking. Obviously not used to it. Suzuki Yuenko coughed constantly, and her tears were about to flow out. The first time smoking, this is the secret between us. Uncle, you can't go out and talk. She is now afraid of this top alpha man. What to steal food? There seemed to be no concept in the other party's head. Not afraid at all. For Cao Mu, he originally wanted to kill a girl with yellow hair with a mud cart. But suddenly I got a prompt. It seems, the other party's plan has changed? Ding! Uchida Asami's suitor Nagasawa Inaki was planning to lure Xiaolan out, and then he was stunned by the drug and sent to the hotel. Please be careful. 2 red dots appeared in my mind. One is located in Asami Uchida, which is in a hotel. There is another one, is nearby. Damn! Return to the well to study? Is this name so fucking obscene? It's you, Furid boy. Cao Mu looked at a vulgar man wearing glasses. At this time, he was sneaking, and was investigating the situation at the door of Daiden High School. 024 Cao Mu, the Lord doesn't care. Oh? There's another acquaintance. When Cao Mu was planning to teach the little red man a little bloody lesson, he suddenly discovered another character. A flat-headed man, 1.8 meters tall, wearing a black suit and a white shirt. Look at the figure, look like a model, look like a waiter. The eyes were sinister and fierce. The passerby looked at it and felt like they were about to get slapped twice. The whole body revealed a breath of no one entering the world. This is Gillen. Okay. I decided it was you. He suddenly made an idea. At this time, Cheng Gillen was walking on the road. He fled from T-Egg Island to Zyrize and found that he still had nothing to do. It is impossible to work. In this life, I can only cut down people and collect protection fees. Fortunately, his figure is tall enough. For the short-legged Bagajong, it is simply a big kill. And he is cruel and ruthless, and knows some ways to win over people's hearts. In addition, there is a dog-headed military advisor named Venerable, who win over many foreign vagrants at the bottom of their lives, and it can be regarded as a small club. But despite this, life is still a bit difficult. After all, Xiao Baga had a tattoo after drinking astringent, and the rice flour citizens were tough, and there were fewer murders every day. Just when I was planning to go some extra money business. Sudden, a voice came into the ears. Cheng Gillen. Dong. As if someone clenched his heart violently, Cheng Gillen stopped. Who? He touched a handful of Glock on his waist. If you have a disagreement, you must use American-style living together. In this place, no one will call himself this name. They are all called boss. Strangers will only call their neon name, Panashi's first kill. This name comes from when he first arrived here, he killed a man named Panasonic. Could it be that the enemy has been chasing him until the beginning of his life? Where to hide? He can't see it. There is a completely open area around, and there is no hidden figure. And the person who speaks, is naturally Cao Mu, who has already turned into an invisible state. His current dynamic vision can fully capture the flight trajectory of bullets and avoid the speed. Not to mention one Gillen eye. Even if you go together, you will not be his opponent. Do you believe in miracles? Cao Mu started pretending to be a god. He knew that Gillen had a characteristic when he read the notebook, that is, he believed in gods. It's just because this guy burned incense and worshipped God after being diagnosed with cancer, and then healed himself in the first stage. I don't know if it was misdiagnosed or if there was a miracle. Who are you? Cheng Gillen looked around vigilantly. Just kidding, what god would come like this? And it comes here in the little days. Someone must be trying to mess with him. Cao Mu stood in front of this man and saw that the other party was so nervous that he could not see his own appearance at all. I find it a little funny. You can take out your holy grail, shake it 9 times, please tell God's will. If the 9 results are the same, you must agree to my will, otherwise God's punishment will come. Cheng Gillen is out of trouble. He couldn't see where the other party was at all. Listen to the sound to distinguish position. Please. The sound comes from all directions, you can't pull out your gun and shoot it randomly. Is it really God? He was a little confused. This kind of thing is too ridiculous. Although I haven't finished elementary school, I can't believe this kind of thing casually. But I suddenly got lung cancer and was cured, isn't it even more unfair? I struggled for a while. Finally, with a look of shock and confusion among passers-by, Cheng Gillen took out the Holy Grail from his small bag and started to throw it. The first time, the 2 fronts are yin cups, which means that the gods disagree. Damn Lin! He went wild, and it turned out that someone was playing tricks on him. Sudden. Crazy. The cup corners have changed. It becomes 1 positive and 1 negative, it is the Holy Grail, which means the gods consent. Cheng Gillen was completely stupid. What the hell is going on? How can it change? Never before. I haven't heard of it before. Impossible. He was not dazzled just now, nor did he see anyone making trouble in front of him. The people around him were just a little curious about this kind of street performance art and would not obstruct him at all. Cao Mu, who was invisible, continued, "Continue." Of course this is what he did. Look, stealth ability can not only be used to make Sir, but also to some positive ways. In the original plot, Gillen I was also a black glove character as the protagonist. The plot is mainly related to violent incidents, and it is a rare character without Cao Pi in the book. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, although he felt a little strange, Cheng Gillen still started throwing the Holy Grail for the second time. This time, it's 2 backs, for a smile cup, which means that the gods advise you to think twice. Then, something that made him swear again happened. The 2 backs have become 1 positive and 1 negative, and it is the Holy Grail again. Let's get to the north. Cheng Gillen really wanted to run away just now. This Holy Grail is not clean. There is dirt on it. Stop! Cao Mu scolded coldly, "Continue to throw. I really don't dare to leave. Is it really a god? No. It may also be some evil god." But Cheng Gillen really believed it. And next, he threw it honestly 7 times, some of which were the Holy Grail, some were not, and those cases that were not will eventually become yes. "Big, sir. What do you want me to do for you?" Cheng Gillen was extremely frightened. He could not blink his eyes when he killed someone, but when faced with such a ghost-like matter, he was respectful and fearful in his heart. "Do you need incense?" Cao Mu's lips slightly raised. "No. I want you to deal with someone who is disrespectful to God. It's the furried boy at the entrance of Daiden High School. I want you to find a few people, fill him up. Want to be a little yellow-haired? That's not just death." His eyes showed cold and cruel things. Cheng Gillen showed a surprised expression, but he still agreed. "It just so happened that there were a few Ascens under my command, and they were very hungry. It can even be said to be quite outrageous. Recently, I have started to think about the exhaust pipe of my car. I discovered it last time, and I don't know if I have done it before. It makes him feel very disgusted when he rides it." "Do you need to kill him?" Cheng Gillen asked. Cao Mu smiled coldly, "Lord doesn't care. 025 Work harder. This is God's will." At the entrance of Daiden High School, Nagasawa Inaki, wearing glasses, also felt that he was a bit sneaky now, and the security measures at Daiden High School were relatively in place. Many of these aristocratic high schools are children of big names. He has to find a way to get the goal out quickly. It's just that being an outsider, whether you want to get the person out or go in by yourself, it's a bit troublesome. It is best to wait until the other party comes out by himself, and follow the bed and get it. Get some drugs or something. This one is called Ran Maori, the family background is a little amazing. After a little checking the information, Nagasawa AI found that the goal was somewhat tricky. The other party's mother is a super barrister who has never lost in her career for more than 10 years. He is known as the Queen of the Law. And my dad is also. Although I don't know how famous he is, I am also a detective. Haha, is it more exciting? He doesn't want to wince for these reasons, but instead finds it very challenging. Maybe it is not necessarily possible to unlock hidden dungeons. Nagasawa Iju's personality is quite extreme and dark. In the original world of K-Shwet, it was the person who could make a brutal case that directly set fire to pick up girls. Not to mention in this adult world of Kexu. His negatives were further strengthened. This Maori Ran is a top-notch. His mother, Irie, is also a top-notch. Maybe after you get her in a while, take some photos and send them to the sexy and coquettish lawyer, and you can threaten it again. It's okay to get some money at that time. Maybe this great mother will even surrender to help her daughter. Anyway, I just agreed to Asami and helped her take the person over, but I didn't say I didn't let him play. Tisk. Maybe I can get a qualifying match. The more I think about it, the more exciting it becomes. Nagasawa AI was thinking very well. My heart is getting hotter. For some reason, since he saw the photo of Maori Ran, he had an idea in his mind: he must get her. First of all, this student girl must be the best. She has a pure and cute appearance, so big. There was a hint of charm in his eyebrows and eyes. As a veteran of Yupai's countless flowers, he was sure that this must be a young man. Nowadays, the astringent meeting. Don't say that college is loose and high school is tight. If you want to find a clean one, you may have to go to kindergarten. Too many likes Yashu. Like Asami Uchida, this woman is still pure in college, which is so rare. So, Nagasawa AI Shui treats the other party as a goddess, Bai Yue Guang. In this era of fire, such women are really rare. He didn't expect to use those dark means to directly take down the other party. But now, I have encountered another top-notch. In the end, his inner desire defeated everything. He swore that he must make a table of landlords today. Teach these two girls well, how to become a man. Or else you'll find those sluts to help me trick that woman out. A trace of fierceness flashed in Nagasawa's eyes. Although he looked down on women's uncleanness, he was keen on firing every day. Because those women are really wonderful. As the president of the university's Reasoning Research Association, he has a little talent. Especially in an environment where detectives are particularly popular and highly worshipped. Relying on his little talent, although he is not as popular as Kudo Shinichi, he is deeply loved by women from 80 to 8 years old, but it is still okay to trick a few little girls into bed. From time to time, some women who are given free gifts because of the filter halo will come to you. He had a few chess friends who played chess together in Daiden High School. But for these people, Nagasawa AI usually rarely contacts him again. Not only because he is only 1 or 2 inches, but also because he thinks that those women are dirty and cheap. What should I cherish when I send it to you? Unless it is the very best one, you can find it occasionally and then discuss it with each other. What? Is the other party unwilling? That's not tolerant of them. Nagasawa AI Shui also has a habit of recording the status of all the women she is engaged in. It can be called neon light. And these photos will be put on the 92 platform by him. It is definitely not for charity to benefit the public, but for making money. Of course, he will definitely code himself. Except for a few top-notch ones, they will stay by themselves and threaten the other party. There are only a few top-notch in Daiden High School. I just asked them to help trick the girl out. I believe they would not disagree. Just do it like this. I will open another room at that time and I will send it to Asami after I finish playing. It seems that I have to prepare a few more bottles of blue pills. I feel a bit overdrawn recently. Nagasawa Yishui was holding a cigarette in her mouth and started typing. He soon sent a few messages in a group. I believe that the girl who looks simple and easy to cheat should not refuse the invitation from her classmates. These uninformed girls are like this and lack vigilance against strangers. He is very experienced in these aspects. Nazawa AI? I want to see if you are really a human being. He. Suddenly, a few slightly vulgar and greasy voices came over. Your mother. Nagasawa AI Shui felt inexplicably as if she had been teased, and her resentment in her heart became heavier and heavier. He raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. But his face changed. A group of foreigners with simple clothes, dark skin, dirty skin, and great sensation surrounded themselves. I heard the other party's curry-flavored neon words just now. Nagasawa AI Shui felt something was wrong. Hardness, people. You want it to what? Get away. It's so disgusting. It's really disgusting. These people are so smelly. Cao. Who is touching my butt? He became frightened in an instant. I don't know how these dead perverts are targeting me. Mad, Don't you go find so many white thighs in Diden High School? What are you looking for yourself? Save. He was stunned by the word fate without saying it. Then he put on a sack and sent a car. A group of hard people, like wolves and tigers, began to rush to the forefront. A man in black suit, who was 1.8 meters tall, ordered, "Terror harder." His pious hands clasped together, "This is God's will." Maybe it was because the dose of the mist was not enough, maybe it was because Nagasawa learned that he was more resistant to the drug, so he woke up halfway. Subconsciously, he stretched out his hand back. "Then put it in front of you, blood, blood." He didn't know how many hard threesomes were in front of him and behind him. His eyes turned black and he fainted again. 026 Hope it won't break. The car door opened and closed, and after Cao Mu came up, he immediately received admiration from the little girl. "Oh my God! How did it do it? Tell me quickly. How did you do it?" Suzuki Yuenko grabbed his arm and shook it, and most of her sluts kept swaying. Her eyes were as if she was looking at a god. "Why did you suddenly disappear just now? It seems to be invisible. That man in suit was so scared by you, right? That's amazing. Is this a trick? Or can you hypnotize everyone at the same time?" Just now, after Cao Mu got off the car, he suddenly disappeared, and that scene happened. This move really surprised her. This is much more powerful than turning into a pigeon. It was at that moment that Cao Mu's status in her heart soared again, more than 10 times better than those jiggies who only know how to put on makeup. It turns out that he is a top alpha man, and he can do such methods. Is that right? Tell me. Suzuki Yuenko continued to act coquettishly and didn't even mind sending fermented tofu. The steering wheel was forced to be fed a wave of thrones. Is it like the Jingtian demon stealing group? What, is there any optical principle behind it? Or what? Just tell them. How could she know that this is a real superpower? After all, there was always a big detective around me before, and he kept saying magic tricks are all tricks to deceive people. Bang! Cao Mu slapped his unhonest buttocks, neither big nor small. "I'm so crowded that I understand. Are you not afraid of getting angry if you accidentally get out of trouble?" Suddenly he was a little more like he wanted a more practical Maybach. Although Bugatti is handsome, the space is too limited. Here. At most, the whole saliva chicken. Where can I start an event? If it were Maybach, it would be different. You can just set up a mobile place. Quite nice. Okay. Get out of here. I still have something to do. Cao Mu has no idea of continuing to get entangled with this girl now. He also has to solve another danger, Duchita Asami. This is the source of all evil. This time, we must teach the other party a severe lesson. If you can't conquer, then you can kill it. Although I don't have the habit of touching a woman, I can't be merciful when I touch the problem of refraining the scale. What are you going to do? Go. Bah. What does it have to do with you? Get out of here. Well, Suzuki Yuenko acted coquettishly. She is becoming more and more curious about this mysterious uncle. A little policeman could actually drive a Bugatti Veyron? Although it may be rented. And there is also a trick that can turn yourself into something you can't see. The most important thing is that it was the first time she saw such a manly man. Although he just called himself a little bitch or something. But she doesn't hate it at all. I've been in class for a long time, and I wanted to skip school. Take me with me. I can help you. Why, if you want money or people, I can help you. Cao Mu was too lazy to tug at this girl in the end and kicked the accelerator. What are you going to do? The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Go and deal with a woman. The two of them went to a luxury store first. Get off. Cao Mu opened the car door. Suzuki Yuenko was a little confused, what are you going to do when you come here? Didn't you say you want to deal with a woman? She is still thinking about this question. A policeman, want to deal with a woman? Why does it sound weird? How many people should I show you how to change your clothes and wear them so coquettishly? Cao Mu's tone and attitude were extremely bad. This is because this woman is just taking this trick. On the other hand, what he said was his own heart. Since I have already planned to put Niu under my crotch, I naturally have to follow my own standards. It can be worn coquettishly. You can be as coquettish as you want. But only watch for Cao. In formal occasions, you must behave properly. Oh. Suzuki Yuenko did not refute this feeling of being ordered, was inexplicably a little exciting. At home, she doesn't give her face to her father and mother, who made her sister Ayako Suzuki feel weak and married the consortium, and now the only heir to the Suzuki family. Suzuki Yuenko has always been fearless. So I dare to commit all kinds of rebellious behaviors. The two entered the specialty store together, and Cao Mu lit a cigarette, but he had no habit of helping women pick clothes. The waitress wearing shredded pork said politely, "Sorry, smoking is prohibited here." She pointed to a sign that was no smoking. At this time, Suzuki Yuenko came over, took out a black gold card from her pocket, and placed it in front of the no smoking sign. He said, looking like a big breeder, "You go out. Let me and him choose here." The waiter with great vision immediately bowed 90 degrees and apologized, "I'm sorry for the two distinguished guests. Leave the space to the two of them." Suzuki Sonoko chose a very high-end patterned underwear. Green lace and snow white contrast each other. It is enough to stir the flames in people's hearts. "Look at it. Is this set good looking?" she asked tentatively. But someone doesn't seem interested. Cao Mu spat out a mouthful of smoke rings, "Hurry up. Don't be ink. The most annoying woman is silly in the mall. Pick it quickly." Sudden. His gaze lowered. "Try this to test the cotters." In the fitting room, Suzuki Yuenko stretched out a white lotus arm. "You really don't want to come and have a look, don't you?" she said lively and lively. "The space here is quite large." One of his long legs also stretched out. White and smooth. Slim and tender. It has a strong attraction. Forget it. Let her be willful once. Haha, this time you will be the opportunity you have to fight for. Next time, don't think of taking advantage of this. Cao Mu still looked like he was giving the other mouse a juice. "Walk in. Hold the little head with your palm and go down." 027 No, what should I do if my toy is broken? Can you tell me what you are going to do now? The Bugatti Veyron is driving on the road, and the speed is not very fast. With a pop, Suzuki Yuenko raised her head and could see Cao Mu's chin. She is quite dedicated. "Didn't you tell me? I'm going to deal with a woman," the latter just said lightly. When it came to a traffic light, Suzuki Yuen raised her face again. "Who is that? Really? Ahem. No pain at all. You can just treat such a good thing as a trash can." Although I am secretly thinking about being treated inappropriately, I am still a little girl after all. I still feel a little unhappy without getting a little gentleness. But this man has too strong oppression. She really dared not complain easily. What if someone didn't take her to play with her? Damn it! I am really cheap. Ami Uchida, one of your senior sisters, is also a female yellow-haired woman. Cao Mu smiled coldly, "Dare you covet my woman? Isn't that asking for death?" "Ah!" Suzuki Yuenko accidentally knocked her teeth and her mouth hurt a little. The amount of information was a bit large, and she didn't react. "A senior sister, is she a female yellow-haired woman?" She knew Asami Uchida. Wasn't that mature older sister who liked Shinichi Kudo before? She knew some of this gossip before. How could it be a female yellow-haired woman? And I still like Xiaolan. Uncle Cao Mu, did you just say that Xiaolan is your woman? You heard it wrong. It's my daughter. I heard it right. It's just a woman, you won't think. Bang. The slap on the tight jeans hip line, Cao Mu snorted coldly, how dare you talk back? Woo. Suzuki Yuanko was so wronged. Snort. A man with double standards. Just allow you to talk back, don't I? Woo-woo. Suddenly, she asked carefully, then can I call you dad? I and Xiaolan are like sisters. And Xiaolan's stepfather isn't that his father? I called that. That's very reasonable, right? Cao Mu was not surprised at all, it's up to you. He has seen too many such women. At the beginning, it was naturally all kinds of reserve, and I had to turn off the lights. But once the city gate is lost, it will be completely two faces. Not to mention fathers, it is not impossible to let them be vague. So the same thing. To conquer a woman's heart, you must conquer their bodies first. Cao Mu has always been a practical person anyway. He doesn't care about eternity, he only cares about having for a moment. The result is, it's the bottom line. Those things like I will take my surname when the child is born, how can I live without you? His fists were hard when he heard it. Arrive at a hotel. The two went upstairs directly. Cao Mu knew the location of Asami Uchida very well. At this time, he looked at Suzuki Yuanko, who was eager to try, you really want to be with me? The latter nodded and rubbed his cheeks that were sore. I didn't expect that senior sister was so perverted. She even stole Xiaolan's clothes. After watching the video, she also learned that Nagasawa Inaki wanted to feint Xiaolan. I also want to vent my anger for my sisters. Miss Suzuki values sisterly loyalty the most. Let me leave it later. What kind of tortoise shell binding? I know a little bit. She said with a gaze. Cao Mu didn't say anything else, and started knocking on the door. Then, the snake talisman was launched, and the two of them held hands, so they were invisible at the same time. The door creaked open. A mature and sweet woman opened the door, and it was Asami Uchida. She was wearing a white long skirt, and the thunder on her chest was still extremely majestic. I was wearing a pair of white shoes. The whole person gives people a quiet style like a big sister next door. I originally thought that Nagasawa learned it, so I dressed up very traditionally. After all, Asami Uchida doesn't want to wear it too sexy in front of a opposite sex. But when Xiaolan arrives, she will definitely not be so reserved. Why is there no one? She saw that there was nothing in front of her, and there was no one at all. Wu Suzuki Yuanko covered her mouth suddenly. Almost made a sound. She was shocked when she saw that the perverted girl with big breasts really didn't notice them. Is this hypnosis? Or is it really invisible? And Asami Uchida also sent a message to Nagasawa Iju, of course he would not be received. Someone is still drinking soy milk. It's strange. She was about to close the door, but suddenly she felt a great force and her whole body could no longer control her body. The door closed with a loud bang. Next, something terrifying happened. My hands and feet began to be oppressed, as if there was a rope wrapped around it. Help! Help! Uchida Asami screamed in horror, but her mouth was blocked by a sock. I could only watch myself tied with my hands and my legs and feet. A very shameful posture was presented. Are there ghosts? She was creepy all over. The invisible monster is ravaging himself. Suzuki Yuanko looked at Cao Mu as if she was seeking credit, meaning, look at whether I tied it up or not. The latter slapped her on the buttocks, meaning to hurry up. If it weren't for watching Neuer's previous lip cleansing service, he wouldn't have let the other party be willful for so long. Ahem. Miss Suzuki began to become serious. Ami Uchida, do you know what crime you committed? Who? Who is speaking? Inside panic. Uchida Asami could only look around in horror, her eyes turned around, and she could only hear the sound, but she could not see anyone. After the socks in the mouth were torn off. Follow me, repent. Missive word. It's just death. Suzuki Yuenko's voice wanted to become fierce, but it still lacked the deterrence. But at this time, Asami Uchida could only nod her head obediently, without any intention of resisting. She really felt that she was being targeted by ghosts. Too scary. I thank heaven and earth. Suzuki Sanako said a line she learned from a certain clip. Uchida Asami didn't react, but then he was beaten. Hiss. It hurts so much. Follow me. Cao Mu stopped him. Although this woman is not to be cherished. But thinking that the follow-up will be useful, I will break her now and it will not be fun later. Suzuki Sanako also found that she seemed to be using force a little harder. So I stopped exerting so much force. Continue. She scolded. Uchida Asami could only obediently and shouted in panic, I thank TND. I thank my parents. I thank my parents. I'm endangering the world. I'm endangering the world. I am a sinner. I am a sinner. Until the end, Asami Uchida even fainted. I don't know if it's because I'm too scared or my body can't bear it anymore. 028 Lessons from Well Learning. I figured it out. When Asami Uchida woke up again, she found that there were two more people around her. A tall and handsome face evil. It's someone she is very familiar with. Cao Mu. It was this man who almost ate herself before. Zioxu still remembers the feeling of that man now. Certainly. It's just a simple way to go. But despite this, this woman who has never had any intimacy with other men is deeply impressed. It can even be said to be a nightmare. After all, in a sense, this is also her first man. In Neon, there is a big difference between women. Some of them have been brainwashed by foreign masters' long spears and short cannons and become kun-kun, who can do the best in humans. Only pursue physical stimulation, let's talk about spiritual needs. Who made this a fucking era? It's not okay to have money. Moreover, the above also encouraged these women to use their bodies to earn foreign exchange. To put it more extreme and fairly, Xiaobaga was able to rise rapidly in the last century, to a large extent, because these women were working hard to earn foreign exchange, but they are not recognized now. And a small number of people adhere to the one in the Confucian cultural circle and pay attention to some integrity and shame. This is Uchida Asami. Yes, it's you. She looked at the man in front of her in horror. Could it be that she was just a dream? Of course not. My hands and feet are still tied, the legendary, tortoise-shell binding. She couldn't break free. This is definitely the work of a master of rope art. If she moves, she will feel ashamed, and it will hurt a little. Why are you here? Uchida Asami's last memory is that she was punished by a god or a ghost and repent of her sin of wanting to molest Xiolan. Afterwards, I was beaten with scars, so I fainted. Cao Mu's lips slightly raised, of course, it is to punish your sins on behalf of God. Don't you think you could clear your sins just now, right? Under Suzuki Yuenko's training, this woman just now explained her own purpose. The original plan was to let Nagasawa Ijo trick Xiolan, and then Asami Uchida pretended to cook the rice into cooked rice, and then use the Stockholm plot to turn this simple little white rabbit into a toy. It is worthy of being a yellow-haired method. Except for the gender, I think there are no other details. If it hadn't been for the timely action and asked Nagasawa Inaki to send his Inaki, I don't know what the consequences would be. So he is really angry now. I even wanted to just get rid of this woman. But there is an additional Suzuki garden here, and when I fooled Cheng Gillen before, Cao Mu had more inspiration. He decided to use the snake spell to shape his identity as a god messenger and tried to reverse this woman's stature fetish. Of course, although I have been determined to put Asami Uchida under my crotch. But it is obvious that this female pervert will not be respected in anything. In the end, I must be kept by my side as a small sword. Right. Just a high-end pet. God, God. Asami Uchida panicked. Is there really a god? Neon has many beliefs. There are also many shrines. If you want to say you don't believe it, you are still a little afraid of ghosts and gods. If you want to believe it, that would be outrageous. But the fact that I was stripped of my hammer just now was really happening. There were no people here before, but now there are 2 more people. Isn't this a miracle? What do I want to do it? A stinging sensation came from my body. Suzuki Yuenko was not ruthless just now, but she left red marks on this woman. And some of the marks have begun to dissipate. However, Asami Uchida has never suffered such grievances since she was a child, so she couldn't stand it. Now that my spirit has collapsed, it is naturally what people say, it is. Your evil to Xylan has not been judged yet. God wants me to help you turn your stellar fetish. Do you understand? Cao Mu pinched Uchida Asami's delicate chin. Looking at the other person's confused and ignorant appearance, he said simply and directly, it is to make you fall in love with a man again. And, in order to make you a chaste person, you can only like a man in the future. Do you understand? This sentence cannot be said to be without any skills, it is simply simple and crude. Not even brainwashing. But, Amitsuki Uchida. In a strange environment, in an environment where you cannot control yourself, human instinct will make them surrender to all existences that are stronger than themselves. To seek a sense of security. Just like a hostage being taken, it will become able to understand them because of the sudden tenderness of the robbers, and even think that they have their own difficulties. This is the hostage plot. A kind of self-PUA. Self-domestication. Only those with strong self-spirituality, firm hearts, and independent and perfect personality can ask for the influence of this environment, fight against your fragile heart. But, Uchida Asami is obviously not such a person. Even Kudo Shinchan's remarks can become self-PUA and begin to like each other. She looked confused and frightened. Then, what should I do? Cao Mu looked at Suzuki Yuenko beside him. Sangzi, come here to teach her. Good. The latter walked over with his perky buttocks twisted. His perky buttocks almost burst out the jeans he had changed into before. Uchida Asami's eyes widened immediately. What? How could this be done? Can this still be done? She cannot be said to be a pure person, but she is indeed a short-sighted person. Before, the relationship between men and women was very vague. Later, I fell in love with Xylan by chance. Now, she found that, she seemed to really start to like men again. No. I like Cao Mu. So. Not long after, she began to look like a scholar Suzuki Yuenko, and gradually became uncontrollable. 029 System Rewards. Death Warrior Panel. I'm running. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving a crisis and receiving a reward, Death Warrior Operation Panel. Cao Mu, who was enjoying lip cleansing service, heard the voice from the system. This reward made him feel extremely surprised. Death Soldier. With this thing in hand, it will be much more convenient to do a lot of things by yourself. If you have someone under your command, you can form a force, and you will be loyal and don't have to worry about the other party rebelling. For example, if I deal with Nagasawa AI and let these dead soldiers take over. Even if they were allowed to die, the other party would not have any hesitation. Certainly. The men of Asan who handed over to Cheng Gilin, are probably the same. Those extremely hungry guys can turn lizards into third sister-in-law. Nowadays, Nagasawa Iju is probably filled with ears. With the dead warrior, many bold ideas that I had thought of before can be realized. For example, robbing the bank, playing real person GTA. And if anyone doesn't like it, it's just a suicide attack from 1 nitro, disulfide, and 3 charcoal. As long as the other party dares to show up, even the Prime Minister will kill you. Let me see how to operate this thing. Click on the panel. I found that the number of dead soldiers that can be summoned inside was 50. Summon a dead soldier with a 10 point coupon. A little coupon corresponds to 100 yen. In other words, you can buy a death soldier for 1000 yen. Fortunately, these dead men can be recycled and put back into the panel space. In other words, these dead soldiers can get bugs without having to undergo dietary and medical treatment, etc. After the crime is over, it will be taken back and it will be done. End. The panel also provides a weapon store. What surprised Cao Mu was that the weapons in it were too cost-effective compared to the dead soldiers. It's like a Glock 48 that costs hundreds of dollars, and there are only 20 points in it. It's equivalent to buying one for 2,000 yen. A Browning Hell Canyon is worth thousands of swords, and it is only tens of thousands of dollars converted here to yen. Too ties and cheap. He had the idea of becoming an arms dealer. It's a pity that it's a pity. Little life is not Lao Me, and the firearms here are not yet legally held by everyone. Unless he can now participate in Mayor Miwa and successfully promote the Firearms Act. Then tell everyone, if Anpai bought the latest assault rifle produced by our company, he would never have ended his life easily by a troll. If Chuanpu had worn a tactical helmet at that time, he wouldn't have been knocked out by anyone. Moreover, there are several giant beasts in the East Asian monster room. Relatively speaking, it is not a key place for strategic conflicts. There are fewer wars, so it is not easy to sell if you want to sell yourself. Certainly. It's not impossible to make some money. For example, wineries and Nissan Club, such large organizations will have arms transactions. Lao Chin can drive armed helicopters to bomb Tokyo Tower. Just now. I almost started the capital. For this, Cao Mu was not in a hurry. Whether it was sleeping with concubine Iri or letting the little rich woman Suzuki Yuenko burst into some gold coins, it was not difficult. Just doing this is a little bit conflicting with his alpha man's code of conduct. What he thought more was that after K Shue's timeline was chaotic, he would get the maple leaf gold coins. It's time to solve your problem. Turn around. Do what you should do. Uchida Asami seemed stunned. Then, of course, you are obedient. She felt that her previous behavior was a bit perverted. I found that I felt that I was a bit extreme when I like women. But after being trained, he followed the will of the gods. Now we have finally turned back to justice. At this time, he automatically set up a punishment posture. She needs repentance. 2 white knees were kneeling on the bed, and their tight waists sank slightly. The peach-like buttocks lean forward. The plump and fleshy curves exudes a mature charm. Looking from the front, you can see the deep abyss, as if you want to suck all your eyes into it. The chestnut hair was straight and smooth, spread on the smooth and straight back. Uchida Asami's beautiful face was shy and timid, and occasionally showed a hint of charm. The eyes are narrow and long like a fox. This seems, it's a bit fascinating. The waistline is like a fierce horse. Not to mention that it is a man who sees it, even Suzuki Yuenko has to admire it at this time. This woman has such a good figure. The talent is really too proud. I originally thought that Xylan's Dallin had a top talent. But I didn't expect there were any experts. I don't know if I can reach this level after I grow up. It's really very moist. Unfortunately, it is a mirror. Now I'm going to be educated, haha. But Cao Mu never thought about letting Suzuki yard beside him. The main thing is that Asami Uchida has to teach her a lesson. Let her know why the flowers are so red. Things still need to be distinguished from the primary and secondary. After all, it was just a verbal brainwashing. Whether this female pervert will recur the old problem in the end is still a question. Only by experiencing the baptism of imprints can this woman realize her mistakes. At this time, it was Suzuki Yuenko's turn to open her eyes. No. Sudden. She regretted it a little, regretting that she hadn't said just now, "Ace pilot, apply to fight." Ding 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 ding. In the end, Suzuki Yuenko didn't wait for her chance. Because Cao Mu waited for his phone number. Sato Mikako's phone number. Cao Mu-jun. The target has appeared, come quickly. Are you so anxious? I can't get out of here. Hey? What are you doing? Are you exercising again? Is almost the same. When can't exercise be done? If the goal is running, it will be troublesome. Come here. Hey? Cao Mu-jun? What are you doing? Ding. The alcoholic party that your ambiguous partner, Mikako Sato, is going to attend, is potentially dangerous and risk of losing her virginity. Please be cautious. 1. The system prompt sounds. Ziba. Cao Mu could only reply, I know. Send a location and come here immediately. A pop sound. No way. He couldn't get out, he could only get out. Who made Go Ari's yellow hair appear again? 030 When the police handle cases, they need to tell evidence. What does it have to do with me, Mr. Cao? How are you? Are you okay? There were only 2 Suzuki Yuenko in the room. She looked at Asami Uchida, who was exhausted with concern. This is the same as if the whole person is going to be broken. Woo! But the latter obviously had only weak sobs, and she no longer had the strength to speak. I could only passively lie on the bed. The smooth back lines were extremely elegant, and the body was undulating like a fierce horse. Just because of the burden on my chest, I supported my beautiful body. Suzuki Yuenko is not young anymore. But when she looked at the woman in front of her, she still sighed that she had not developed enough. Fortunately, I am still young. It's so tragic. I'm a little scared. While nervous and exciting, she was still a little scared. The scene in front of her was really impactful. The big shovel entered the tight school. Have to. This time I really started to experience it. However, Uchida Asami also has her own help and help behind him. Maybe not what I thought. Hiss. I'm a little confused. The original expectation turned into some worries. But I was worried and eager to try again. It's quite difficult. Do you want to enroll Uncle Cao Mu in school? This is a problem. While Suzuki Yuenko was still thinking seriously, Cao Mu came to a clothing store based on the address. Mikako Sato is waiting for herself here. A dark red silk dress with a light and flowing hem. As the footsteps moved slowly, it was like a swaying flame in the wind, revealing a white calf. Wearing a pair of golden high-heel strapped sandals. The collar of the dress is not low, only revealing its snow-white skin and elegant collarbone. The eyes are deep and the red lips are full. The cheeks were like roses, bright and radiant. He was holding a small silver handbag in his hand. The whole person's temperament is noble and generous. Elegant and calm. Take a step. Click. Some sprained ankle, and Mikako Sato almost fell down. Have to. It's still the desperate Sun Yang who is not used to wearing high heels. What did you ask me to come here for? Cao Mu looked at the clothing store in front of him. Aren't you going to meet your target? The red dot in my mind is not here. Let you rent a dress. Mikako Sato grabbed each other's hand and walked into the store. There are no clothes and no hospitality there. Damn it! Am I still not dressed? Cao Mu was speechless. Yes, this little suit is not cheap. It was bought for 1 month's salary. However, he did not refute in the end. After all, the police department was reimbursed. After tidying up his appearance, he became more and more energetic. Even Mikako Sato, who is wearing high heels, has to be shorter by her side. The two of them walked on the street, attracting the eye like a supermodel. It makes people think that this is an internet celebrity coming to bomb the street. It even caused a sensation around it for a time. "Let's go, get in the car." The two arrived at the nearby parking lot, and she was about to walk towards her Mazda. "You drive Mazda, who is stuck if you don't get stuck." Cao Mu pulled open the door of his Bugatti Veyron with his backhand. "Come on my car." Sato Mikako was shocked. "Officer Cao Mu, have you robbed the bank? This car is not cheap." "It's not just not cheap, it's just so expensive. A luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars. Renting for a day costs a lot of money." Cao Mu disdained to explain. Then the two drove to a high-end club and entered the exhibition hall. After presenting the invitation letter, someone sent 2 masks. "Mask dance? Are you serious about this party?" He couldn't help but complain. Mikako Sato was also confused and shook her head slightly. "I don't know what the hell is going on. He just said that he wanted to contact me and let me come here to attend the cocktail party." Cao Mu rolled his eyes. "So, in fact, there is no progress in your mission. If someone spills the bait down, you will be foolishly hooked. There is no support, no evidence. Even others have already made your policeman identity clear. Are you called undercover lurking like this?" He really couldn't help it. This is so stupid. As expected, he is the heroine of the book world, so there is basically no IQ online. If you are so smart, you will not be threatened by all kinds of yellow-haired small things, and you will start to be frightened and then commit to the other party. And when they encounter danger, they all want to jump into the fire pit. The kind that can't even stop it. Awesome. So fucking classic. Mikako Sato also explained helplessly, that guy had a very clever way of committing the crime, and it seemed to be deliberately targeting the female policewoman in our police department. A colleague was killed before, and no last evidence was found. And his identity is very sensitive, and the police department cannot investigate too much, so the public security side has greater power. This time, this guy took the initiative to come to me. He said it very clearly. He just wanted to date me, but he didn't care whether I was a policeman or not. Although I know it's dangerous." Her expression became firm and determined. "But this is the righteous mission of our police." Cao Mu couldn't help rolling his eyes again. "Remain the mission of justice. Do you mean you know that there is a tiger in the mountain and you are going toward the tiger mountain? You are called 1,000 miles away. Big fool comparison. If I hadn't followed me, your virtue would have been eaten, trampled and ravaged into various shapes, and it would have been here to be righteous," he decided. After discovering the mysterious yellow-haired man, he directly sent the Death Warrior to kill the other party. No future troubles left. Police need to pay attention to evidence when handling cases. But, what does it have to do with me, Mr. Cao? Since the other party dares to extend his claws to his woman, he will also let the other party know what cruelty means. There is no chance of being imprisoned with puffs. Fuck it to death. The cocktail party began, and the two of them didn't see anyone coming to meet. "I dare not eat anything randomly. I'm afraid of having drugs inside." In a room, a man with corn head and thick lips was wearing sunglasses and watching the scene in the surveillance video. These two people are both very good. 031 Simple puff making process. If Cao Mu was on the scene, he could recognize this person at a glance. He was the confidant of Rum, the second in command of the winery, and his code name was Binja. A person who loves women's clothing is so perverted. His thick lips were obviously of South American blood. It is not strange for people in that place to have some strange stellar traits. At this time, he stared at the two people in the surveillance video, with a lewd light that others could not see. This man has a good figure. This long legs. This chest muscle. It's even better for Makako Sato. I like this dress very much. Bingjia touched his chin with his hands, crossed his legs, and looked at the scene in the video. He has a special hobby for some professional women. What about flight attendant, lawyer, judge, policewoman? And it's best to be the top one in the industry. The higher the woman, the happier she feels when she conquers her. This is actually the psychological characteristic of many men. Animal nature rooted in genes. When I keep talking, I just say sister picks me, but in fact, it's still a few, or just follow the trend and play with memes. If you really let those feet be placed on yourself, that can only be said to be stinky. Many people can't accept it. Mr. CAO said, how about fairy, what's going on? What's wrong with the goddess? Your goddess doesn't eat, drink, defecate and urinate? Is it delicious for your goddess to shit? Although the words are vulgar, the truth is this. Certainly. Nowadays, Bingjia is completely unreasonable. When he saw the big white legs that were faintly visible under the red skirt on the screen, his eyes became more and more intense. Looking forward to the picture of carrying it on your shoulders. Tonight, I will take you down. Binga stood up and then walked towards his private room. In the hall, Cao Mu picked up a piece of dessert and put it in his mouth and chewed it. The taste is pretty good. I tasted another salmon sashimi. I still can't eat this kind of sashimi. Makako Sato was still looking around. Why did you eat? Aren't you afraid of drugging from the other side? You are smart, you are a fool. Tell me you're stupid, you're going to be smart again. Cao Mu rolled his eyes. Didn't you see that everyone around you tried poisoning? Eat whatever you want. Is there such a bad pen on the opposite side that I want to poison so many people? It doesn't matter if you have genetic potions on your body, which can remove negative buffs. If he is really poisoned, he will take it out and take a small mouthful. However, with the strength of your current physical fitness, it should be that ordinary toxins will be fucked to death if they come in. While eating, he looked around. The key entrances and exits are guarded by 5 large and 3 thick bodyguards. There is no need to guess, and we also know that these Byang must have guns in their hands. So although he knew where the boss Huod Cao was, it was not easy to summon the dead soldiers and kill the other party directly. I have to wait for the opportunity. And this opportunity didn't wait too long. I saw a tall woman wearing a long blue dress walking over. Sexy and plump lips. White and light-skinned skin. All facial features are very generous. But Cao Mu almost vomited after taking a look, because this is a fucking woman. It is also the deadhead who wants to attack Makako Sato. Is this the damn pervert Binga? He recognized this women's clothing boss. This look is almost exactly the same as the female suit boss in the original submarine. Hello. My name is Gris, I'm very happy to meet you. Bingjia had no idea that his true face had been seen through by the man in front of him. He was still playing his own tricks. This is a little bit of personal bad taste, just my top makeup technique, there will definitely be no flaws. And now, reality takes advantage of the identity of the previous business tycoon Glass to hold this silly female policewoman. Open another women's trumpet and get close. Without knowing it, the other party will only put aside its vigilance towards itself. And all he has to do is to drug it. The latest researched love medicine is organized. Tisk tisk. The following is a simple process of doing puffs. If you play well, leave some souvenirs, and it is best to turn the other person into your own toy. You can also lay a chess piece that may be useful in the future in the police station. If you don't have fun, then don't blame yourself for being ruthless. Directly destroy the corpse. Anyway, there are no evidence of those wastes from the Metropolitan Police Department. As for this man, Bingjia also looked at Cao Mu. He was still a little interested in that aspect, but it was okay. Depend on the situation, decide whether to take down the other party. Of course, you can also try to flirt. So. He released an electric eye to the latter in a very bad mood. Hard. The fist is hard. Cao Mu's breathing became heavy, and he wanted to kill this pervert with one punch. Summon. Death soldiers can choose to randomly place and fixed placement. The fixed placement position is anywhere within a radius of 100 meters. He chose the bathroom. 5 dead soldiers were released. I bought 5 more Glock pistols. 100 coupons were spent, totaling 10,000 yen. When guests come in, they are all searched. Mikako Sato has no weapons, but her own weapons are in the portable space. At the moment, those dead soldiers walked out of the bathroom, and no one suspected that they would have weapons hidden. But the bodyguards were a little surprised. Why are there so many men in the toilet suddenly? Did these people hide inside when Nantung was clearing the market before? You, here. It's not that Sato Mikako doesn't have any doubts about the woman in front of her, but she still wants to reach out her hand politely. But I saw Cao Mu blocking him all of a sudden. Wait a moment. This lady, it seems that someone is looking for you there. He pointed to the other party's back and said. At this time, 5 dead men of different sizes and genders were walking towards Bingjia quickly. As a code-level member of the winery, the latter's perception ability is undoubtedly keen. And those bodyguards were also very skilled and noticed all this from the beginning. How many? Cao Mu is a little good sadly. If it weren't for the silly woman Mikako Sato, the plan wouldn't have been so radical. Binga turned around slightly and saw several people quickly pulling out their pistols from their waists. Bang bang bang. The gunshots were loud. He was so scared that he was so heartbroken. Cao. So many fucking people? So many guns. Immediately rolled around and rolled to the side. Although he was very skilled, his arm was still scratched by a bullet. Grandma. Binga also pulled out his gun and fired quickly with his backhand. Bang bang. 2 dead soldiers were killed with 2 shots, and then they were covered by firepower by others. The bodyguards were stunned. How could 5 gunmen appear in such strict security? They also shot out their guns and shot. The scene was messed up. 032 compete with me, Mr. Cao, do you have that strength? A fierce gunfight broke out at the scene. To be precise, it was the Death Warrior who was unilaterally crushed. It's not because their individual soldiers are too poor, mainly because there are too many people on the other side and they have guns in their hands. And the 6th brother Bingjia ran away immediately after shooting 2 people twice. Only 1 high heel was left on the scene. The other guests also fled the scene as soon as possible, and only a small number of unlucky people were hit and accidentally injured. It can be seen that these people are either rich or noble, because there is actually a professional medical team who rushed over to help with the wounds as soon as possible. Baga. Sato Mikako became red and warm, and punched the pillar next to her. These people are too brave. They dare to commit crimes with guns here. The delicate face was full of anger. As soon as she swears, it means that the personality of angry has appeared. It's at night. Secondly, the current mood fluctuations are relatively large. Bang! Sato Mikako fired a gun into the sky without saying a word, took out her police officer's certificate and began to maintain order on the scene. Police! Let down your weapons. I have to say that this woman is really brave. If the ones on the opposite side are all super gangsters, they can definitely make countless loopholes in her 360. But she was extremely angry now. The shooting is really bad. Even in the Sin City of Rice Flower Market, it is not that common. Not to mention that so many people died at the scene. At least 5 or 6. This case will definitely be on the front page of tomorrow, and it will definitely accuse you of angrily, what are you doing for? The pressure the police department has to bear can be imagined. Cao Mu can only maintain order together at this time, let go of his weapons. He was speechless. This silly girl, can she have some brains? No, sir, you didn't see the gun opposite you, obviously is more obvious than you. So brave? The gunmen on the opposite side looked at each other, hesitating whether to kill the two policemen. After all, they are both Binga's younger brothers and are peripheral members of the organization. The identity and background are somewhat unclear. Once you enter the bureau, the person who is sentenced to the least sentence has to squat for more than 10 years. I don't know what those who assassinated the boss are. Forget it. Retreat. The few people did not dare to take action in the end. On the one hand, this is the woman the boss likes. If the other party loses a hair, he may have to lose one part. There is also the assault on the police. This is a bit of a big charge. The best result is to leave this place as soon as possible. There are so many high-ranking people at the scene, and I believe these police officers will not do anything randomly. A salary of several $1,000s a month. What a life to do. Stop. Don't leave. Sato Makako still spoke one of the most useless lines, but who knew that the other party would not miss her at all. Bang. So she fired and threatened again. Those people were a little stunned, and the outlaws had already started running towards other places. Bang bang bang. 3 shots in a row. Yo, are you wrong? It was Cao Mu who took action. I have to say that his shooting skills are actually very inferior. But dynamic vision is really too awesome. It's like Hawkeye, playing these small party dishes is like playing. I originally wanted to hit them in the head, but some hit the ears and some hit the eyes. He didn't want to deliberately pay tribute to the assassination of a very unpredictable killer. But the next few are tribute to the legendary assassin on the mountain. Break the chests of these gunmen into pieces. One shot of a child. Officer Cao Mu, you. As fierce as Sato Makako, she didn't expect Cao Mu to be so decisive. The gunmen were killed in just a few shots. The marksmanship is terrible. The ferociousness is also shocking. Silly woman. The latter said angrily, if you don't kill them, are you waiting for them to kill you? The people who were still left at the scene were either full of thoughts or had a lot of ideas. Of course, I have to kill these people. Bingjia's minions naturally need to be pulled out if they should be pulled out. Now is just the beginning, and he will have to lift the kid's ashes after that. A woman who covets me? Competing with me, Mr. Cao, do you have that strength? The smell of blood on the scene was quite pungent. When Officer Migu and the others arrived, they were all completely shocked. What's going on? Sato. Cao Mu. I need an explanation. He knew that these two people came to this club to lurk, but why did such a serious shooting happen? The death toll at the scene exceeded 10. This is a major case. When the press conference is held tomorrow, the entire police station will apologize to the public. This is also a bit blamed by the senior executives of Miwa Market who took office. What do you have to say? This is one of the safest cities in the world. The result is a criminal case every few days. Either murder or murder. Nowadays, shootings are so frequent. Damn. Another day, those terrorists will be bombing the Tokyo Tower in armed helicopters. The two briefly explained the story. It shows that a group of mysterious people suddenly attacked a woman, and then a fierce gunfight broke out on the scene. Mr. Cao takes one as 10 and brings any evil to justice. It is worthy of being the Tokyo Wolf Warrior. Sato Makako asked in confusion, Police Cao, didn't you just kill 5? Cao Mu slapped her butt in anger and felt her elasticity. There are 10, you counted wrongly. There is still quite a big difference between 10 and 5, right? Is this important? Isn't it important? The two still need to write a report when they return to the police station. This matter was handled well, that is, they both fought against the criminals, defended the honor of the Metropolitan Police Department with their qualities, and protected the safety of the Miwa people with majesty. The problem is not handled well, that is the two unlucky guys who failed to fulfill their duties of protecting the people. At the press conference, they wanted to apologize. In the police station, the two sat on the desk and wrote a report. Sato Makako smashed the table with some angrily. She looked like a superhero now. Baga. It's not that Grass is the one who did it. He is too presumptuous to kill people in public. Cao Mu smiled and wrote a report. He gave it to AI directly. Don't ask, it's K Shwet. Don't bother him, Sato. I took such a big risk with you again. Do you have to fulfill your promise? Sato Makako was a little guilty at first. Then suddenly became furious. He kicked the desk with a kick, and under the fiery red skirt, a long, white and smooth legs were revealed, as seductive as a white python. I didn't see the grass this time. It doesn't count. Cao Mu raised his eyebrows. Yo-ho! I'm playing with me. 033 The atmosphere is over, why don't you help him solve it? Sato Makako takes the initiative and plans to force justice to execute. Not intending to fulfill the promise. Last time it was so messy. I ate the things in a daze. It's all my fault for being so coquettish and lustful personality. In order to get the other party to help carry out the mission, he sacrificed such a great sacrifice. This is a loss. No. Absolutely not possible. The angry Sato showed his little temper. Although it was a bit of a loss to do so, how could a girl's innocence be given to others casually? It would be fine if Cao Mu was a bachelor. I just thought it was bitten by a dog. Well, I can't say that, this uncle is still a bit handsome. Very charming. Just treat it as learning technology in advance. It is even impossible for the two to communicate further. After all, I am not young now, and my mother is urging her to get married every day. Isn't staying up late to handle the case just to find an excuse to avoid those excuses to urge marriage? But, this officer Cao Mu is a married woman. How can I do such a thing as poaching people? What's even more terrifying is that his wife is still the famous queen of the law world. Madonna in the inspection hall can't beat the peerless and fierce girl. Although Makako Sato is called the flower of the Metropolitan Police, she will definitely not be the opponent of that woman. She is very self-aware. If the incident of getting involved with Cao Mu is exposed, maybe I will also experience the treatment of a silver bracelet. Or, let's change the conditions. Sato Makako discussed. How about I give you my bonus this month? She was still a little indebted and wanted to compensate the other party from other aspects. Cao Mu sneered, do I send you that little money? He illuminated his Bugatti Veyron key. Then I'll treat you to a monthly meal. Cao Mu shines out his Bugatti Veyron key again. Hiss. It's difficult to deal with. Sato Makako felt more and more headaches and punched her directly on the table. Heiga. This is not okay, that is not okay. What are you going to do? She stood up and stepped on the transparent strap sandals directly on the table. The fiery red skirt gives her the charm of a bursting policewoman, and her fair thighs are long and straight, attractive curves. The shape is extremely beautiful. The lines above are very powerful. This position easily reveals the color of your leggings, white. Cao Mu picked up the teacup and took a sip. It doesn't matter. Since you don't care about your credit, then you can find someone else for this mission. I just found some information. Oh. I didn't find the task information. His old god is here. He spat. What are you breaking tea? Then he walked to the freezer and picked up a can of Coke. Peas are still delicious. Hiss. Sato Makako was furious and her forehead leaped. Officer Cao Mu. Don't forget, you are also a policeman. How can you do such an irresponsible thing? It's so hateful. He actually dared to control himself. Force yourself to submit. She looked like she was going to fight. Cao Mu smiled, sarcastically, my responsibility. Then when I saved the hostages, why didn't the above say that? It was obvious that the gun was fired to save people, but it turned out to be my fault. You should have called me sir, but I have to call me sir. As a result, this incident turned me into your little follower. Why didn't anyone talk to me at that time? His eyes revealed 3 points of coldness, 3 points of sarcasm, and 4 points of haze. The feeling of this kind of performance is quite fucking fun. Cao Mu naturally knew what Sato Makako was concerned about, so he planned to make rational use of human nature. Don't you want to be a mistress? Then I want you to submit. And you have to get used to it more and more. More and more proactive. Even then, it will be uncomfortable not to eat for a day. Aptly looking up at the 45 degrees, his side face was so handsome and aggrieved under the light. He is like an unknown hero who has suffered an unjust grievance. Unfortunately, Cao Mu couldn't squeeze out tears. This is really too difficult for an alpha man like him. So he became astonishing again. Look, the above will only ask us to write a report. What's the credit? It's those guys. Whatever the blame is, it's ours. We will always be on the front line. They don't care whoever dies, anyway, it's just a report. You say. Is this fair? Makako Sato, who had already said the word sorry, suddenly became indignant. You said it well by Officer Cao Mu. I've been upset by those guys. I'll scold you with you. Fuck those guys. She is not very concise and has a sense of justice. At this time, I felt quite embarrassed by Cao Mu's previous experience. Originally, the other party, as a big boss in the professional group, should have been promoted long ago, but because of that matter, it turned into a small inspection minister. It's really disappointing. You don't think you can just expose this matter by just a few words of cursing, right? Cao Mu looked at Makako Sato coldly. You are like this, it's really hypocritical. The latter is anxious, how can she say she is hypocritical? He continued to output. It doesn't matter, a lonely brave man like me, should just throw himself into the darkness. I don't believe you anymore. I will investigate this case myself. You can get the credit for it, but I will never cooperate with you. Mad, are you a little over it? But at this time, Makako Sato only felt a burst of passion rushing into her head. She felt that she was too unhuman. I'm sorry, Officer Cao Mu. I was, right. It was my fault. She admitted her mistakes very positively. Please don't think so. I'm willing to work with you to solve the case. I will never take your credit. Cao Mu felt it was almost done. Yet. Is it a pity to bow? You don't know. Do you want to expose your son if you apologize? Sato Makako, the two eyes turned into black beans. No. Why did it suddenly become a lewd and demonic painting style? Let me see your sincerity. Cao Mu pulled open the chair and sat down. The two legs are spread very wide. Ah, this. Makako Sato instinctively felt something was wrong. But there seems to be nothing wrong. The atmosphere is over, why don't you, just help him? 034 Cherish every drop. With neat short hair, it looks capable and heroic. The high-end fiery red dress cannot cover up the mature and charming figure. The peaches are so perky and round, and they have a unique beauty when they are pouted. Waist, to the hip line, charming and elegant. Continue to go up, although the clothes are high-necked, the extent of bent over and the huge size of the abyss can't be blocked by er. Long and white legs and well-proportioned arms. Finger overall, it is white and tender, and does not grind out thick cocoons because of frequent use of guns. This may be the benefit of the book world. His eyes looked a little narrow and long, and under his high nose were bright red lips. The whole person showed a sexy, helpless, noble, and debauchery. This scene is like a 3D movie, it's really beautiful. It makes people unable to see enough. Unfortunately, there are no conditions, otherwise it would be a moment worth saving and souvenir. Sure enough. The uniforms in KTV and theme hotels are still different from those in the police station. Cao Mu was very satisfied. Very satisfied with this. I have a strong disgust in my eyes, but I have to be honest. Of course he had to teach Makako Sato a hard lesson. This is the price of betrayal. Both of them had agreed before. After helping with the case, they realized their dreams. How can you go back on your word? And this violent woman dares to threaten herself? What a bad attitude. Ho ho. I am a time traveler, can I suffer this grievance? Kneel. Reflect carefully. Next time, don't make such a clever little trick. And it needs to be cleaned up. Dong 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 dong. There was a knock on the door outside the door. There is no answer inside. Dong 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 dong. Officer Sato. It's Takaji's voice. The honest man in the police station was a little strange at this time. There was obviously something moving inside. And haven't the two of them kept writing reports? I haven't come out. Makako Sato retreated slightly, trying to speak, but her throat was blocked. She looked up angry. This soul is fading. It takes so long to write a report? Do you want to see the time yourself? People are not striking. No. This soul may be striking. In his eyes, there was a great anger mixed with a little grievance. I didn't expect this bad person to be so presumptuous. Seriously violated the discipline of the Metropolitan Police Department. And there are so many colleagues under supervision. This guy is even more proud. It's simply lawless. Cao Mu said calmly, Officer Sato. You can't be distracted when performing a mission. And don't waste food. Cherish every drop. Of course he was calm. This kind of situation that goes beyond the rules is rare. Of course, you have to grasp it well. Some opportunities, if you miss them, you won't be able to do it anymore. Before, I thought Sato's angry personality was a bit troublesome. But now it seems that it also has a unique charm. Especially the little eyes rolled, tisk. The angry Makako Sato's personality was suppressed. Of course, she had thought that Hanjian would be angry and teach this guy a hard lesson. But the rhythm is completely controlled by the other party. She felt very humiliated. Dong 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 dong. Officer Sato. Can we come in? This time it was the white bird's voice, and he seemed much more anxious. What report will take so long to write? And the two of them were alone in the room. He is not like Takaji's stupidity. He has no idea when he sees his goddess being with other men. Such people deserve to be unable to find a partner for the rest of their lives. Thinking of the feeling of Cao Mu accidentally lifting his pants last time, he always had something wrong. No. Probably not. Sato Makako is the #1 cold goddess in the Metropolitan Police Department. Even with such good conditions, I couldn't impress the other party at all. Dong 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 dong. Are you okay? Nothing will happen, will there be any accident? Then we forced the ball into the door. Bird made a sound to test, but if the other party still did not respond, he would definitely score the goal by force. Mad, it was like this every time, which made him feel very panicked. There is always a feeling that after I borrowed the toys to my friend, the other party made her dirty and returned it back. With a creaking sound, the door opened. Makako Sato, who has been sorted out, looks nothing unusual. Just, the voice is a bit hoarse. What are you doing? Hey! The white bird breathed a sigh of relief and looked inside. There should be nothing. Probably, no. That's right. I've seen that everyone has worked very hard recently, so I bought some desserts. I'll share them with everyone. I want to ask Sato if you eat it. At this time, Takaji's honest man touched his head. Ah? Is this happening? Where can I get it? This evil pen. The white bird was speechless. But I saw Makako Sato involuntarily burping, and there was a smell of nanmu in the air. She immediately covered her mouth and stepped back. Not interested. Don't bother me if you're okay. Shame and anger, irritable. It's all that dead thing. And you? Get out for me too. Sato Makako looked at the culprit Cao Mu in anger. The latter has no intention of staying longer. Although it was not completely in place, it was almost the same. He still wants to pick up Xiaolan. Bai Bird took out a piece of cream cake, which was covered with white layers and was dotted with expensive high-end fruits, which looked very attractive. Officer Sato, it's delicious. You can try it. He looked at the other person as if he was pleased. Sato Makako took a look and the thick cream made her feel nauseous. Vomit. I almost came out accidentally again. Take it. She was extremely excited. Shirato and Takaji were both shocked. Isn't Sato, is he the most fond of eating sweets? You, really don't you try it? Yeah. Makako Sato was completely angry. These two evil pens, I said. Roll. With a snap, the door was closed directly. The two licking dogs stood outside the door, looking at each other. Did Officer Sato swear? Medical period. Takaji looked at Shiraki, Secretary Shiraki. Can I eat this cake? The latter also said angrily, do you mom? Then he turned around and threw the cake into the trash can. Damn it! Something must have happened here. No. I can no longer sit still and wait for death. The plan, it will be started in advance. 035 Since ancient times, I lost to the left of the wave, Xiaolan, this time I chose Zizi. It was already late and it was dark. Xiaolan returned home relatively late because she was in training recently. Therefore, although Cao Mu had been delayed in the police station for some time, he was just right when he arrived at the school. A message from Suzuki Yuenko came from her phone and a photo. In the picture, the woman Uchida Asami fainted from exhaustion. But he was still tied up. This was what he ordered the garden to do. According to your own thoughts. I must first touch the evil thoughts about Xiaolan in this woman's mind. And the practice. Of course, it is also very simple and crude. Do it. No need to worry about that much. Although he is also considered his own woman, he obviously cannot have any status. Joke. If it weren't for the timely handling it myself, this guy would even have to get involved in his little cotton jacket. How can I bear this? It would be good if you didn't do it directly. Still want to have status? It doesn't exist. It's done well. I'll treat you to lollipops later. Cao Mu sent a message in the way Suzuki Yuenko liked. The other party's reply was also very fast. Okay. A large wave.jpg comes with it. Actually, your butt looks better. He commented seriously. Ding. Beautiful buttocks.jpg. I'm going, so real? The rich woman's generosity surprised him a little. I don't know if this is a female version of Maori's personality problem, or if the other party is really impressed by his own killing stick. Your puxie is also half-formed. Xiaolan walked over. Uncle Cao Mu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. She bent down apologizes, and she also showed her politely. Cao Mu waved his hand. Xiaolan, you wouldn't be so polite to everyone, are you? This is not possible. Excluding the special nature of your succubus physique, how indecent you are always like this. A good school uniform can be worn as a sexy costume. What's going on? With his eyes narrowed slightly, he suddenly had the idea of trying to train his cheap stepdaughter. You can at home, outside, dame. Ah! What does it mean, Uncle Cao? Xiaolan was a little confused. Cao Mu walked over and pointed at the button on her chest. Look, it broke open again. What's going on in your school? Can't you make more fitting clothes for your students? He looked cold. Lan Jiang's chest was almost uncoverable, and when she reached her waist, she suddenly tightened. The two white and tender thighs under the pleated skirt are not sure how many people will attract. This is still the time when the succubus physique has not awakened. If after awakening, those countless yellow hairs will stick to them every moment. Ah, yes, sorry. Xiaolan hurriedly tied the buttons and blushed. I used to wear coats. I changed into practice clothes during training. It's a little hot after the end, so I didn't wear a coat. After saying that, she put on the blue school uniform jacket on her hand. Cao Mu raised his eyebrows and said it earlier. Why didn't he say it earlier? What you said, why didn't you say earlier? Have to. Now I have no benefits to watch it. Okay. Then get in the car and go home. Just when the two were about to get on the bus, a stinky fart tall the middle school student walked out. Lan, haven't you been home yet? He first glanced at Lan Zhang, then looked at Cao Mu. This is your stepfather. Xiaolan was a little surprised. Shinichi, are you still in school? How do you know that this is Uncle Cao Mu? She remembered that the two had never seen each other before, but had just mentioned it. Kudo Shinichi smiled confidently, and it was time to pretend to compete. There are 2 cigarette butts on the ground, which means he has been waiting here for a while. The finger joints are rough, so the waist bulge is probably equipped with a gun. When you talk, the expression you showed was obviously respect, obviously the elder you knew. A elder who can use guns is your stepfather who works in the police station. Tisk. It was another day when I was handsome. Xiaolan also wanted to exclaim so amazing, but heard Cao Mu sneer. Surprise! Xiaoqiudian scolded. The cigarette butts on the ground only mean that someone has smoked a cigarette here. I, Mr. Cao, never throw garbage anywhere. I am 1.85 meters tall, my finger joints are already big. You little guy know how to ask. Xiaolan respects me because I am worthy of respect. What the hell are you pretending? He scolded Kudo Shinichi so much that he was bleeding. How many? This stinky high school student treats himself as a peddle? You have never seen him. Kudo Shinichi looked embarrassed, and said something like, how can detectives be called misjudgment? It's obviously your improper argument. Xiaolan came out to smooth things over. Shinichi, be polite, apologize to Uncle Cao Mu, and then you can officially meet. Kudo Shinichi looked up at the sky 45 degrees. I have something to do. Apologize? It is impossible to apologize in this life. This uncle has such a bad temper. It's like taking gun medicine. Shinichi. Run. Suddenly, a pleasant voice, expressing his anxiety, rushed over. I saw a mature and beautiful young woman running over from a corner of the street. She was holding a long skirt and stepping on her high heels. A head of brown curly hair is dressed up very elegantly, and it can be kept firm even when running. The first thing that makes people notice is her great breasts. Yes. It can only be described as great. Then there are gradually clear facial features. The eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, and the blue pupils are as clear as gems. The bridge of the nose is high and there is a full red lips below. The fair skin made her golden gauze dress look even more noble. Although it is not a tube-top dress, but she is too big. There was no whiteness, and you could feel the charm. At this time, he ran to the front of several people. He happened to stand on Xiaolan's right. Cao Mu compared it carefully. Sorry. Xiaolan. Since ancient times, I lost to the left side of the wave. This time I chose Akiko. Yes. This character who suddenly appeared is Kudo Yukiko, one of the beautiful wives in Keishui world. 036 Family affection can be in the ends of the world, but not in the corner. Mom? Why are you here? Aren't you in the United States? Kudo Shinichi showed a somewhat terrified expression. Why is it said to be panic? Because he knew, just his mother's personality would definitely cause trouble for him. She and her father, Wang Zhe, would never contact each other without any trouble. There is only a monthly fixed living expenses exchange. Although I don't need it myself. Dad is okay. As a great writer, I need to think about it and find inspiration in various countries and places. Either it's socializing, and establish a good relationship with those publishers and large consortiums. Or just a part-time detective, helping people handle some private cases, such as Thompson's wife murder case, Princess Anna's sudden death case, etc. In fact, there will be only more and less cases among rich people. But the way to deal with it is definitely not to contact the police. 99% of cases were suppressed. The remaining 1% is caused by competitors. So, a reasoning expert like Yusaku Kudo is very popular. But, it would be a bit unreasonable if my mother didn't take care of herself at all. To put it bluntly, Ms. Yukiko is now an outdated star, okay? If you spend 2 days together with your father, and the couple will be a perfect match, it will be a good story. But Kudo Yukiko's personality is definitely not the kind of person who is willing to be someone else's wife. She also thinks she is the princess who is full of stars. What a pity, fewer and fewer people buy it. So recently, I have been wandering around in various countries and places. If there is any trouble, let Yusaku Kudo settle it. On the one hand, in order to make the other party care more about himself. Secondly, it is to make her husband have no extra energy to have an affair. Kudo Shinichi looked at his mother's dusty look with a dark face. Why should I run with you? What trouble did you cause again? Needless to say, it seems that my mother is so panicked and has caused a lot of trouble. Yukiko is a person with a big heart, and nothing can really make her feel bad. A true optimist. When I saw my son, I immediately looked surprised. Shinichi, you are black. You are also losing weight. She shook her head. You are still so short. You will not have girls who like you in the future. Do you want your mother to feed you again? Yukiko said with a smile. This is the character of this woman. A great expert. Famous old SIG. In anime, you can even do something like a beast, full of welfare, that you have to hold your younger son in your chest. When Cao Mu watched this episode, he was also quite envious. How many people can return to their mother's arms when they grow up? How many people can still taste fresh milk? Except for his wife. Bah! Mr. Cao disdains to do such a thing. He is not envious. Kudo Shinichi's face was flushed with shame. Mom, what are you talking about? What a mess! There are still people here. I really can't stand it. My mother still has such a tough language style. This can easily cause ambiguity. Don't you know a word? Family affection can be in the ends of the world, but not in the corner. Ah! It's Xiaolan. Yukiko looked at the beautiful girl beside her again. You are much better than Shinichi. He glanced at the other person's plump breasts. Amazing! What an exaggeration! Irie's genes are really perfectly inherited to you. That's amazing! She smiled beautifully, with a slight joking look in her eyes. I really envy your future husband and children. Ha ha ha! After saying that, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laughed. Xiaolan was shy and couldn't speak. Shinichi's mother is really, what she said is so embarrassing. What do you care about? Kudo's ears turned red when he heard this, and of course he began to think a lot. But he still scolded. Mom, can you pay attention to your image? Is it good to be an elder? Yukiko twisted her son's ears directly. Zenyi, you are braver. I also started to teach my mother a lesson. Her eyebrows were raised. It hurts so much. Kudo Shinichi grinned, and his mother always started to attack. Let's go. What are you going to do? Sudden. Yukiko stopped, she raised her head and looked at a super tough man with a handsome face and a beehive waist. Oh my god! Yes, it's Mr. Cao Mu. I haven't seen you for a few years. Why are you getting younger and younger? She was shocked. Even walked to the other side, stretched out his finger and poked his hard chest muscles, looking at them unscrupulously. How did you practice your figure? Is that great, right? My Yuzuo is completely weak compared to you. Yuzuo. I have been socializing recently and I have a small belly. Not like you, you're actually a super tough guy. Yukiko was amazed. Sudden. She said ambiguously. It seems. Fei Hydri has enjoyed a lot of happiness in recent years. Meet the strongest you at the strongest age. The eyes blinked, very bright and beautiful. Cao Mu couldn't help but smile. This is Akiko's personality, a expert in contrast. Maybe it was because she had been alone in the empty bedroom for many years that she was suppressed too much in that aspect. In essence, he is a very traditional woman. After all, if it is not traditional enough, you will not get married when you are the most popular, and then you will stop taking care of your husband and children from then on. But Yusaku Kudo is a workaholic and the social engagement king. Ignore my wife's needs. So the luxury car at home has been empty for too long. So. Only when Akiko is so ruthless. In fact, it is just a way to vent. To a certain extent, she is actually a very traditional woman. Of course, this tradition is a tradition of extraordinary significance. I can only say. I retained a little futility. For example, you don't want your husband to know. Such a sentence is absolutely useless for Araki. The calm queen will only record this sentence and let you know what it means to be a destruction, a double death between society and body. But a woman like Jiko cares a lot. Even for such a sentence, she did many things that she had never thought about. 037 Whoever comes here will die. Yukiko, you have a good maintenance. Cao Mu smiled, pulled the other party's white and tender horns, and his smooth skin was gone. There is a blemish. What such a young woman cannot resist most is physical contact. They touch you, in fact, they are deliberately unrestrained and will only do this to serious people. Because I know that the other party will not cross. It just satisfies your sense of morality and excitement when you jump back and forth on the edge of taboo. Those who look yellow-haired will never pay attention to it. Simply put, it means treating the other person as a tool person. No matter how much you play, no matter how much you make a fuss, in the end, it is a good wife to your husband and a good mother to your children. Such a woman has a complicated mind. The more unrestrained you are in verbal order and the more seductive you are in physical condition, the tighter you are. In fact, a certain thread collapses. Their waves are different from the coquettish waves. Cao Mu, who read countless girls, touched Yukiko's heartstrings very sensitively. The latter was blushing now. She felt a little electric shock in her palm and subconsciously wanted to take it back. Haha. On the surface, he still pretends not to care. Where is it? It's just better than your Yingli, that's better. Yuxiza pretended to be generous. She will not admit defeat in front of her good best friend and competitor. Suppressing the other party is the norm. Then he took his hand back calmly. He thought to himself, Cao Mu is too brave. Xiaolan is still here. This man, actually dared to hold his hand. I am not afraid that I will be found out by Eri. Tisk. Thinking of her cold-faced best friend's personality, she couldn't stand it. Even a lustful person as Kogora as Maori can be forced into a monk who doesn't want to touch each other. You can imagine how powerful this woman is. Could it be, Cao Mu has also become such a hungry beast? Somewhat possible. Iri and you have their own strengths. Although she is very obedient in front of me, she is an iceberg queen that is out of reach for others. Cao Mu said jokingly. But you are different if you are Kiko. It seems that many people are chasing you. He heard a lot of footsteps. It seems that the trouble that Kiko caused before, is here. The latter was a little proud of himself and could not hear the other party's implicit sound at all. It's just a bit puzzled, what does Fei Yingri mean to be very obedient in front of you? Women like Araki, they just have an ice-filled face when they do it, right? Then, his face suddenly changed drastically. Mad. I found her. A roar came not far away. Catch him. At this time, people jumped wildly and surrounded in the same direction. It is roughly estimated that there are more than 20 people. There is actually a whole lot of Wuyanjiang. This is half of the heads in a class, enough to surround the four. All have weapons in your hands. There are slappies, baseball bats, switchblades, and in your hands. One by one, one by one, one by one. Of course, they are generally relatively low. It doesn't look like a large club. Each one seems a little dysplastic. In front of Cao Mu, who was 1.85 meters tall, he was like little chickens. The first bald tattooed man looks a bit like the dark J-Jo stick and opens his mouth. No. Want. Many. Tube. Nothing business. He pointed at people except Akiko word by word. Suddenly his eyes lit up again. Oh yo. There are also, unexpected, receive, talk slowly like shit. The lewd eyes swept over Xiaolan's face, although the other party's figure was blocked by the tall man. But that beautiful face is so fucking moist. If it gets dirty, it will look even better. Kudo Shinichi looked very ugly. Mom, who did you mess with? Really? You just ran away. Why did you stop? Isn't it just a big deal now? He took out his cell phone. Prepare to call the police, although, there is a policeman next to him. But it is very likely that I can't deal with so many people. Snap. The arm hurts. Kudo Shinichi's mobile phone was beaten away by a gangster with a baseball bat, and his hands were also hit and swollen. Yukiko was furious and stood up. Stop. It's in public. Do you still dare to hit someone? She is like an old hen protecting her calf. Kudo Shinichi was even more anxious. Mom, aren't you more annoyed by the other party? The tattooed man smiled, so what if you hit someone? I'll touch you later. He looked at the other person's plump breasts and showed a lewd smile. So big. Not finished speaking. Bang. The whole body flew backwards, and the blood spit was 1 meter away. The eyes burst. You. The little brother next to him was anxious. I know that my boss likes to speak word by word, and that is more stylish if I insist on saying it. But now they were all beaten and vomited blood, do you still have to pretend? You are looking for death. The last 2 words are extremely weak, comparable to Lao Deng's last words before his death. Then I fainted directly. More than 20 gangsters all rioted. Kill him to death. Baga. Of course, Cao Mu took the action, and he took out the gun coldly. Looking at a group of young men in spirit. I don't want to work overtime today. So, get out. Everyone paused and was a little scared. The police is a little trouble. But more people are not afraid. How are the police? Can one person hit us? I'm afraid of it. How many bullets can he have? We won't have a heat-in conflict with him, touch those two women all. Yes. Just don't do it. I have to say. These dudes have a very vicious mind. If it gets really chaotic, although I can beat all these people down, if Xylan and Yukiko are accidentally touched. That's very poisonous. Matt is looking for death. Cao Mu's eyes became cold. Several gangsters began to joking, you. I suddenly got it. I thought I was on the road, it turned out to be a little slut. After they were killed, the police did not dare to hurt people. Start preparing to use hands and feet. Cao Mu said coldly, whoever comes here will die. He took out a cigarette and lit it. One man should be a pass and 10,000 men will not open. Elegance is elegance. But some people don't buy it. You think I'm going to beat me? I'm going to blow the quadrilateral. There are also young people coming to provoke. Dong 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 dong. Sudden. 40 or 50 people seemed to appear out of thin air, each with a handful of Glock. The black muzzle was aimed at these gangsters. A big cattle lie down. The audience was shocked. 038 husband, please say something. A group of tattoos, drinking a little bit, was a bit powerful before. Now there is only impotence left. The 40 or 50 people have already felt very oppressed, and the number of people on the other side is twice as high as theirs. And they all match black suits and black sunglasses. At first glance, it is a professional funeral team. Where have these little gangsters ever seen such a scene? More and more importantly, fuck, this group of people have guns in their hands. Damn, can you stop shaking your legs? Ah! I didn't shake. I know. I mean, you don't shake my legs. They were almost scared to pee. If there are other bosses behind you, it's okay, a cloud-piercing arrow will meet thousands of troops. But the fuck, they are just ordinary gangster clubs. In fact, if it is a bigger gang club, I will see a noble lady like Arikiko. Instead, I will be more cautious and will not chase people on the street and want to chop them. On the contrary, these malnourished young men do nothing and do not know that the world is high. When you see a woman, you want to get in. I want to bully the thin monkey when I see it. Unfortunately, I encountered a tough guy this time. I won't hesitate now. What to do? What to do? Big brother, is this the person you called? A man plucked up his courage and looked at Cao Mu. Now I know I'm giving in. Scared? I lost all my courage before. Yes, who can keep his courage in front of American martial arts? 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. Cao Mu didn't say anything, looked down at the gangster in front of him, grinning with white teeth, and spitting out a smoke ring. What did I say just now? He asked. The gangster thought and smiled bitterly, he didn't know. I said who moves, who dies. I have always been honest. Who is going to die? Whoever must die. The gangster was creepy, and his eyes looked at the other person with great horror. No. No, no. He began to panic. 4 or 5 people in the suit came over and dragged the guy away together, dragging him to a distance. Don't look at kids. Cao Mu stretched out his hand and covered Xylan's eyes. Bang bang bang. Smoke of gunpowder. Gunshot. The gangster just now suddenly had countless blood holes in his chest. 4 or 5 dead soldiers directly clear the magazines. Give me your life. Help. I'm sorry, sir. All the gangsters knelt down, crying on the ground, father and mother. They didn't expect that these people were so cruel and would kill people if they had disagreements. That guy, he died so miserably. To put it bluntly, these gangsters are still not of the same level. They have fought some group fights, but they have never seen such big scenes. However, even if Yamaguchi Group and the like come, they will not be so tough. Although there is a saying, neon gangs are more effective than police. But killing people in the street still has some bad effects. The gangsters only want to sell laundry detergent, build a kabuki hall, open a casino, etc. Population, that's all wealth. Women can be caught, well, all kinds of tricks. Men can also send it to, all kinds of tricks. You won't kill anyone easily. So let alone these people were dumbfounded, even Kudo Shinichi was dumbfounded. The latter just faced various murder scenes and saw the sinisterness of people's hearts. But I have never faced such a cruel and violent scene. It turned out like this. I killed people like animals. However, Akiko is relatively calm, and at least she is a person like the American chick needing battlefield who has been in the United States for a long time. Is this, the one you called? She looked at Cao Mu, who looked calm on the side. I'm a policeman. Mr. Cao shrugged. He didn't say yes, but he didn't say no. Anyway, you have no evidence to prove that these people were instructed by me. And these dead men will be reclaimed back to the system space by themselves, and there is no place to check it. It's so cool. Do whoever you want. Don't have to do it yourself. Cao Mu is very satisfied with the control panel of this death soldier. Except for the individual soldiers, the quality of the troops is somewhat different, but the rest are very good. The basic gender and clothing can be selected, and it can be directly recycled and repaired. In other words, theoretically, as long as the remaining blood is left, it can be recovered, repaired, and then resurrected with full blood. The price is cheap. Apart from the fact that the identities of these dead soldiers cannot be customized, it is simply perfect. Give me your life. The gangsters at the scene were pressed to the ground with guns by several dead soldiers, while the other dead soldiers dispersed to other places. Then it was recycled into the system space in the monitoring blind spot. At this time, Kudo Shinichi called the police directly, and the detective told him directly. Cao Mu was very problematic. If this person calls these gangsters, it would be terrible. Gangster boss sneaked into the police station? Or was the case many years ago about Araki being taken as a hostage that made this police officer who was originally devoted to justice turn evil? All this I must tell Brother Migu. Hey! Yuzuo! What happened to me here? What? Do you still have social engagements? I'm not lying to you, it's true. You dead. Your wife is going to be raped and then killed. What social engagements are you still thinking about? Go to death. Yukiko didn't carry a cell phone, so she picked up her son's cell phone and acted coquettishly with her husband. Kudo Shinno can only laugh in his heart when he saw it. Mom, of course Dad would not believe what you said is so exaggerated, or he guessed that you were sure that you were fine. This couple is amazing. Husband. Honey, please say something. Yukiko jumped in a hurry and finally threw her phone out in anger. Kudo Shinichi, Cao. Not long after, Fatty Migu arrived, Brother Kudo. And Officer Cao Mu. He was a little confused, what the hell is going on? These gangsters knelt on the ground and cried. Don't tell me that 3 or 4 people have suppressed these 20 or so gangsters. What's funny? Then a few people went back to the police station to take a record. Cao Mu. Are those people being instructed by you? Don't you think your question is ridiculous? But those people did beat the gangsters who had conflicts with you to death, didn't they? Clash? Isn't it my responsibility to protect citizens as a policeman? Fatty Migu, after staying with the so-called detective for a long time, he lost all his IQ? No wonder he couldn't pass the professional group exam. Wasted. There are no regulations in the police station, so Cao Mu talked directly to his boss. These people who are used to it. Explain? What a big deal to explain. If you have the ability, you will open yourself. The next day, he sent 40 or 50 dead soldiers to clean the floor of the police station with M16. Can I suffer this grievance once I travel through time? Mr. CAO is used to being arrogant and domineering. 039 press F to get cash. CAO Mew. You. The fat man Mew looked resentful, but he could only watch CAO Mew leave. Police cases are about evidence. What evidence does he have? Could it be that based on Kudo Shinyi's words, can he really determine that the other party is related to those mysterious gangsters? And people are already very resentful. Are you still irritating? Isn't this bullying an honest person? Forget it. Officer CAO Mew is not easy. He sighed helplessly. After leaving the office, Kudo Shinichi, who came to him, asked, Officer Meguri, what did he say? Fatty Mew Mew shook his head, no. This matter should have nothing to do with him. Kudo Shinichi was anxious, how is that possible? The men in black appeared inexplicably at the scene and then knocked all the gangsters down. Everyone has a gun in his hand. 40 or 50 people, 40 or 50 guns. How terrifying! If one day a crime is committed, how dangerous is it? You didn't see that they killed that gangster just like killing Kun, without any emotion. Fatty Mew waved his hand. Forget it. Brother Kudo. It's true that there is no sufficient evidence to prove that the people you mentioned have any connection with Officer CAO Mew. Even if you catch one. But, none. How do you ask me to check? Does someone really want to be called a wronged colleague? The last incident of Officer CAO Mew actually had a great impact in the Metropolitan Police Department. He complained. Okay. It's time to leave after you finish the transcript. Kudo Shinichi touched his chin, it shouldn't be. That person CAO Mew is definitely a problem. Those gangsters were all cruel and well trained, and obviously they had listened to someone's orders and actions. But why didn't the police find any clues? In the notebook world, there is still surveillance. If the plot requires it, the surveillance may disappear temporarily. What are you thinking? With a soft shout, then, he slapped Kudo Shinichi's head. You're going to scare people, Mom? He was shocked. Yukiko came over, are you thinking about Xylan? She said ambiguously. Looking into the distance, the Bugatti Veyron accelerated to 100 km in 2 seconds, leaving only a section of exhaust gas. What a pity, I'm leaving with my stepfather. What? Kudo Shinichi's face turned red, I'm thinking about CAO Mew's affairs. Yukiko blamed her son. What are you calling someone's name? Call Uncle CAO Mew. You live alone and don't even talk about politeness, right? Looking at his son, he didn't agree. She rolled her eyes. Low EQ. You deserve to be unable to chase Xylan. As the same virtue as your devil dad. Kudo Shin-chan was stunned. Kudo Shin-chung blushed. Kudo Shinichi is warm. No. Who wants to chase Xylan? That's true. Mom. Don't just make random matches, okay? After that being said, what happened to you today? How could you get involved with those little gangsters? He quickly changed the subject. To prevent my mother from whining, she started to attack again. Xylan is very important. Actually, I really want to confess my love. I don't know why, but I have seen Xylan more and more recently. I don't feel like myself anymore. Today, 13 cases were handled and the bodies were seen 56 times. I saw Xylan 11 times. It actually exceeded the double digits. He felt incredible that a woman would only affect her judgment. Yukiko snorted, and her great chest also shook with the earth. It's not your dead dad yet. I don't care about me at all. I just want to go back to Tokyo. I'll give you a surprise. I originally met a few old friends and attended a banquet, but I felt bored and came out early. After passing by, I saw a few gangsters teasing other girls. Can I ignore it? Then I was chased and killed. That dead man from Kudo Yuzusaku. I don't know if my wife is bullied and I don't know how to call me and ask. Why did I fall in love with that cold-blooded guy at the beginning? I would have liked Officer Cao Mu. Her eyes showed some expectations and ambiguity at the right time. Slim waist. Length legs. The chest muscles are so good. I'm drooling when I see it. Hey! Kudo Shinichi was so tired of hearing this, but he knew that it must be what his actor's mother said on purpose. He pretended that he didn't hear it. Then what? Where are you going? Yukiko tilted her beautiful head. Of course it's in the rice. I haven't seen Irie for a long time. And I'm very interested in Officer Cao Mu now. Kudo Shinichi was speechless. Then I don't care about you. Yukiko was angry. Shouldn't you persuade me? Or communicate with your devil dad? Say I'm going to seduce a married man. I'm not worried at all. Kudo Shinsong left without looking back, because your opponent is Irite. Men below. Yukiko scolded angrily, and immediately, her competitive spirit came. Don't you underestimate me. Then I'll go find Irie now. Look at whether her former queen of Imperial Dan still has the oppressive power he had in the past. Leave as you say it. Duan. On the other side, Cao Mu and Xiaolan had a meal in a very high-end restaurant and ordered a lot of good dishes. Because today's concubine Irie has to work overtime again, the reason is that she wasted too much time this morning. The two of them were wasting a lot of time in the police station and were too lazy to go home to cook. Uncle Cao Mu, eating here, is that you're spending too much? Xiaolan felt a little embarrassed. Looking at the sumptuous meal in front of her, she was quite moved. My stepfather is a little too generous. Originally just eat some in a small restaurant, but the other party insists on coming here. Cao Mu picked up the cream mousse and tasted it. He didn't dare to touch this sweet thing when he was exercising in his previous life, because of the heat explosion. But now with genetic potions to improve cell activity, the evolution direction under perfect expression will never store excess fat. It will keep your body shape perfect. If you want to eat it. As he said that, he put a cup of dessert in front of the other side. Why is he so generous? Because I picked up a wild wallet. It can't be considered a pickup either. It was to randomly summon a dead soldier, and then control the dead soldier to press the F button, and get some cash from a person who is obviously a dog capitalist. I was just an experiment, but I didn't expect that the items obtained by the Death Warrior could indeed be obtained for a long time. That $1,000 is now lying in his own portable space. Of course, it's a sprinkling of water for a meal. Wow! You don't comment or submit data. I'm not motivated now. Are you happy now? You cold and ruthless people. I will never forgive you. 040 Xiaolan was moved, and her body was warm. Look at you, everything you eat. Cao Mu stared at Xiaolan's chest without squinting, stretched out his hand and helped wipe it. Duan. He had such a righteous face, with no evil thoughts in his eyes. Yes. Mr. Cao has no other ideas. Isn't it appropriate to take care of your stepdaughter? Isn't this child, he got his clothes dirty and he wiped them as an elder's help? How could anyone look at it like this from a feeling of emotion? No. Someone really misunderstood, right? Then congratulations, no misunderstanding. Ah! Xiaolan choked speechlessly, looking down at her big thunder swaying over. His face turned red suddenly. Yes, sorry. Please trouble you, Uncle Cao Mu. She is shy. Also dull. Originally, I thought Cao Mu was suspected of taking advantage, but I immediately began to reflect on my own thoughts. Uncle Cao Mu is so good looking, I think he didn't pay attention for a while and really treats himself as a child. So when I saw the cream fall on my chest, I subconsciously helped. It's all my fault. If you didn't pay attention to eating, it wouldn't have caused embarrassment for both of you. I also blame Nana for being too big. These dessert ice creams and the like fell off and couldn't fall off your feet at all. Look at your clothes are stained. Tell me the size, I'll ask a runner to buy one for you. Cao Mu clicked on the mobile app to select the right clothes. No matter how you say, Xiaolan is also her cheap daughter. He is never stingy when picking up girls. He should be generous when he should be. How much money you have spent determines how generous you are. Although the words were said by the pyramid scheme leader, in a sense it also makes sense. This is one of Cao Mu's behavioral principles as an alpha man. Just imagine. Which leader is stingy? If you are stingy with the people around you, will they follow you? Just want to make you big? Is your figure good? Don't you see Xiang Yu? I have to keep an official seal in my hand and play with it for a long time, and I am reluctant to give it to my subordinates. No matter how strong your personal ability is, you are not a qualified leader. On the other hand, the old hooligan Liu Bang has never been stingy in his rewards on merits and practices, and he has completely succubus physique. How much energy can such a person gather? Cao Mu is a wolf-like man. He is nice to the people around him, but cruel to his opponents and enemies. No need. Xiaolan's face became hot and she waved her hand quickly. This clothes will be dry in a while. It's okay to go back and change it. Cao Mu was not here to solicit opinions. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. If I don't talk about it, I'll ask Irie. Xiaolan was helpless. In the end, I agreed. There was a warm current in her heart. This feeling of being cared for is really good. From childhood to adulthood, the family has been in a mess. When parents have conflicts, they always have to mediate themselves. Later, when her parents separated, she had to take responsibility for taking care of her unreliable father. Many people will say that Xiaolan is very sensible. What does being sensible mean? Is it obedient? Be obedient. I dare not say anything when I was bullied, but I am hiding in my heart, and I am hiding from the quilt and crying silently. Does Kogoro Mori love her? Like. This unreliable uncle is willing to die for his daughter. Does Irie love her? The same answer is the same. But the way the two of them express their love is too single and there are too few opportunities. Xiaolan will not be wronged by food, clothing, housing, and transportation. But like Cao Mu, she has never used the care. She is almost domineering. At this time, Lan Jiang's favorability to Cao Mu plus 50. What do you think of me? Isn't the food suitable for your taste? Cao Mu was eating what he had in his bowl while sending a message to Sato Makako and Yuanko. Makako Sato, Cao Huntan. A gunfight broke out today? Are you injured? Yuanzi, uncle. I heard you are in trouble in the police station. Do you need help? Cute.jpg. Xiaolan is a little quietly. When she saw the other party eating and looking at her phone, she noticed her embarrassment. Some are moved, some are embarrassed. Subconsciously picked up a tender beef with chopsticks. Well, this is delicious. Uncle Cao Mu, try it. After the action happened, Xiaolan regretted it a little. Nothing else. It's just that it's even more embarrassing. Oh my god. What am I doing? I'm just a little moved, I don't mean anything else, right? Her hands were trembling and she lowered her head to eat. Cao Mu looked at the beef in the bowl and then looked at Xiaolan with a flushed face. Smiled. It seems to be more fragrant when I picked it up by someone else. Xiaolan's face became redder. Then, reply to the message. To Sato, stinky woman, just care if you care, and then scold me to open your butt. To Yuanzi, what's the matter? The little police station doesn't take it seriously. Domineering emoticon package.jpg. Makako Sato, I'm afraid of you? I'm disdainful.jpg. And. I don't care about you. I'm afraid you won't be able to perform a mission with me when you are injured. Yuanzi, okay. Uncle is the most amazing. I am also very awesome. I have exercised Pilates for another 40 minutes today. Then there is a cool picture. White and sexy vest line. And then upwards, it is the whiter, tenderer, and more mellow southern hemisphere. 1 minute later, withdraw. Sorry, I seem to send it wrong. Cao Mu smiled. This little girl is quite interesting. He sent Xiaolan home, and then he took some midnight snacks that suited Fei Yingli's taste and went to the law firm. And these? It wasn't that he bought it on purpose. It is also asked the death soldier to press the F key to automatically pick it up. In the office. Dong 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 dong. A knock on the door sounded. Lishan Lu stood up and prepared to go to the reception. It's time. Is there anyone else coming? But I heard Irie say at this time. Xiao Lu, it's my husband here. You just get off work first. The two of them had already communicated in the news just now. When talking, I didn't raise my head and worked at the desk. Okay, lawyer concubine. Xiaolu pressed her waist. When I opened the door, I saw a handsome guy with long legs, carrying some lunch boxes, and walked in. Hello, Mr. Cao Mu. Please trouble you. Cao Mu smiled, hello. If you don't mind, just have something together. He picked up the food box in his hand. 041 The world is silent, listen to the screams of the concubine's lawyer. Xiaolu glanced at the delicious food in Cao Mu's hand, swallowed, but waved her hand. No, Mr. Cao Mu. Thank you. I've lost weight recently. She has the eyesight. It is better for couples to have a lovely midnight snack here. Having said that, this Mr. Cao is really good. He is very considerate and pampered by his lawyer. He actually bought so many delicious foods. It's so fragrant. Fei Eri spoke at this time, and she was pouring coffee for herself. Take a sip. Eat some together and go back and rest. Xiaolu. Her soft and plump figure leaned against the chair. Wearing a grey professional dress. The two straight long legs look sexy and elegant wrapped in brown stockings. The bright and atmospheric facial features look a little tired. When a pair of beautiful gem eyes looked at Cao Mu, for some reason, his calf twitched slightly. Her face immediately turned red. This may be muscle memory. Although I have been trained not many times. But the time and intensity are too exaggerated every time, so much so that the body's memory is so clear and strong. Xiaolu smiled and said, it's okay, I'm not hungry. Gilyalu. My stomach rang out of place. How could I not want to eat something after working overtime? Especially the lawyer of the concubine suddenly said she wanted to come back to work. So, these tasks must be done today. More intense. She was embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the floor to get into it. Cao Mu closed the door with a thump, it will be more delicious when you eat together. He naturally patted the other person on the shoulder, then found a table and placed the midnight snack on the table. Irie also pulled a few stools over. Xiaolu is no longer pretentious. While the few were eating, she was also observing the current husband of the concubine's lawyer. Very handsome. Very generous. It feels inexplicably trustworthy. And he also takes good care of his concubine's lawyer. No wonder the two got together. She had some longing for when she could find such a man. Then I'll leave first. Lawyer concubine, Mr. CAO, goodbye. See you tomorrow. Li Shanlu smiled gently and then left. After going downstairs, she suddenly found a familiar figure. CAO, gentlemen. She saw a figure, especially like CAO Mu. But not sure. Because the other party turned around. You've read it wrong. How could it be downstairs? Ah. I forgot to take the bag. Ritsuyama slapped his head and there were some case documents inside. She thought she could go back and work overtime. Although he is a working person, the boss Fei Yingli is really good. The salary level is quite high. It is several times the salary for other positions. I take good care of myself. Of course, the other party also has high requirements for himself. But this is obviously not a shortcoming in the face of a super high salary, it is the boss's care and love. If you don't give enough money, that's old thief, how dare you bully me? My destiny is up to me, but it's all day long. The boss only gives money to the cow and horse, and of course he only does the work of the cow and horse. If you give enough money. If you don't give up, you will be your adoptive father. This earning is not a coward, it is a real noble person. Then let's go up. Continue to go upstairs and come to the door. Just as I was about to open the door, suddenly I heard two depressing and heavy voices. Crazy? Doing exercise here? Or what? Isn't there a more atmosphere here? No. Don't, you'll be known. No. Xiao Lu has left, who else will come here? Anyway, don't, why are you? Understood. All at once. Lishan Lu then understood. Her face turned red. Although I haven't had a boyfriend yet, I know more or less about these things. Have you never eaten pork? Have you seen pigs run away? Tisk. The intensity of exercise is a bit exaggerated. How long has it been? The lawyer concubine has become so tired. Her little face turned red and she found that she was magically not moving. It's here to absorb the experience of how others exercise. Although reason tells yourself that you should not lie on the wall at this time. But a little demon fixed his body again. Force your ears to widen. At this moment, the world was silent, and I listened to the screams of the concubine's lawyer. Mr. Cao Mu is too strong. Xiao Lu's face turned pale when she heard this. This lawyer is so good at practicing this concubine. But the next moment, her face turned red. Unconsciously clamping your legs slightly. Envy. It's the law firm tonight. No wonder. No wonder lawyer concubine came today, although she seemed to feel uncomfortable. But my mental state is full. Very efficient work. The words sound better than before. I see. Eat so well at home. The whole person is much more transparent. Ah. It turns out that lawyer Fei was given a placenta. Can this be said? Xiaolu closed her eyes. As a single mother, I have never been in love. Haven't experienced it yet. It's really a bit of a failure. Secret lawyer. Don't blame me. I'll just have a buffet, it shouldn't be too much. Her palms were slightly down. Ahem. Not long after, a voice suddenly rang in my ears. This shocked Lishan Lu and hurriedly covered her face. He is worthy of being a lawyer, and he responds quickly. After knowing that someone is embarrassed, you must cover your face first. 042 Have a husband? This is a plus. Cao. Li Shanlu was covered with her mouth all of a sudden. She looked at the handsome and extraordinary face in front of her in surprise, a little incredible. This is not, isn't this Mr. Cao Mu? Why? Will he be here? Who is there? Isn't Mr. Cao doing decoration inside? The fierce sound of sledgehammers and the sound of the water pipe explosion were absolutely right, it was impossible that I had heard it wrong. Because she is also feeling a little uncomfortable now. I was so scared that I wanted to have Irene pants. It's terrifying to think about it carefully. But after a closer look, the person in front of him seemed to be somewhat different from Mr. Cao. My figure is a little thinner. Then put it. Just a little shorter. But the face is indeed exactly the same. Miss Xiaolu, you don't want others to know about you peeping here, right? Cao Mu looked evil and his voice was a bit obscene. Will you save life? The smart Ritsuyama Lu noticed something was wrong and began to struggle desperately. Shhh. Then the other party compared a booing posture, changed his voice and became soft and mature. The kind that makes people feel sexually lustful when they hear it. It's me, Xiaolu. Just kidding you. He took off his human skin mask and showed a beautiful face. Exquisite and high nose bridge. Fair skin. It was Yukiko, I'm just having fun with you, just laugh. Don't be angry. I didn't expect. You little virgin, you know how the couple fights. She said with a gaze. The words are full of tigers and wolves. Shame? It does not exist. As a wife, it is definitely different from a girl. The difference between young women and girls is not only, age, and, yay, but also various insights and experiences. And the degree of self-consciousness awakening. After all, he is a person who has experienced various wind and frost accidents. If it is a girl, even if it is a slut like Xiaoshu, she will be so ashamed that she can't extricate herself from a Mercedes-Benz by her boyfriend. Will feel ashamed of yourself. This refers to most normal women, not some natural pens weeping holy bodies. Even things like refreshing your heart is not impossible. But for young women, most of them will be enlightened after being enlightened. Even as the total driving mileage increases, I become more and more familiar with road driving. Under the guidance of the driver. Not to mention the behavior of stepping on the accelerator. Even if you just slap the steering wheel, you will cooperate with the changes in mind. Commonly known as. I used to cry when I was spanked. Now I am beaten with a skin drum. Although Kiko is not that common experience, she is also a mature young woman with a 17-year-old eldest son. And in the entertainment industry, it's still the super quagmire side. He has Yusaku Kudo's connections and his own business abilities, and has never been unspoken. But I have seen it, that's too many. What is it like to listen to someone doing decoration at the door? When filming with Lao Mi, some actors and directors discuss scripts together at night, they are very common things. Hello, she is good. After all, if you don't do it, there are people who do it. So, this is somewhat unacceptable to Yukiko, who can be said to be some traditions in some places, and even some feudal ones. After getting married, I went to the movies directly. To avoid being missed, I am afraid that I will be sorry for Yusaku Kudo. After all, she knew deeply that sometimes, if she had a husband, that was a plus. But in my marriage life, since I gave birth to Shinichi Kudo, Yusaku Kudo is like a waste. Every day, it's not about making excuses, there are social engagements. I want to create. Mad, this dead man either has several lovers outside or has a real disease. I am just a fool. How could it be possible to find clues about the other parties cheating in front of a world's top mystery writer? I asked the other party to go to the hospital for examination, but I didn't go, and I was so embarrassed. Sometimes Yukiko will deliberately find something to stimulate her husband. But it has been more than 10 years. That waste is still a waste. I really want to rush in. Yukiko gritted her teeth. A bold idea suddenly popped up in her mind. Looking inside. Showing an envious expression. It's really. I'm going to buy a new set of underwear when I go back. He clamped his legs slightly. Miss Kiko. Ritsuyama Lu found it a little incredible. I don't know why, this good friend of lawyer concubine will come at this time. And he also put on makeup and became Mr. Cao's appearance. You, why are you like this? She was shocked. No. This is too perverted, right? Could it be? Is this to have a little sense of participation? She looked at Yukiko's expression, a little strange. The latter is also a bit embarrassing. I just want to make a joke with Yingli and the others. But I didn't expect them to be here and do things at this time. Yukiko can't say it. She originally planned to deliberately pretend to be Cao Mu and then come here to tease Yubo Fei Yingli. Or test the relationship between the two, or something. But I didn't expect it. Such a tragic thing happened here. Irie. I don't know if it's happiness or pain. Real. This sound. It makes people feel a little confused. However, for people like Yukiko who have never been full, this is definitely a great happiness. She is now a wasteland. I saw the appearance of rainy rains in other fields after a long drought. I was so envious that I was dying. It's really a drought that can be killed by drought, and a drought that can be killed by drought. Gil is envious. The two of them fell into an embarrassment afterwards. They stopped talking to each other. But there is an inexplicable ambiguous atmosphere. Certainly. No, the ambiguity between the two. Instead, I heard the ambiguity of the movements of the decoration. Or, you keep going. Akiko continues to say that the word tiger and wolf is tiger and wolf. At this time, Xiaolu was a little embarrassed. He inside. Keep going, Baron. You are here, how can I feel embarrassed, lying, damn. She was shocked now. I found out. Yukiko actually even went to the self-service. 043 How do you know that it hurts people, but you don't know that it hurts people? No. Sister. You are hungry. You are really hungry. You can eat anything. Kuriyama Lu was shocked by Yukiko's wild operation. Are these wives so wild? Lawyer Fei has such a rational and wise personality. He has learned to eat fast food in his office. And the big star in front of him would actually turn on the manual transmission while listening to others' live broadcasts. Awesome. Then what am I pretending? Sudden. She asked herself. He looked down. His face turned red quietly. It seems to be a bit too much. Close your eyes. Palm, slightly downward. In the office. Fei Yingri was lying on the ground, her fair legs twitching slightly. The cardamom-like toes are tight and look slim and compact. Exquisite and moving. The calves that are perfectly shaped upwards along the lines, and the thighs are slightly fleshy, which is a trace of exercise. And the peach buttocks are upward, which is a small leather skirt. Bounding the already narrow willow waist makes it look even more interesting and enchanting. At this moment, the tired and beautiful facial features were filled with fragrance and sweat. You deliberately brought this dress here to torture me, right? Her palms were doing a plank motion, and her head looked back. Who told you not to go home? Cao Mu directly slapped the unbearable concubine queen. I can only send my midnight snack to my door. How is it? The service is pretty good, right? Irie Fei rolled her eyes directly. This is not what she wants to refute. Actually, this is agree. She felt like everyone was about to fall apart. I'm going to take a shower. An intermission break was proposed. Keep going like this. She felt it. People are about to die. I was about to vomit out the little supper I had before. And now I am full of sweat and white generals. Fei Eri was almost scared to death at that time. I was afraid that my husband would die on me. But seeing that the other party is now full of vitality, she was both surprised and happy. I don't have the energy to care about the other person anymore. I am really about to send it. And on the entire upper and lower floors of the firm. It has been built into a place that integrates leisure office and guests. The innermost part of this floor is the lounge. There is a bed, a wardrobe, and a bathroom. After all, sometimes I get busy and don't want to go home at all. Just live in a law firm directly, which can save a lot of efficiency. And today, suddenly I came to the office. On the one hand, it is because of emergencies that you have to work overtime. On the other hand, I actually have a little bit of thinking about hiding from Cao Mu. Because, I found out in the morning that I almost felt kidney deficiency. How can this work? As a strong woman, an elite woman with lofty ambitions, Fei Yingri knew that she was hurt by her sex. Must get off sex. But my husband is simply a living father. She is really chasing and killing. Listen, is there any sound? When the scene became quiet outside, there seemed to be a bit strange sound of yin yanjian. This made Fei Yingri a little confused. Cao Mu's mouth raised a curve. Maybe there is a female cat in heat outside. You go and wash first. I'll go out and have a look later. When Fei Yingri heard this, she rolled her eyes again. Don't you carry me over. Really? How do you know that it hurts people, but don't know that it hurts people? Cao Mu was sitting with his thighs spread apart at this time. It gives people a feeling that it is beyond reach. He said with a smile. No. I like to see the queen turn into a pet. Fei Yingri was so angry when she heard this. She wished she could kill this heartless soul to death now. But the next moment, the other party said another sentence. And if I hug you, you may not be able to take a shower. You are not my husband, you are my father. My dear father. Already honest. Please let it go. Fei Yingri shook the white and round peaches and obediently crawled over to take a shower. Fortunately, she also took genetic medicine before, and her recovery ability was amazing. Otherwise, I really can't climb. And then it was Cao Mu who opened the door directly and looked out the door. Two women who are entertaining themselves at this time. 2. Do you need my help? He was blowing the heat. The sound is very magnetic. As a subwoofer specially trained, he knows what kind of sound frequency to use to make women feel super calm. Not the kind of a sarcastic man sound of the spirit bubble. Now, at this moment, the effect is outstanding. In the confusion, Yukiko and Kuriyama Lu both licked their lips slightly. Of course there was no rejection. They are a little too addicted to games. Suddenly, there was no notice of plugin. Then, it's a certain moment. At the same time, I opened my eyes. No. The frequency of the game, is it a bit too fast? Suddenly awake. The two looked at each other. I saw a handsome and evil face. Cao Mu. Mr. Cao Mu. Explosion. The heads of the two women were about to explode at this moment. Broken. Completely dead. 2.5 minutes later. Yukiko could barely keep her expression unchanged. Haha, haha. Awkward smile. Silence. It's the wet corridor tonight. Even someone like her who has experienced various big scenes doesn't know what to say at this time. It's so fucking embarrassing. She wished she could just rush out. In this way, you don't have to face such a scene of social death. 044 Yukiko, how can I eat and take it? What are you doing? Cao Mu smiled and looked at the two shy but beautiful women. Yukiko was wearing the same suit as herself, with her slightly curly chestnut hair exuding a rich fragrance. The fragrances used by big stars are all very high-end brands. Slightly drunk without irritation. Women will find it very attractive after smelling it. When men smell it, they will inspire some desire to conquer. The beautiful and lively big eyes looked a little panicked. The plump lips under the high nose bridge look red and bright. The slight biting of the teeth made it look even more attractive. I just came to see you, but I don't have the nerve to bother you," Yukiko said with a shameless face. "This guy is also a bad guy?" he asked knowingly, deliberately embarrassing her and Xiaolu. Li Shanluo lowered her head at this time and did not dare to look at Cao Mu at all. A thin shredded meat embellishes the beautiful leg shape, and now it has become ice shredded. And it is already a bit ragged. She can't wait to find a place to change it now. But I dare not move around. Oh my god! After all, it is not like Arikiko's personality and experience, when the protagonist of his dream appears in front of him. Even help, how should she face it? Why not live a different planet? Okay. Miss Little Green. You go back first. Get off early. Have a good dream. The voice of Cao Mu speaking in Li Shanluo's ear was very fascinating. The latter was a little stunned. I didn't care about random etiquette anymore, but just nodded slightly, opened my head and left in a panic. Goodbye, goodbye. When she left, she felt that her legs were a little weak and she almost fell down. Then I'll leave too. I won't bother you and Eri. Yukiko smiled awkwardly. She also felt a little unable to bear it. A tall and handsome man in front of him exudes a strong hormonal aura. To be honest. Although it's about to leave. But in fact, she knew she couldn't leave. Because, the pants are broken. If I go there for a while, wouldn't people think that I have erect pants? No. That's too embarrassing. Or why don't you go in first? Yukiko smiled awkwardly. Cao Mu said playfully, Yukiko, you don't want Kudo Yusaku to know what you look like now, right? He took out his cell phone, opened a picture, and shook it in front of the other party. Sudden. I was also looking forward to it. What happened? It is said that this is a world of books. This is a world full of yellow hair. Then I should be yellow-haired. How can you always be a passive fighter? Occasionally. It also needs to be easy to offense and defend. It's time for me to take the initiative. And since the two of them just now had just tasted it, so it's even more impossible to let this beautiful mature woman return to her husband's arms. Joke. Cao Mu is such a rare food person, and he is such a domineering person. Since the car has arrived here, how could I let the other party go back? And he also knew that from the perspective of plot setting. It's so hard for Akiko to have so many years. Too pitiful. As a woman, her basic value has not been realized, and her genetic value is not valued. How pitiful is this? Mr. Cao did this to save women. He is really great. The man was silent when he heard this, and the woman cried when he saw it. What are you doing when you are still standing stupidly outside? Cao Mu opened the door and invited the other party into the room. How could he not notice the movements of the two outside the door with such a strong hearing? His current perverted qualities. It is entirely possible to judge a person's identity from the frequency and rhythm of the pace. Previously, in addition to punishing Fei Hydri, she naturally deliberately gave two women some sparks that could touch her heart. You! How can you do this? Yukiko was very embarrassed and angry. She originally wanted to scold the shameless person, but she still didn't say it when she saw this handsome face. And what I did originally did seem to be glorious. Who would have thought that I was so embarrassed outside? But Cao Mu is even more disgraceful. How can he take a secret photo? I didn't care about what you had done before, and you even took food and took it. Still threatening me with photos? Yes. In the photo. White and tender legs, and then omit the key details. There is also a charming face. This scene. If you were seen by Yusaku Kudo, then the pills are spicy. After so many years of self-discipline and sticking to the bottom line of a traditional woman, all the pills will be spicy. What is the purpose of Yuki Zixi's movie? Not for your husband. Not for this home. For the sake of some neon people, women should take care of their husbands and children and abide by the tradition of being a wife. Of course, then again, although most of Xiaobaga's girls' wishes are to become full-time wives when they grow up. But if you want to cheat, you will still cheat. This does not prevent them from being a good wife. Sometimes it is inevitable to treat your husband's boss and son's classmates. In his heart, Yukiko also received strict family education. She is already very satisfied to be a big star who is glorious for a while. Now, this happened. I betrayed my husband. But it is not yet irreversible. So, faced with Cao Mu's invitation, she finally gritted her teeth and went in humiliatedly. Close the door by himself. After all, the other party didn't wait for her, and was still playing with her mobile phone. I don't know if it's really going to do such an excessive thing. After entering, with a plop, Yukiko knelt down directly. She lowered her head and began to cry. Mr. Cao Mu, please, don't do this. Ili and you are both good friends, aren't they? She raised her head. Two bent eyes seemed to be frowning but not frowning, and one pair of eyes seemed to be sad but not sad. The tone of the voice is sad. Everyone's hearts are about to break. Cao Mu couldn't help but applaud him. He was worthy of being a top actor. Is this the actor's self-cultivation? 045 Don't move around, eat your night snack. Well said. What I said is really good. Cao Mu directly slapped Yukiko's face, making a crackling sound. It is smooth and tender, like a delicate tofu. He didn't use much strength, but the capillaries on the other party's face were slightly swollen, commonly known as blushing. Yukiko was confused. She had thought that the other party might be soft-hearted, and then she continued to make trouble. It may also be that the other party disdained it at all. But I never expected that the other party would slap a few times when he came up. Is he taking advantage? I was just a little confused. Stand up and said, Mr. Cao, what are you going to do? I became a little angry. Kneeling and being slapped in the face? Yuzusaku Kudo has never treated himself like this. If it weren't for the purpose of continuing to maintain my good image of my wife and not letting the handle fall into the other party's hands, I wouldn't have come up directly. But I didn't expect it. It turned out to be a big piece of cake. This big scumbag is not sympathetic at all and wants to take advantage of himself. Irie is still here. Are you crazy? So hungry and eat. If I tell her later, you'll be done. Yukiko showed majestic and strong performance. As a world-class actor, her appearance is quite similar to her. If anyone with a little bit of mind may be frightened. But is Cao Mu an ordinary person? What he likes to do the most, the strongest horse and the most beautiful woman? Certainly. Sometimes it's the opposite. So, he was even more excited about such a chaste and vicious woman. You think it through. Cao Mu shook his cell phone again. The big white legs in the picture are really beautiful. Oh? I haven't processed Fuji Yuzusaku's contact information yet. That's fine. I'll know if Fatty Mew Mew and I ask. He turned on his phone and started swiping. Don't. Yukiko rushed over with a quick step and dribbled the ball to hit someone. To be honest, Mr. Cao was hit hard by this. I'm afraid this is 2 pounds, right? It's really a bit distressing. It's so heavy, it must be very hard in normal times, right? Mr. Cao looked down on women who were wronged the most. Don't be afraid. I will help you. Don't do this. Yukiko exhaled as if orchid, with charming eyes like silk. This is not because she deliberately seduces the other party. Just, my attitude began to soften. That's why this side is there. Thinking back to the time when she was called Princess Daiden, she was naturally elegant, generous, sweet, and charming. Every frown and smile has a fascinating magic. It was only after marrying Yuzu Sakokudo that he became a resentful woman. It was just yelling, like a shrew. But isn't that to attract the other person's attention? Now facing a tough character like Cao Mu, she also knows that it is definitely not enough to be tough. How much do you want, Mr. Cao Mu? I bought this photo. And no matter what career you want to do, my Fujimoto family and Kudo family can support you. Even I know a lot of connections. Although Yusaku Kudo cannot satisfy himself physically. But I basically don't know anything about other requirements. And in order to save her family, she also decided to bleed completely. No matter what this man wants, just give it to him. Bang! Cao Mu directly slapped the key of Bugatti Veyron on the table. Do I short of money? Do you think I can't do anything myself after being in the police station for so many years? He is short of money, it's really short of money. This Bugatti may not be able to afford to drive it for another 2 days. The premise is that you don't need the dead soldier to go to the F key to automatically pick up cash. But only children make choices between women and careers. It would be fine if if you take this woman down, won't you still be able to buy your own things? Ah! Yukiko was a little confused. According to the previous investigation, Cao Mu is an ordinary police officer. The highest achievement in life is to get admitted to the University of Tokyo. But the other party just had a Bugatti Veyron. A posture of being a superior. She is really hard to say. What kind of heirs from the ancient Oriental family came out to experience life? So the information you checked is even fake? She was a little confused. What are you going to do? I had endured the delivery of fermented tofu myself secretly, but I hope the other party can get ahead. But now, Yukiko felt keenly that this man might be greedy for his body. She began to be on guard. You can't lose your virginity. I also have to be Yuzu Sakokudo's good wife, and Shinichi's good mother. You still want me to explain it? Okay. Cao Mu didn't talk nonsense, so he turned on his cell phone and called Sato Makako. Hello. You should know how many phone calls from Yuzu Sakokudo? Tell me. In the Metropolitan Police Department, Makako Sato and Yusaku Kudo have cooperated. After all, Fatty Mew Mew used the latter to make a lot of achievements. What's wrong? Husband, are you here to ask for a phone call? Don't you want me? The hands-free voice turned on and a coquettish voice came out. People who seduce their hearts are itchy. Obviously. This is Sato Makako's personality of desire, which began to occur at this time. The voice fell into Yukiko's ears without saying a word. She began to realize it suddenly. It turns out that Cao Mu had an affair long ago. No wonder you have to threaten yourself. It's over. She began to feel that the sky was about to collapse. I want to be beaten, let's talk about it tomorrow. Now give me the phone number of Yuzu Sakokudo. Humph. I've sent it to you. You owe me hundreds of millions. Then do you remember to wear a little bit of horse-eye flea? Still in a daze. Cao Mu had already started to activate with his mobile phone. Yukiko quickly held down the other party's big hand. Prevent. She wouldn't let such a thing happen. Don't do this. A look that is a bit difficult to speak for. Cao Mu put down his cell phone and supported his chin with his palm. Guisya. Think it clearly for yourself, Ms. Kudo. You are still a good woman for your sacrifice for your family. His tone became softer. Full of magnetism. This seems to be an option. But in fact, there is no choice. Yukiko's bones were much softer than she imagined, and she felt her head was in a daze. This is all for this home. It is to continue to be a good wife of Yoshu and also to be a good mother of Shinichi. She had only one firm choice when she closed her eyes. Husband. Fei opened the door and her voice came out, "Are you talking to someone?" She said weakly. I originally thought about it, but now I can only lie on the bed. It seems that someone is coming? Probably not. So late. Impossible. Then I couldn't have heard it wrong. Cao Mu immediately scolded. What's your business? Don't sleep or eat. When you eat, it's delicious. Don't be distracted. Really? It's so uneducated to see big stars. 046 How can this be considered a gift? Why are you not here yet? Fei Yingri said with some resentment. She originally felt a little tired, but after taking a shower, she suddenly became excited again. Some people eat the marrow and taste it. What a pity. I am not a physical monster, I can't compare with the man outside. So wait here. Follow your own ideas. The bull must have heard his voice and came in immediately. At that time, Fei Yingri will deliberately take control of the other party. Then I used this horsewhip and taught him a lesson. It was also a vent to myself just now. Ho ho. People are calling themselves queens, but you treat me as a dog? He looked down at the red mark on the evil talent. Fei Yingli was a little angry and moved. Why haven't you moved yet? She thought. I was already a little itchy when I was waiting, so I spoke regardless of my reserve. As a result, the cow hasn't come yet? This surprised her a little. I suddenly gritted my teeth. Intentionally. This guy. Snort. She was so angry that she covered her quilt. Later, the cow will kneel down and beg for him. I will forgive him. At this time, Cao Mu. Of course I don't have time. He looked playful. All we can say. The Queen of Imperial Dan is still too strong. He was originally a very smart woman, but he just couldn't learn some things. It's not that I can't learn it. I am unwilling to learn. But Princess Daiden is much smarter in this regard. As an actor, he is still much stronger in his oral skills. I really want to bite you to death. Yukiko picked up a piece of paper and looked angry. Can you delete the photos now? She looked disgusted. Right. What I want is this feeling of disgust. Not only did Cao Mu not feel despised or insulted, but instead felt it was even more interesting. Suddenly, he slapped Yukiko in the face without paying attention. The latter was stunned. Is this a person? It's not that, brother, you have unlimited firepower. She was stunned. Deleted. Cao Mu smiled very unrestrainedly, what are you thinking? He took out his cell phone. Of course I will eat your secret for the rest of my life. He. This is so yellow-haired. What a joke. Since we are here, we must stay of course. The princess and queens are all together, so it's not reasonable to have the ranking if they don't play together, right? Certainly. Even if Yukiko is now, her mental defense has been captured. But Irie is not easy to mess with. This is the most difficult woman to deal with. Even though Cao Mu is now full of masculinity and can be called a top alpha man, it is still impossible to use both soft and hard for this elite woman. After all, they are known as the queen. But it would not be impossible if these two women really had to compete in the same bed together. At least, Cao Mu now has a genius idea. You. Yukiko was very angry. She covered her trembling chest and stood up swayingly. Shameless. She could only express her anger in this way. When she heard the other party say that this secret would be eaten for the rest of her life, she panicked. I had an evil thought in my heart, but I was suppressed. Impossible. Over the years, even my husband has never let me feel so wronged. This man wants to continue for the rest of his life? No. This is never allowed to happen. Although this experience, I can't say that I'm completely at a loss. But the mental pollution is extremely great. Yukiko knew, she was obviously not the perfect wife and mother anymore. But in order to prevent this home from being destroyed, her previous actions were also helpless. At least, I didn't give it completely. Isn't it? Of course this cannot be counted. So there is still room for maneuver. I went back to take a shower and could be treated as nothing had happened. Cao Mu also stood up, he was tall himself. At this time, an unprecedented sense of oppression was created. Did I let you stand up? Gui xia. Not deliberately typo. He shouted coldly. Sometimes, once the mistake begins, people cannot look back. And this is actually what someone wants to see in his heart. People have a dark side. Where would Yukiko surrender again? Impossible. She looked angry and prepared to leave. But the next moment, my pupils suddenly widened. A video appeared in front of me, but I looked serious. His expression was unprecedentedly focused. You. I said. Cao Mu lowered his head, his voice even more severely, Gui xia. Boom. Yukiko's head seemed to explode, in a daze. She panicked. What to do? This video, it must not be seen. You must never let Yuzuo know. Otherwise, this home will be really ruined. Bang. She surrendered powerlessly. This is all, for the sake of Yoshu and Shinichi. For this home. I felt a stone on my neck. Yukiko's head exploded again. Are you crazy? She never expected it. This is how to treat yourself as a human being? No. I have directly reduced the size? Not being treated as human. After a closer look, it was a snake-shaped stone. This is the snake talisman. It's about the next plan. How can Princess Daiden and Queen Daiden meet without meeting each other? This is the answer. Cao Mu kicked him, his attitude was also arrogant and ill-faced. Go. He raised his chin. He looked at the room where Fei Yingli was. Yukiko was stunned again. She almost forgot the humiliation she had just now and almost wanted to curse. Are you fucking sick? Let yourself do this? Go to Fei Yingli's room? Do you want to die or not to live? I have never seen such a capable man. 047 Yukiko was stabbed by back. Sign into the CBD building. Mysterious character summoning card. Are you crazy? Yukiko gritted her teeth in a low voice. She really couldn't figure out what this man was thinking in his head. What is Fei Yingri? This is a woman called the Queen. Although her main business is in the country, she has a reputation overseas. Neon mainly has 3 major firms, but the 3 major firms combined are not enough for Fei Yingli to fight alone. This is the horror of the invincible queen of the law realm. What is the concept of a person supporting a law firm? This is the world of chaebol. No one could press this woman down and turn it into their plaything. So, Fei Yingri needs to be capable and famous. How dare you, a little police detective in the police department? How dare you put a hat on her in front of her wife? Is it accidental or intentional? If the other party knows what happened to the two, haha, that will definitely lead to double death. I said I'll let you climb in. Cao Mu kicked his wife's QQ bounced butt again. It's time for you to see what real strength means. His swearing look made Yukiko hesitate. Now calm down. Smart IQ has begun to occupy the high ground again. Thinking of it. Could it be? Fei Eri has been completely beaten? The silence of the servants in charge of playing tricks. Is it true that my husband turns a blind eye to steal food? No. It shouldn't be. Absolutely impossible. It is absolutely impossible for Fei Yingri to have such a personality. For example, when she was with her ex-husband, Muri Little Mother Wolf, the latter was just talking, and the two of them quarreled over 3 days. Now? Transformed? Hiss. Sudden. Yukiko also accepted this fact, maybe it was the magic power of that man's magic wand. Looking at the scariness, she swallowed secretly. It's really scary. Can't I go in? She raised her head. Beautiful appearance. No. Cao Mu interrupted coldly. One of them crawled in and the other walked in. What Fei Yingri heard was the sound of the door opening and knew that someone had come in. She wanted to pretend she didn't know. But then I thought about it again. My job has been delayed. So what kind of people are you trying to do now? When it's time to enjoy it quickly. After putting down her face, she sat up all of a sudden. Duan. It was shocked Yukiko directly. On the one hand, she had never seen such a concubine, Yingri. Such a queen. Wearing a black leather skirt, the black gel is mysterious and tempting, supporting the plump whiteness and tenderness, making the abyss dazzling. The contrast between dark and white is very visually impactful. A long leg jumped out of the quilt. The slightly arched back of the feet is exquisite and wonderful. Upward skin, without any flaws. The other one was also stretched out, wearing a black silk calf sock. The effect of the entire sexy contrast is directly full. Yukiko covered her mouth and refused to let herself scream. On the one hand, she was shocked by the other person's sudden sitting up and sexy and bold outfit. On the one hand, it was the first time she faced such a shameful scene and couldn't help herself for a while. But soon, Yukiko discovered something was wrong. The other party can't see himself. I saw Irie crossing her arms with her chest, creating an explosive visual effect. Come over. Let Her Majesty teach you a good lesson. Bang. She was holding a purple-black training horse in her hand whip. The expression is cold and proud. This scene is even more exciting. Why can't concubine Irie see Yukiko? Of course it is because of the snake talisman. Cao Mu found that the talisman that was rewarded by the system had bound him, so he could release it to others, but he could also share his vision. This is the system produced, it must be a high-quality product. Put this eye mask on. He walked over. Pick up a black cloth strip and blindfolded the concubine Arie's eyes. What the hell are you doing? The latter raised the training whip, but did not dare to continue to hit it. Because, she tried it before. But later I was taught a severe lesson. So. At this time, she didn't dare to give herself some face. I felt a little nervous and expectant, but I did not refuse to be blindfolded. Lying down. Fei Yingri obeyed the orders and lay on the bed. I don't know why. She began to become a little nervous. And Cao Mu hid in Yukiko's ears, she can't see you. So, I want you to help us practice. The latter's ears turned red after a moment of leaping. As a person who has been involved in the European and American circles, her knowledge is much more radical and more curious than that of the East Asian circle. In those places, it is normal to have a party. One princess, 7 dwarves. Or 1 king, 2 queens. Such things are simply common. And now, Yukiko naturally understood the other party's meaning. Isn't this? I want 1 king and 2 queens? What to do? How to do it? Her heart was beating. This is to break your dignity. Do you want to surrender? When hesitating, Yukiko felt that her body lightened and she turned out to be brought to the bed. Her body is very soft. At this time, it is slightly lower. Ah! Yukiko panicked. She found that she seemed to have fallen into this huge trap. Woo! Another inner scream. He was tragically stabbed. No. This is all serious. The next day, early morning, Fei Yingri woke up from the bed and felt refreshed. At the same time, I was also a little tired. But yesterday was inexplicably strange, and I felt like I was holding a rag doll. So soft. So powerful. I really don't know how this man did it. She glanced at the person beside her pillow. It's true. I woke up again for exercise. I was speechless for a moment. I really don't know whether to praise him or scold him. And at this time, a voice rang in Cao Mu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Get one of the commercial buildings in the center of Tokyo metropolitan area. Get 2 character summoning cards. 048 Crazy occupation of kudos refresh points. Please order for the first time. The miniature and coordinates of the building appeared in my mind, and the relevant documents and materials were stored in the space, etc. Cao Mu wanted to say something about WORI at this time. Unexpectedly, the landlord life I thought about in my previous life was realized at this time. A building. And it is not a building that rents a house for workers, but a commercial building. In a prime location in Tokyo. This thing can't be taken down by ordinary chaebols. There is an official need to come forward. We must have the support of local economy. Although it is not one set here and another set there, now he is also a person with a building. But, can I just walk on the horse and only watch? He couldn't help but feel helpless and speechless. A CBD building, that is, a gold mine, and the benefits brought cannot be measured by numbers. But I don't know how to manage it myself. In my previous life, I was just when I was trading coins. I made a lot of money and then stopped in time without being cut off. Arrogance, extravagance, and debauchery. So, in fact, I have forgotten a lot of business knowledge. And, to be honest, Cao Mu had no idea of becoming a business giant at all. His ideal is to be a motherland. So, this building is relatively small to its own meaning. But it's not useless. Now there is just a shortage of talents to help manage. And isn't there a very suitable person in front of you? Irie, if I do something I can't accept in the future, then I'll give you a building, can you be satisfied? Cao Mu looked at Fei Yingri's white and tender skin as smooth as mutton fat jade and asked. It is obviously the love of 3 people. A certain wife does not deserve her name, and she is quite resentful at this time. Yukiko woke up too. To be precise, she can't sleep. Cao Mu was born, tortured her until dawn, and he could not let the sensitive and wise queen of the law world discover it. God knows how he survived this period. Have you done something I can't accept? Fei Yingli was a little suspicious. Immediately sneered. You cheated, right? Bang! Yukiko almost fell to the bed. It's over. Sure enough, he was discovered. This couple were simply born. The 2 of them came together to play with themselves. It's over. I was indeed futile. Hey? What's the sound? Fei Yingri looked suspiciously at a place, there, nothing. Apart from that piece, is a bit eye-catching. His face was blushing. How can I know if it was so chaotic in my memory? There is invisibility. No matter how smart she is, she naturally cannot notice that there is really something strange. When he looked at Cao Mu, his expression on his head did not change at all, and his psychological quality was terrible. She just had a whim and had some sense. But to be honest, there is no evidence, and I don't really believe that this kind of thing will happen. Nothing was cheated at this time. What's the matter that I can't accept? Let me tell me. Holding your hands together, it's simply dazzling. It makes people really envy Xiaolan's food when she was a child, and it makes people believe that their children will definitely grow up healthily in the future. I'll consider whether to forgive you. Cao Mu slapped him in the face, of course not in the face. I said I want to give you a building. You should grasp this point. This woman is really a bit too keen. If I hadn't been as stable as an old dog, and my expression and eyes were not at all flawed, I might have been unable to withstand the pressure. You give me a building. Irene raised her white and slender legs and wanted to stand up. But he was pulled. I originally wanted to be angry, but my expression changed again. Don't argue with this guy. What building? You still have a building. Does she believe it? Letter. I don't believe it either. Because it was Cao Mu, his own husband, and his good husband, she believed whatever the other party said. But such things go against one's own reason. So I can say, I don't believe it. Cao Mu said for granted. Right. The location of your law firm is pretty good, but if you go to the city center, it will be even bigger, right? At that time, I will directly hand over the commercial building to you for planning, which will also help you develop international business. In a short while, you can become the most famous female lawyer in Neon's history, or even the most famous female lawyer in the world. He is like a scumbag who draws big pie. Fei Iri used to be quite rational, but recently she began to become more and more emotional. Stop making trouble. I really want to work today. I recently came a hard-working international client. There are a lot of things. One thing is indeed the other party is right. Her current focus of work has begun to shift abroad. Because some domestic restrictions are still a bit large. Those big law firms began to boycott each other. After all, my own firm is still a little weak. So Fei Yingri's strategy is to develop foreign customer connections and ultimately kill the domestic sector. After all, Nihong's father is Lao Mi. Since the other party can use the rules, why don't he use such unspoken rules? Didn't I say it? As long as you help me manage that building, there is no shortage of business at all. You can expand no matter how much you want. Cao Mu's old god's way. At this time, Kudo Shinichi's refresh point was being occupied frantically. When Fei Yingri saw that the other party don't make trouble, she felt a little disappointed inexplicably. This is how women are. Complex and changeable. Strong women are also women, elite women are still women. Finally, I met someone who could conquer himself at the wild level. I was almost domesticated and had to be a golden leaf every morning. As a result, this one actually, deliberately fishing? Snort. I can let you control it. Okay, okay. I believe it. Take your claws away. I'm going to get up and change my clothes and work. Fei Yingri said a little annoyed. But some people are happy and some are sad. Yukiko was so irritating. She really didn't expect it. She thought Cao Mu was born, and she found out that this was born even more than birth. Is this a human? This is really infinite firepower, right? She had a premonition. I guess it wouldn't work if I took medicine myself today, and I had to go to the hospital for stomach washing. If I hadn't mastered the skill of controlling the sound channel and throat while studying with HEROINES-CHAPTER-1-50, I would have been discovered by a keen lawyer now. What a birth! And at this time, Cao Mu was distracted by three things, and he thought about this so-called character summoning card in his mind. A thought moved. Summon. This summoning location can be placed randomly. He thought about it, just this law firm. Since you want to pursue excitement, then to the end. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning and obtaining a professional secretary, Pepper Potts. Get a superpowered child, Anya? Ah? Ah? No, what kind of talents are these? Pepper Potts, Cao Mu is familiar with this. This is a character in Marvel, Iron Man's wife, Secretary Hero, and Little Pepper. According to the system settings, this character is just a small employee in the dimensional space who has never been favored by Wong Playboy shit. Then, he was summoned to his side. In addition to the indiscriminate technical expertise, a patch for consciousness that must obey oneself is given. Certainly. Given some of Cao's hobbies, the set identity is naturally clean. Then it's all right. If you have something to do, Then let's do it by the secretary. It's okay. Of course, it's okay to say it. Okay. Since Xiao Chili has no shit and loves her 3,000 times. Then let's love her harshly 3,000 times. There is no way, who makes me kind? Anya? That pink-haired mentally retarded child. Cao Mu was a little embarrassed to complain about this character. Yes. This is indeed a child with superpowers. Mind-reading skills. Good use, very powerful. You can obtain other people's secrets and steal trade secrets. Let others have nowhere to hide in front of you. But, it's a pity that Anya is a mentally retarded child. Culture is not good. Art is not good. Sports cannot do. A totally useless person. Do you still have to take care of mentally retarded children? Forget it. Anyway, it's all given by the system. At worst, let Xiao Leijiao be her mother for the time being. What a big deal. Having said that, in this way, someone will manage your own commercial building. Cao Mu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know how to revitalize my existing assets, but Xiao Chili is definitely okay. The work experience of this secretary is that he manages the world's top high-tech group. It's not like playing with a little CBD. Okay. It seems that I don't have to sell my Bugatti Veyron. And those dead men in their own space seem to be useful. At that time, it can be used as a security group or participate in training. Use 0 important positions in the group you may want to establish. 049 Takasuji Toshihiko from LV, Brother Cao Mu, the matter of seducing Matsumoto Kozairi has not yet been completed? Please order first. As the absolute master, Cao Mu can also control some settings of Little Pepper and Anya. For example, it is set to be both of them as their own employees. Control Anya's superpowers and cannot be used on himself. Or, you cannot use it at will. Instead of being uncontrollably eavesdropping on other people's voices like the settings in the anime. As for making Xiao Leijiao take the initiative to sacrifice herself, that would be even simpler. It is normal for your subordinates to make progress. However, this kind of summoned character still has some of the attributes of a tool. It feels like there is a little soul missing. To be honest, Cao Mu should not be too interested. But like this now. A person who originally wanted to reject his existence had to be obedient at this time. Pinch it into various shapes. This is very cool. Yes. Yukiko. Cao Mu raised his eyebrows. What are you talking about? Iri Fei's feelings are still too keen. The two of them were talking in the living room yesterday, so that's fine. In a room, although there was almost no movement, I still couldn't hide it. I said, your good friend Yukiko is here. Cao Mu was still quite calm. Fei Yingri was a little tired of seeing it and said angrily, you can't dress properly when you get up. You are talking about Yukiko's name now. Is it weird? She frowned. I already feel a little angry. I sighed in my heart. It seems. After your body is conquered, your heart will gradually be conquered. No. This man is really poisonous. Arikiko is back, how do you know? Iri and I put on her professional dress, in a simple and elegant grey style. The bra is made of dark red lace. This was chosen by Cao Mu for her. The whiteness is more mysterious and tempting. Certainly. As you wear a shirt and a suit, you become more arrogant and noble. Beautiful white legs do not need to use stockings to modify skin tone and leg shape. On the contrary, after wearing it, the nobleness of cold white skin is missing. But since it wasn't on the bed, Cao Mu was happy to see the other person wearing this. After all, your own woman can't let others take advantage of her when she is outside, right? He made a void hug. Then he put his hands behind his head and explained. Yukiko, I saw Xiaolan yesterday when I was picking up her. I also helped her solve a case. Fei Yingri put on her gold-rimmed glasses and looked at the mattress. No more said. But in my heart, I always feel something strange. She didn't ask Yukiko about it anymore, but instead said something. Do you feel it? It seems that there is another person in this room. Cao Mu's lips slightly raised, is that right? He didn't comment. Fei Yingri shook her head, you'd better pack up before Xiao Lu comes. I'm going to work. Push open the door. She was stunned again. People. 2 people. One is a blonde and blue-eyed ocean horse, with a plump and mature figure, which is really mature. White and tender skin and slender figure. The outfits of similar colors to you are, and the whole person's temperament is smart and capable. At first glance, it's the kind of female elite. There is another one, the child who looks a little unsmart. There was a clear stupidity in his eyes. The pink hair seems to have not been combed before, slightly messy. Sleep-eyed. Anya is so sleepy. Anya wants to sleep very much. Woo-woo. After saying that, his head lowered and he started to sleep. 2. This is this. Of course, Fei Yingli was shocked. The door must be closed. So how did these 2 people come in? Xiao Lu hasn't come yet. I'll introduce myself. My name is Pepper Potts. I'm Mr. Cao Mu's assistant, waiting for him here. Hello. Little Chili shook her big butt, walked over, and took the initiative to stretch out her hand. Irie was slightly stunned and shook the other party. Hello, Irie Fei. Cao Mu's assistant? What's going on? Why didn't I know before that guy has a so-called assistant? Could it be that some mistress came to demonstrate, right? Fei Yingli couldn't help but think about it for a while. She thought about her husband's background carefully. After graduating from Tokyo University, she was a police detective in the police department. Both parents died, and no relatives, without any background. There is not even much deposit. Where did the assistant come from? Apart from being handsome and good-looking, you have no other advantages than being bigger. So, why should this person follow him? Is it because he has no savings, or does he have no future? Cao Mu. Come out and meet the guests. Fei Yingri's face was a little unnatural, and she didn't care about greeting these 2 guests. Although I felt that this was Cao Mu's affair. But he still didn't turn his back on it. The more complicated the situation is, the more calm she needs to be. Then, she still poured a cup of coffee, took a bottle of milk, and placed it in front of the 2 of them. What do you say? Is this your child? It doesn't look very similar. One is golden retriever and the other is pink. One is a western ocean horse and the other is an eastern lolita. One is very smart, the other is owed IQ. These 2 people should not be related by blood. Xiao Leijiao accepted the setting of her master in her mind and explained with a smile. This is my sister. Called as Anya. She and I are both employees of the boss. In front of Fei Eri, you naturally cannot call the master directly. But it is called the boss. And his profession is a professional manager and secretary. As for Anya, this little fool, I can only say that she is her sister. As for whether there is blood relationship, it doesn't matter. This little girl is also an employee of your boss. Fei Yingli was a little surprised. She now believes that the 2 may have a simple and pure employment relationship. But I am still a little curious about this little weirdo who can sleep with her eyes open. Little Pepper smiled, yes, although Anya is young, she has the ability to judge the other party's psychological activities through micro-expressions, and even convert them into language models. That is, mind-reading technique. Fei Yingli was stunned when she heard this. Good guy. My mind-reading skills are coming out. Just this, the pink little loli who drools while dreaming, can also read minds? She can't say believe, but she can't say she doesn't believe. Because, in this world, there are indeed some talented people and strangers who are raised by some chables and the like. There are all those who claim to be able to communicate with others. A mind-reading technique is really nothing. The difference between the two seems to be a bit big, not very much like they can be put together. So she was a little suspicious. I know everyone. Cao Mu walked out at this time and sat on the sofa. I said, I want to give you a building, but you don't believe it. He looked at Fei Yingri. The latter almost rolled his eyes again, and he opened his mouth to a building, or the city center commercial building. Who believes this? It's like a friend who has been poor for decades suddenly said, don't pretend to be a showdown, I'm a billionaire. That must be confusing and heartbreaking. I am so afraid. I am so afraid that he will suddenly become rich. Certainly. Fei Yingri didn't think this way, she just thought it was too outrageous. How could someone let the world go to the police station to be a little policeman? What is this? The prince in trouble? Brother Fu has experienced life? You really have it? She asked suspiciously. I already believed in 80% of the time. It was completely unnecessary for the two to act in such a play. Of course there is. Cao Mu smiled confidently, little Lei Jiao, show your boss lady a wave. Tada! Her sexy long legs were wrapped in shredded meat and walked over with red bottom and black high heels. Holding a notebook in your hand, click on Information 5.5. Start introducing the company's business and property rights information to your boss. The assets donated by the system are naturally legal and compliant, and there is no problem at all. Even if it is just an empty group company, it is a real existence. It shows that the Tokyo Muranushi commercial building is under the group development and management, and the ultimate owner is Cao Mu. These things are completely meaningless to fake. Sudden. Fei Yingri felt a little dizzy. This kind of impact is not to mention that it has never been in decades. It's the only few times. Oh my God, my husband, what a tycoon! Certainly. Now there is only such a fixed asset, the main value has not been developed, and the profit flow has not been generated. The book data is messy. However, Cao Mu was not worried at all, and left professional things to professionals. Little Pepper, come on. When you are done, the boss will cheer you up. Ding! A message was sent to your phone. Takasugi Toshihiko. Brother Cao Mu, hasn't the matter of seducing Matsumoto Kozairi yet. 050 The depravity of female teachers. Dark Sayuri. Please order for the first time. Hiss. After seeing this news, some of Cao Mu's memories were loaded. Takasugi Toshihiko, the heir of Takasugi Consortium. Brother K-Bang. There is a pretty beautiful female teacher girlfriend. It is called Matsumoto Koshurai. He is also a pretty good female supporting role in the original work of K-Shui World. And the profession of teacher is quite good. After all, he teaches and educates people. Which man doesn't have any ideas about a woman who is more majestic than herself? When I saw the hippic skirt and the small shredded pork, I felt a little excited. Sometimes it can even be seen that some people are really evil and can attack even a decades-old ant. Can they blame this? Sometimes it can't. This is something engraved in the genes. Men just like to challenge authority and overcome taboos. Why can a woman suppress herself by wearing glasses and holding a coach? When can we turn against Tiangang and teach the teacher a lesson? Be a disciple who is quarrels. To be honest, this is what every adolescent man thinks. No. This is actually something that men cannot forget even if they are awkward. Otherwise, there will be no more topics in those educational films. It can also be seen from the name. How much humans respect and yearn for the teaching profession. Anime Kozer is called teacher. Actors can be called 29 as teachers. Actresses can also be called teachers. Respect teachers and respect the truth. This is normal. Matsumoto Kozairi. Cao Mu almost forgot, after all, he was just wearing books. According to the original plot development, Takasugi Toshihiko had hatred for Matsumoto Kiyoshi, so this wolf destroyed it and implemented a three-step plan. The first step is to get close to Matsumoto Kiyonaga's daughter. Seize the other party's favor. He thought he was handsome and flirtatious. In fact, it's just the other person's love mind, and he has never forgotten the relationship between the two when they were young. This step was also smooth sailing. The second step is to find someone to seduce your girlfriend, that is, to be a pretty purple-green man. This guy's brain circuit is different from that of normal people. Ordinary Avengers eventually change their minds under the influence of their enemies' daughters. But this perverted mentality is becoming more and more extreme, and he actually wants to destroy Sayuri from a spiritual perspective, so as to achieve the effect of Matsumoto Kiyonaga losing all face and being hit crazy inside. The third step is to post a video of adulterer and Sayuri at the wedding when the two were talking about marriage. Boom! Completely detonate everything. The effect is quite explosive. I have to say, this plan, except that it is quite ruthless, is indeed extremely vicious. Even a ruthless person cannot explain that Takasugi Toshihiko. This is a complete wolf kill. The hatred of childhood made him directly destroy the lives of 3 people. Destroy the future of 2 families. Certainly. In fact, this is actually normal in the notebook world. Even in the original world of Kexyu, Toshihiko Takasugi is a fucking purely born cow and horse. First of all, Matsumoto Kiyonaga's fault, it's not really big. Secondly, a man with a genital, you can go straight to Matsumoto Kiira. What are you doing to innocence? My daughter is not hurtful. Although Cao is also a ruthless person, he will not let his enemy's daughter go. Even the egg yolks of the enemy's family will be shaken and the ant nest at the door will be watered. But he will also kill the enemy to death first. Instead of using the so-called killing and heart-killing method first. Pure birth. It does not meet your principles of dealing with things as an alpha man. Alpha can do anything. But avoiding the most direct conflict is actually a kind of cowardice. Toshihiko Takasugi was originally psychologically distorted. In the original work, the two of them could still make up. He's so fucking sick. This Matsumoto Koshurai is sick. Matsumoto Kiyoshi was even more ill. No wonder the pervert of the family can come together. By the way, this Matsumoto Koshurai is actually a sick and love-minded person. Cao Mu looked at a few slightly cool photos on his phone. Sexy professional skirt. A slightly open neckline. The abyss where people's souls will fall into the depravity. Others are black stockings, meat stockings, and lace. It was dazzling. This is just not showing his face. And these. All of them were sent by Matsumoto Koshurai. The pervert Takasugi Toshihiko asked himself to help seduce his girlfriend according to the plot setting. According to his thoughts. Isn't it easy to find a quality pill man? Most people, if they hear that they can have free wife, they will not be excited and their blood flows downwards. This is true for men. Excluding turtles. As long as it is someone else's car, even Wuling Hongguang is better than his own Rolls-Royce. After all. Never opened. You can also stand up and pedal. It's so cool. So. I chose Cao Mu. This guy who is not allowed to touch his wife at home, is frustrated in the police station, and can reasonably contact Sayuri Matsumoto. And in fact, Cao Mu's setting did not seduce the other party much. On the contrary, Matsumoto Koshurai began to be hooked up very smoothly. These cool pictures are proof of this. But in fact, this is what she took the initiative. Because, there is a perverted story behind this. Matsumoto Kozairi actually knew about Takasugi Toshihiko's hatred for her father. And she loves this man deeply. Love brain. There is no help. So, this woman's logic is actually secretly cooperating with the other party's plan. Awesome. It's so fucking amazing. Cao Mu was convinced. When I was reading the book, this plot was actually quite thrilling. How crazy a bunch of dark couples are. Then it involves various professions and personalities. Originally, Matsumoto Sayuri was still a pure and flawless lily. It was so cruel, it was dyed yellow in the end. Completely degenerated. Turned into a dark little Sayuri. No, the system won't determine that I have bound Sayuri now, right? Sudden. He thought of this question. Since I have also seen Sayuri's body, let the plot develop. Let this woman fall into depravity? Even if the system does not determine that the other party is his own woman, he has the obligation to counter the situation. Actually, he also plans to start rebelling like this. After all, Sayuri at this plot stage is just communicating with herself. And Takasugi Toshihiko, the cuckold, can do everything. The one who can even find someone to discuss swordsmanship. Crazy. Zeba. This turtle, forget it. After all, it's Kudo's teacher. I have become his adoptive father. If you work harder, you should be his master. Cao Mu sighed helplessly. If the plot has not yet developed here, he may not be too lazy to care about it. But Sayuri has already started to cooperate with her boyfriend's plan and send her photos. Then I am lucky to be such a person who is the first to see Sayuri's body. I am somewhat responsible. This is actually the bloodthirsty nature engraved in men's genes. Why is the first time so important? Isn't it just to stimulate men's desire for animal protection? I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry. Cao Mu sent a message to Toshihiko Takasugi. He should have started to challenge Sayuri, but haven't he been busy with concubine Ying these days? This is delayed. Oh. There is something happening with Mikako Sato recently. Really busy. It's really not easy to be a time management master. Takasugi Toshihiko also replied 240 soon. The opportunity has been given to you. Since you are not sure and have not drunk the first soup, don't blame me then. He sent a message on the other end. His face was a little darker, and a little greener. X. Ha. I have never touched Sayuri, so I can enjoy your happiness, but I'm still silly. Since you are not capable, I'll just be strong. Ding. It was detected that Takasugi Toshihiko was planning to find a homeless man to threaten on campus in Matsumoto Kosei. Please be careful. A system prompt sound appeared in my mind. But the target range has not been generated yet. In other words, Takasugi Toshihiko is now planning bigger plans. Cao. The boss really deserves to die. Hard. Cao Mu's fist became hard. This was born only a few days ago. I didn't take any action, so I just planned to come up with a more exciting purple-green plan. It's so fucking amazing. What a pervert. I am a pervert and I feel perverted even after watching it. Homeless man. Female teacher. This kind of keyword. If it is placed in some notebook world, it will be quite good. But now I am the absolute protagonist of the book world. This feeling is not good. Forget it. The soldiers come to block the water and the soil. Today, let's take care of Matsumoto Koshirai's situation. Ding. It is extremely risky to detect that Shirato Ren Saburo and Megami Green have a trap against Sato Mikako, so please be careful. The target position is being generated. Crazy. Awesome. This anti-radar is a crazy call to the police. Cao Mu was unable to complain. It's worthy of being a fucking world, with top people everywhere. God of Melon. Start up. He patted the pink little loli's little head. Wow, cool. Anya's eyes suddenly widened, and a clear stupidity appeared in her little eyes.